champions. They probably are still practicing and making sure they're all ready, getting the components going, making sure that they are on top of everything that they're going to show us today. There they are! Coming
Champions.
up! Coming up!
Yes.
Come on through,
Come
guys.
this way. Come this way.
Come on through, guys.
Right behind.
Hi.
Woo!
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Amazing.
Welcome, welcome.
Let's give it up for the champions. Come on. Let's
Hey.
make some noise.
Morning.
Woo!
Morning.
Good morning, champions. Good morning. Good morning.
Check you
Welcome,
out in your new
welcome.
aprons, hey? Looking good, looking good. 37 minus 3 of you, 34 of you here. And let me see, is the last one coming? Last one is on stage. Come on through, guys, come on through. So,
Welcome.
morning. You all have a coffee? Do you know what you have? No? Okay, we'll tell a story about it. So, partners, you know me. For everybody else, my name is Esther. I support the Central Operations and Coffee team, and I am partnering with...
Good morning, partners. My name is Brent. I support the store development and store design team.
Hey, wow, you got a good cheer there, Brent.
And we have to say a special hello to our partners, the champions, 2 in Dubai and 1 in Malta, who are not with us, but they're very much online. So let's everybody wave to the partners, the champions that are there. Woo!
Good to see you guys. Good to see you online as well. Partners, this is the start of the championship. Okay? And Brent and I will tell you a little story, but before we do, whatever will happen over the next 3 days, 37 of you are here and you've made it. Out of more than 60,000 partners across the region, you are the 37 champions that we have selected to compete here. You're going to have an amazing time. Don't forget, it might be stressful, but it will be fun, okay? You can do it. Right, so Brent and I will tell a little story. You have received one of two coffees, and we have for this morning rebranded them as Courage Blend and Craft Blend. For those of you who might have picked up the dark espresso roast, that is the one that we have relabeled as Craft Blend. Let me tell you a little story. So when all of us came together in Amsterdam a few days ago, we were on the bus and we talked a little bit about Alfred Piet and where he came from, which is the Netherlands, and why we have a roasting plant in the Netherlands. And it all comes back to Alfred Piet and the deep history that Holland has for coffee. The follow-up, chapter 2 to that story, is a guy called Dave Olsen. And Dave was the coffee guy. He also met Alfred Piet back in 1971. And he loved his coffee so much that he decided to move back to Seattle and also open a coffee shop. Now, where do you think he sources beans? He sources beans on Pike Place Market, Starbucks, where we at the time were just selling green coffee, spices, and tea, right? And so he sourced the coffee there. So the 4 of them, our 3 founders, and Dave, imagine the best coffee that could be served, and together worked shoulder to shoulder to, with their passion for great coffee, develop what is now our espresso roast that we have been serving in our stores for over 40 years. And I think what's fantastic about Dave's story is that he was so passionate. He believed he could do it, right? He worked shoulder to shoulder to get the very best coffee blend into his stores, and later on, it became the coffee that we now still serve today with consistency and that you craft in your store alongside the second blend, which is, Brent?
The second blend is blonde espresso. So those of you who picked up the lighter roast have blonde espresso. A big smell and slurp if you haven't done so yet. What I love about blonde espresso is that it shows the courage that we had to reinvent ourselves. We were known as the dark roast coffee, right? And espresso blend was all about having dark, caramelly, smoky flavors. And blonde was actually at the time preferred by more than a third of our coffee customers. They said, I would prefer a lighter blend sometimes. So the courage to create something that we had never created before. And who knows, I'm gonna ask the champions, do you know when the first blonde roast was created by Starbucks? 2011, 2012, that's correct. And it took us another 6 years to get the courage to make blonde espresso. And that was launched in Canada in 2017, the US in 2018. And it's now become such this platform for innovation for, shout out to the iced oat shaken espresso fans out there. It is delicious. And so it took us more than 80 different iterations of the roast curve just to make the first blonde roast that we were proud of. And since then, we have continued to innovate, and it's really about the courage to ask ourselves, what is the future? And how do we work together with our customers and our partners and all of our expertise to make something amazing?
Team, this is it. Great luck. All the best. Whatever happens, you guys have built your new community together. You'll be friends forever, partners forever. You have it. You've got it. You get it going. Good luck. We'll cheer you on from the sidelines, and you'll make it, okay? You've already made it. Good luck.
Give it up for the champions.
Presenters' mics?
Yes, but they're going on stage now, so using the stage to say hello to the crowd. Yeah, we just need to stand by when they come up. So, they've got their stage. They're on the stage now, the two that we've got here. These are the two presenters. So what we've done is we've separated.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 EMEA Barista Championships. Wanted to introduce yourselves. You have 3 hosts today. We're going to take you along the journey and make sure that everyone's having a good time watching these champions compete. So just to introduce myself, my name is Curtis Dickey, and I am a graphic designer supporting North America retail operations.
Hi everyone, my name is Barb. Thank you. I will be one of the 3 hosts today. So we will have one person on stage during every single round, giving us time checks, making sure everyone at their station is ready. And then we will also have a few people on the live stream. So for everyone online, keep an eye for that, because we'll be throwing some live fun facts at you, some things that we learned about our champions. There's stories about forgotten passports on the bus. There's been a lot of drama so far, but loads of fun. So we will be sharing that on the live stream, and we have our 3rd host as well.
Hello. So my name is Christian, and I take care of operation services in the Milan Roastery, and as well, I was with these 2 amazing partners and all these beautiful champions for the past few days. So there's going to be a lot of interesting facts all about coffee, brewing methods, that we're going to be sharing in the next few days. So stay connected and stay with us. Yeah.
So we're going to be kicking off here real soon. Are the champions ready? Okay. We like to hear. So we're going to, I would say it's not exactly starting time yet, but we should get ready. So we need our first contestants. We have 4 champions competing first. Do you know who you are? Do you remember who you are? Okay. So we need Akon. Great. Can you come on down? We have, thank you. We have Ali. Where's Ali? And we have Kostas. Okay. We also have Murad competing virtually. So we'll get your first 4.
So the first round is obviously a coffee storytelling. Now, Christian, what are the judges going to be looking for when they're going to be judging our coffee storytelling stations?
Well. So definitely they're going to be looking at all things you know about the coffees. each one of you chose, and the brewing methods you are taking with you on the stations, they're going to definitely be looking at all things you know. So that's a big thing about these championships. It's all about our mission and values and about what you guys do best every single day in every stores. So it's about remembering how to showcase that and how to showcase the amazing baristas you guys, all of you are, right? So you're the top-notch baristas we have in EMEA this year. So we expect you to be delivering great coffee tasting, talk about the story behind the people who made our coffees, both you now know in our plants, but also in the farms we purchase the coffee from. So definitely talk about all of this, be the amazing baristas you are, and showcase what you guys do every day in store.
And it's called storytelling for a reason. It's not just called a coffee tasting. We're looking for personality, we're looking for those fun facts, we're looking for those personal connections. We want to give a special shout out for all the judges today who volunteered their time to be here. Now, these judges, they're pros. They're not amateurs. They're from different countries. They know their coffees. We have a master roaster at one of the stations. You will not fool them. So we hope you chose your coffee carefully. We're also going to see a range of brewing methods today.
So yes, so from the list we got shared, we have French press, which of course we all know and we will always be loving, but also some adventurous choices. So pour-overs, V60s, Chemixes, someone took an AeroPress on the stage. So yes, lots of really different ways to affect coffee flavor. And the judges, as Bob rightfully so said, is going to be looking for that. So how coffee brewing methods affects coffee flavor, acidity, body, how they all change depending on you guys brew it. So yeah, really looking forward to that.
And champions, don't forget, when you're not competing, be out there cheering on your friends, your partners, your champions. You guys spent so much time together these last couple of days. Also, take time to rest and relax. It's a big day, big couple days. These champions have a pretty special champions room exclusively to champions just around the corner. We won't go there right now, but I'm sure at some point this week, the live stream will get a little sneak peek at what's in store. So yeah. Make sure you have fun. Any last words before you start?
For everyone online as well, the schedule's up there if you want to see a champion, but the same goes for the people in the room. If you're the person we're all supporting everyone, but if the person that you're here representing isn't competing, please go to the stations, please look at what coffee tasting they're doing. We'd love to see everyone. And a bit of housekeeping that no one mentioned. If there's no fire alarm scheduled for today, so if you hear it, please exit and evacuate. Just follow everyone else. But other than that, champions, are we ready?
Yeah! Sounds ready to me.
Yeah. All right.
Nope. You guys can. I'll take mine. You guys, if you're not, you're good. All right, sorry, can we have your attention, please? We forgot to say hello to Dubai. So we got to meet some of these champions in Amsterdam. So we're gonna say hi to the champions who are competing virtually today. So we have in Dubai, we have Murad from Morocco. And we have Kabita from Qatar. So hello, champions. Sorry you're not here, but we're so excited you're competing with us, even virtually. And Joshua, sorry, not in Dubai. We have Joshua later today from Malta. He was also competing virtually. Thank you, Joshua. Good seeing you and good luck to all champions.
Hello, hello. Great. So we're just checking if you can rightfully hear us, and seems like it. So here, there's a lot of fidgeting going on. There are judges being ready at their stations. There are barista champions that are not competing right now, just hugging and cheering each other. And I think also feeling a bit of stress, right, Bob? I mean, in a few minutes they're going to go on as well.
Yeah, I think that's natural. I have spoken to some of the champions this morning and I have asked if they're nervous. A lot of them are mostly excited, but there have been a few nervous people. There have been a few nervous running around, being like, where's my French press? Where's my coffee? When do I grind my coffee? So rightfully so, it is the first day. So I think some of them will be feeling the stress a little bit, but hopefully they'll ease into the competition as the day goes on. And by the afternoon, where we have the signature beverages, I think they'll be a bit more relaxed.
Yes, but also I think a lot of stuff could go wrong there as well, and they know it because I mean, some ingredients they also have in their store, but if you're using milk, that changes throughout regions. The machines are in different environments, so I also guess we might see some really fun situation going on, but looking forward to that. In the meantime, I think a bit of background stories on us, so just to understand who's your host. Have you ever competed, Bob?
I have competed. I actually competed in 2021 for the UK. I'm originally from Slovakia, so I've competed in my old Starbucks as well, back in Eastern Europe, but in the UK is when I've competed and made it to the national final. So I know exactly what these champions are going through right now. I know the stress, I know the feeling, and I have given them a bit of advice in terms of how to enjoy the day. It will fly by, so we really stress to them that we want them to enjoy themselves. We want them to make the connections with everyone else, because there can only be one winner. But there is about 37 champions, so we want to make sure that they leave feeling accomplished, feeling like they've left something behind.
Absolutely, absolutely, Bob. And I think it's about celebrating all champions here. So,
Christian, have you ever competed?
Oh, good question. I did, and multiple times, and also that's why I stopped, because the stress is just so high. And I think it's all about understanding if you manage all that level of stress, because competing, it's fun, and it just meeting your friends and creating bonds that last for life sometimes, but also about a lot of stress.
If you were coaching a barista at the moment, what advice would you give them for a storytelling section, which is the first one that we will see today?
So if I was a coach, definitely I would suggest to a bit kind of prepare what they're gonna say, even scripts, even their coffee tasting. In a lot of these situations, stress plays a dramatic important. So having repeated and rehearsed what you're gonna say helps the nerves, because you just you can kind of not lean all onto improvisation. So
the champions also only have 10 minutes to do their coffee tasting, which is not a lot of time to tell your whole life story to 3 judges who are going to determine who's going to be our next 2024 EMEA Barista champion. So how would you deal with the lack of time that you have on the coffee tasting?
Again, I mean, it's about, as I was saying before, a lot of the storytelling session of this championship is about standards and about knowing the fundamentals of brewing, the fundamentals of tasting, flavors. So I definitely suggest to hit those key points whilst they express their favorite facts about the coffee they've chosen.
And for everyone online, what are the 4 fundamentals of brewing when it comes to brewing coffee in Starbucks? A bit of a trick question or test.
So maybe we'll help the one watching live stream, the 2-3 champions that are watching us right now. So the 4 fundamentals of grind. Coffee needs to be ground to the perfect size, depending on the method you're using. Water needs to be fresh, needs to be at the right temperature. We're always talking about filtered. We're always talking about 92, 93, 94 degrees, depending on the method. Freshness. Coffee, of course, needs to be fresh. We recently been at the plant in Amsterdam, and we learned all this there is to know about coffee and roasting. And after roasting, coffee needs to the gas. But if you stay open and the gassing too much, that's not good. So freshness, and of course, grind, water, freshness,
and proportions.
Right. Making coffee is like making a cake. So you need to know and need to be always on top on how much water versus how much coffee you put in your brewing method.
Now, obviously, this depends on what brewing method you choose. What would you say is your favorite brewing method?
I would totally go every single time I can for a pour-over method. If I have the choice on a V60, and as I said, someone here should have later on a V60, so you see what I talk about.
I think there's a few people who are brewing their coffee today with a V60.
100%. But again, that's a personal preference. It's not the best method. It's all about understanding how your coffee reacts to your brewing method. Sometimes you pick a dark roast and you prefer using a French press. Some other time you pick a lighter roast, let's say a single region, a Kenya, let's say, and you go for a pour-over method just because you want to highlight acidity or other real components that a light roast have. So I think a lot of the choice, the brewing method, really depends on the coffee you've chosen. And the coffee you've chosen depends on what you think.
Exactly. So is there a specific coffee that you wouldn't recommend for a specific brewing method?
Yeah, as I said, and again, at the end is always personal preference, but I wouldn't go for a paper filter system if I'm using really dark roast. So let's say espresso, I would personally try to brew on French press or clover even, rather than using a Chemex. It tends to highlight more notes of body and roundness, and espresso is already full of them because of the roast. So I would try to keep it balanced as much as possible with a French press.
And you've mentioned paper filter. You know there's different types of paper filter. There's a brown one, a bleached white one. Can you tell us the difference between the different types of filters?
So the major filtration system paper-wise we will see here today, it could be bleached or unbleached paper filter. It's about the texture. So honestly, to bleach or unbleached paper filter, the difference is really minimal. But it mostly affects the mouthfeel, where if you go to the paper bleach filter for Chemex, which is an entirely different filter, the games really changes. So the Chemex filter, which also we'll see today, is really thick. It's multiple layered. It filtrates a lot of oils, a lot of sediments, and that really affects coffee flavor much more than a classical paper filter.
I'm sure we'll see the different filter papers in action today. We have our Barista Champions getting ready at their stations at the moment. We're starting in just, I think, 5 minutes. The first round starts at 10 o'clock. And as we said, they only have 10 minutes to do their coffee tasting. So they really have to think about how they're going to produce their story. How are they going to go into it? We have cameras all around the third place right now, and we have a bird's eye view of the stations as well, so you can see what our baristas are doing. So you really get an experience like never before.
Yes, about the 10 minutes though, it feels like it's not much time, especially because the 10 minutes will find the 10 minutes over and over again for the rest of the championship. Most of the next challenges, the signature beverage, the store rush, which you'll find more about that tomorrow. But all the different stages always have 10 minutes as a given time. It feels like it sometimes can be a lot of time, sometimes it won't feel like a lot of time. It's enough to just score the points to bring home the win, which we remind everyone we'll see on Friday as we celebrate the 2024 Starbucks EMEA Barista Champion. Yeah.
So our champions just got their 5-minute warning to prepare. I think they're all started to brew their coffee. They're all ready at their stations. I think some of them are already meeting the judges, maybe trying to get some, extra brownie points with the judges.
Some of them have met some judges in the past day. So as Barb rightfully said so before, we went around with Oscar, which is one of the judges. We'll present him later to you today. He's the Milan Roastery Master Roaster.
What is a Master Roaster?
So in Starbucks, we have Starbucks Manufacturing. We have different roles. One of the most prestigious, especially to the baristas, is Master Roaster, because a Master Roaster in each plant where we produce coffee is the person responsible to be sure that we maintain standards and we roast each single coffee up to the standards of roasting and flavor, which it's not as easy as it sounds. A minimal difference in temperature or in time in the roaster affects coffee flavor drastically. they saw it, I think, in the past days.
Exactly. Our champions actually got a trip to Amsterdam to see a roasting plant, which is where all the coffee that we have in our EMEA region gets roasted. We have one roasting plant in EMEA, and they've seen it all, and they got to learn about the actual roasting process, the roasting curve that they have to follow. What happens if maybe something isn't roasted to the correct roasting curve? And they saw the manufacturing process, they saw the packaging process, so they really got to the nitty-gritty of our coffee roasting plant. So they should be experts. And as you said, Oscar is a master roaster. He's one of the judges on Station 4, so there's no way Oscar's going to let them, pass if they say something that is incorrect.
100%. And also, again, they're champions, so I think all the judges expect them to be on top of every single aspect and element of coffee flavors, such as roasting. They during their time in Amsterdam, they also went through a particular way to taste coffee, which is cupping. It's not something we normally do in store, but as Bob said, in our only plant that roasts cold coffees in EMEA, which is in Amsterdam, our roasters and our manufacturing partner need to go through cupping, which is a way to taste coffee the most easy way. So you just put water and ground coffee in a glass.
Most simplistic kind of natural way.
Yeah, and it helps understanding if flavor is as developed as you want. It is not a way to then drink a cup of coffee. You don't want to do that, but you've got a lot of sediments in, but it helps the mouthfeel, the acidity, the flavors to be as developed as possible. And that's what we look for when we check if we reach the right temperatures, the right timing, or the right roast. I hear some clapping here, so we're getting as ready as possible.
So as a reminder, if you joined us now, we're just doing the storytelling section of our competition. So we will be starting with coffee tastings, which is kind of the end-all be-all of all that we know. I think some of the champions are a bit nervous about the latte art section, but the latte art is only worth so many points, It comes down to all the other rounds that we have, and one of them is the storytelling.
Everyone in the room, we're about to start storytelling. Please, everyone come into the third place.
Almost there. Let's go around and see what happens. So I can see some dress code changes in with Ali.
Hello, champions again. We are about to start storytelling. So, on Station 1 virtually, we have Murad from Morocco. Woo! On Station 2, we have Egon from Kazakhstan. On Station 3, we have Ali from Lebanon. And on Station 4, we have Kostas from Cyprus. Champions, are you ready? If you are ready, can I please have you raise an arm so I can see? Looks like we have Station 2 ready. We have Station 3 ready, Station 4 ready. I'm going to trust we have virtual Station 1 ready. We're right here. We are ready. Okay, champions, begin.
And we're live. So champions just started the 2024 EMEA Barista Championships. They started just chatting with their judges. I see a really special brewing method just in front of us from Ali from Lebanon.
So the competition really started because you can tell that our barista champions brought their A game. This isn't just your regular coffee tasting. They've brought other gowns, they've brought new brewing methods, they've brought food pairings, which is not something that we always do for our coffee tasting. We have 4 champions competing in round 1. One of them is actually joining us virtually, which is Morad representing Morocco. If you can see him online. I can't see exactly what coffee he's doing, but hopefully we'll be able to tell as we go on. On Station 2, we have Akon from Kazakhstan, who's doing a Chemex brewing method. Can you tell us a little bit about Chemex brewing method?
100%. So it's actually, even though it looks really sleek and in design and really beautiful, it's actually a really quite old method, almost 100 years old from initial design. It was developed in 1941, and through time, it actually won a lot of prizes for the design. So it was designed inspired by the Bauhaus movement in Germany, and then later, a few years later, it won a prize for the slick design, and it's got added to the MoMA Arts Gallery in New York. So it's a really special method. It uses a paper filter, as I was saying before, that has a really fine mash. So it filtrates a lot of sediments and a lot of oils, giving a really nice, clean cup of coffee.
And then we have Ali on station 3. What is that brewing method?
So, as I can see from here, it looks a lot like a Turkish brewing method. But I now start to wonder. I was going to do it. Usually for Turkish, you should put it on a source of heat, which he doesn't have on the stage. So I wonder.
Maybe it's just a prop.
Maybe it's just a prop.
But Ali's chosen Colombia as his coffee of choice. Can you tell us a little bit about Colombian coffee?
Yeah, I mean, our Colombian Colombiano we have in Costos. It's an amazing coffee. We actually did a tasting when we were in Amsterdam, and partners loved it. As it was a blind taste, so we didn't know what it was, and we gave them the cup. With them, tried to taste them, tried to tell them what were the flavors, what were the aromas, and the mouthfeel. And all. Some of them straight away got it because that's a precise mix of flavors that only Colombian Nariño can give you. So Colombian Nariño, it's one of our best sellers because it all comes from the mountains in this really nice region, which is Nariño, and it's a medium roast with notes of cocoa, spices, really nice round mouthfeel. Acidity is not too high, but it's not too low, so it's just a perfect cup to go on with today.
You can tell Ali really feels like he's in his element. He seems to be talking to the judges, he seems to be writing stuff down, they're smiling, so he's definitely doing a good job. And then on station 4, we have Costas from Cyprus,
which is just pouring. So on station 4, Costas is pouring his, let me check, his blonde roast. So we just tasted it as we started the championship as a coffee tasting. But I wonder what the storytelling on this really special blend will be, because he's also having Oscar as a judge, and Luis, which is and Malachi, three really tough judges. Luis is the GM of the Milan Roastery. Malachi has so many certification of coffee tasting, so he's a really skilled taster. So I hope that he's prepared to deliver all he needs to score points.
I'm sure he is. I actually spoke to him before the competition started, and I asked, "Are you nervous?" And he said, "No, I'm excited." So he looks like he's enjoying himself. The judges are nodding their heads along, so that hopefully means that he's telling them facts that they are all familiar with. Well, like you said, they are no easy judges. They will be making sure that they get all those facts in that score sheet. So we had a quick peek at the score sheet. Now, we can't reveal a lot, but we know that they're looking for absolutely everything.
100%. Let's go and try to see from real far what's going on one of the stations. So station number 2 with Akon, she's having Verona blend.
Ooh, Verona.
Yeah. You know your things about Verona, don't you?
I do love Verona. So Verona, as everyone online that works in store probably knows, is a coffee of love. It's also called a Jake's Blend because originally Cafe Verona was developed for Jake's Restaurant in Seattle. And then we also have another name for Cafe Verona. Do you know what that is?
Call me unprepared. What is that name?
It's also called the 80-20 blend.
Of course.
Why is that?
Because it's 80% Yukon blend and 20% Italian roast. So this is one of the few post-roast blend. Do you know what that is?
I do know, but I don't know if everyone online knows what a post-roast is.
So shall we say it then? When we blend coffees, which means when we mix different regions of coffee, you can have both a pre-roast blend, so like for example Italian roast, or you can a pre-roast blend, so you would get unroasted raw green coffee into the a hopper of the roasting machine, and then they all fall into the roasters and they roast together, and that roasts them all at once. And then you have post-roast blends, which means that after a single region or other blends are roasted, you put them together as roasted. So now you cannot roast coffees to different stages of roast in the same time. So usually do post-roast blends to have multiple beautiful sensation and mouthfeels and layers of flavor as you drink your coffee. So that's, I think, what it was desired by our master roasters back in the day when they designed this blend.
So as we mentioned, Akon's currently on station 2 tasting Verona coffee. Akon actually works in a reserve store back home.
Yes. So Kazakhstan, there are 2 reserve stores, and Akon works in one. And she told us that in the next few weeks, months, she's expecting to transfer to the other reserve store, which is a full reserve bar, and she's really looking forward to work with Black Eagle espresso machines, which are our espresso machines that are used to brew our reserve coffees as espresso. Manual machines, they're completely different from Mastrena's, but they as well make a perfect cup of coffee.
And again, the judges on station 2 are no easy judges to deal with. Akon has to deal with Becca Turner, who came from Seattle from the Global Coffee team, who actually delivered the US Barista Championship this year. And then we also have Claudia, I don't think that's Claudia, but we do have Claudia judging at Station 3, who used to work in the Amsterdam roasting plant. That's actually where she started her Starbucks journey, and now she works in Starbucks UK Support Center. So again, the judges here are not going to take it easy on our champions, but it looks like all our champions are kind of bearing well with the judges. They don't seem to be too nervous. I don't see any shaky hands at the moment.
Yes. The coffee tasting these 2 champions are delivering looks so well prepared and so greatly delivered. I hope that they are getting towards the end of their storytelling. I mean, I think there you go. I think we have 1 minute to go, 60 seconds, and they can tell in the 60 seconds the last information to score points. Because after the 60 seconds, when times get called, they have to raise their hands and stop the coffee tasting.
Yeah, MasterChef style. They have to lift their hands and they can't do anything else. And this is really what it comes down to: who is a champion? Because you need to wrap up, but you don't want to leave your story unfinished. So you really have to think, okay, what is the lasting moment that I want to have with these judges? It seems like, they did pick up a bit of a pace after that 1 minute warning from Curtis.
I think we got a few seconds left. The stress around, you can feel it. You can feel it. There are some other champions here watching, but all the others, I think, they are just in that room preparing and just getting ready. We'll take you there. We'll show you that really private, close to the world room the green room where they get ready, but just not yet. And now let's wait the last few seconds.
Champions, that is time. Please step away from
So
the
round
station.
1 just finished.
It's done.
Oh, Ali seems to be trying to get some last words in on his coffee tasting.
Thank you for kicking us the competition off.
Costas
We are
is all
now
done.
Moving on. Well, champions, if you are, please stop talking. Your time is done. I need you to no longer be talking to judges. Please and thank you. All right, we're moving on to the next round. So we're gonna need Kavita, virtually representing Qatar. We need Ron, he'll be on station 2. So Ron, please get ready, representing Saudi. We need Murathon on station 3, representing Turkey, and Dre on station 4, representing Belgium. Please, champions, if you're competing next, please move your way to your station as soon as you can. Thank you.
And and we are about to reset the stations. Let's go and look at how a station is set. Come. So here, as you can see, they have everything ready for the next few phases. But now, if we look down at the station, the champion is getting ready and is preparing all his setup to deliver the best possible coffee tastings. I can see some props. I mean, props are a great way to deliver a coffee tasting. You want to be able to tell your story through all the possible ways. Cups, little coasters, everything kind of at the end can turn completely the scoring, right?
So exactly. So we've just finished the round 1 of our coffee tasting, and we have champions ready for round 2. They are preparing their stations. We can see Ron from representing KSA at station 2, getting ready for his coffee tasting. What coffee is Ron doing today?
Espresso roast.
Ooh, and
Yes.
what brewing method?
French press. As I said before, I think it's a great choice. Espresso roast is a tricky coffee sometimes, especially if not brewed through espresso machine as it was intended to, as the name itself says. Is one of our oldest blends. But yes, I think brewing it through French press, and it can give you a great chance to tell a great story, because it talks about heritage, it talks about craft, it talks about what we all are about as a company and believing in our things. So I think Ron has a great chance to make a really great impact.
We have also Murthan on station 3.
Let's go
who's
check it out.
preparing a V60 blend. And it's also Verona, which is a coffee we've just had in station 1. So it'll be interesting for the judges to compare how different champions compare when they are using the same coffee. That may be a different brewing method. So Murthan's using a V60. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Like you just said that was your favorite.
So I think that's our pour over. So the great difference is that the cone is shaped in a way that at the end it just flats. So it kind of lets the coffee to brew a little more, rather than a V60 which just pours down. That I think it should be a great choice if we think about the coffee we chose, which is Verona. We just discussed before. Verona through that pour over cone should be great. I would like to try it. Unfortunately, we cannot. Try it. Not today.
Maybe later. Maybe when we can take a sneak peek into that champions room. That is invitation only. No one else can go there, and we will get an exclusive look. I don't see anyone getting ready at station 4 at the moment, so I wonder what's going on there.
Oh, there's no one there. Who should be there?
Should be Dre.
Some Belgium.
Maybe they're still brewing their coffee, but at the moment we only have station 2 and station 3, as station 1 is currently virtual, which we have Kabitha from Dubai joining us on our live stream, who's representing Qatar.
Yes. So as before, I think we're trying now to get the line on and to be able to have our judges be ready to judge. They have to, of course, see and listen to what the champions say, and I think they're getting that ready. And as well as we can see now some images from
our virtual champion.
Dubai, yeah.
You can see all the judges actually comparing scores. This is happening in London, and this is also happening to our virtual judges. They're probably comparing notes, because there are a lot of things that are in black and white when it comes to these judgings. A lot of it, you have to convince I've judged a few of these championships before, and I know what happens. You have to convince some of the judges, like, oh, I actually do think they deserved a point for that. So it isn't as easy, and when it comes to this level,
that's all.
Yeah, they are very close. So it's not an easy job to be a judge, as we already said.
100%. It's not all black and white. I mean, some of these decisions are really tough, especially as we move along to the championship. We are okay. Also, Andre representing Belgium is at station 4 now, and I think he's getting ready.
There.
Yeah, we just got a call from Curtis that we're almost ready to go.
We're just waiting for the final countdown from Curtis on stage to let them know that they need to start. So we're just going to wait for that.
We are about to start.
We're missing someone on station 2, so there's already drama today.
He was here just 5 seconds ago. I mean, I think it's stress of the last minute. You're there already. You think you're about to go, and then you think, oh, bloody hell, I forgot something back at my station.
There's Ron.
To run, right?
Oh,
station 2.
and he's here. He made it just in time for his round 2 of a coffee tasting.
Dre, where's Dre?
Just looking for champions now, so we're still missing Dre. I think he might have also run out to get a last-minute prop.
There you go.
Murtha.
There you go. Water and cups.
Murtha on station 3 is ready. He's ready, he's prepared. Station 2 prepared, Station 4 prepared as well, and then we also have Tabitha joining us virtually from our Coffee Tuesday.
All right, champions. So this round we have on Station 1 again, Kavita representing Qatar. Station 2 we have Ron representing Saudi. Station 3, Murtha representing Turkey. Station 4, Dre representing Belgium. Champions, if you are ready, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand so I can see that you are ready to compete. Ready? Ready? Dre, are you ready? I don't see your hand. Dre, okay, Dre, one moment. One moment, it's fine. Getting everything sorted.
Exactly. Things can go really
Dre
well.
was waiting for his paper
Some
filter,
filters, it looks
so
like.
you definitely
Okay,
need that.
Dre
for your
is ready.
Coffee
Okay,
Tuesday.
champions, on your marks, get set, begin.
So we're back in round 2 of our coffee storytelling, and we're just here watching all the champions. They just got into it. I think they saw round 1. They saw what happened at the last minute when everyone was trying to get the last facts in their last moment. So you can tell they started with a speed already.
Yes, I can see already Kavita representing Qatar in Dubai. That is also starting to get championship on the screens as all the champions here. The informations these baristas are now delivering are all to them, because that means whatever they say in least a minute is what gives them points, or what it doesn't give them points. So it's essential.
You're so correct. So on Station 2, we have Ron representing Saudi Arabia, and he is brewing espresso roast in a French press. Would you choose espresso roast to brew in a French press? You know, the name lets you know it should be used in an espresso machine. So what flavors can we expect from a French press?
So a really beautiful note that you can get from espresso, no matter how you brew it, is that caramelly, toasty, round flavor, right? So I think French press is just a great way to deliver it, because French press and like highlights and all the that round, really bold notes that are already a classic in espresso. So it just lets them there actually probably highlight them even more than espresso, because it's just a nice cup of coffee.
Ron seems to be really comfortable in front of the judges as well. In the beginning, when he was setting up, I saw there were a little bit of a shaky hands, which obviously can happen. There's a lot of people here, and this is something that you've been preparing for not just weeks, months. But he seems to be really at ease with the judges. He's making a lot of eye contact. He's just about to press his French press, which means that 4-minute timer went off, and then he's going to go through the 4 stages of coffee tasting.
For example, Ron right now we can hear is exactly mentioning the 4 fundamentals of brewing coffee. So he just mentioned the temperature of the water, just mentioned how much coffee you put in the French press and how much water. So I think all those points are just getting on with him. So.
On Station 3, we have Murtha from Turkey, who is prepared with Verona in a pour-over. So as we said, Verona is already something that we had in round 1, so it'll be interesting to see how Murtha does when it comes to comparing the coffee that the judges already heard. Again, Murtha seems to be confident in front of the judges, and they seem to be looking over and trying to see what's going on with the coffee there. What kind of flavor notes would you expect from a pour-over for Verona?
So I think that all that smokiness that comes from the Italian blend, that is, again, let's rewind the 20% of the Verona blend, it definitely will come out. The pour-over tends to, actually, that's why I think it's a great brewing method. It tends to leave intact most of the aromas and flavor notes that the roasters have developed, and I think that one is definitely something coming out.
As you can see on the live stream, there's a lot of people here trying to see and support our baristas. So that means that we're trying to get through the state, like through the herds of people, and see what our baristas are doing. But again, Murtha seems to be not fazed by the crowds of people. He seems to be at ease, and this is what our barista champions do best. They do know how to handle a crowd.
Another challenge that I think Murtha has is he's actually having a translator, so he's not alone on stage. That actually adds complexity, because whatever you say day, and it needs to be repeated. So it kind of eats time, right? So you just actually don't have the full 10 minutes because some of those are needed for the translator to say again what you just said. So it makes it more complex. Just one thing I wanted to point out that Kabita from Qatar and just competing in Dubai right now is using pie place.
Ooh.
Yes.
What do we know about pie place?
The everyday blend. It was actually, that's another name for pie place, which is everyday blend.
We were actually talking about this in the roastery. You know, EDB on the back. Does it stand for everyday blend or everyday brew?
It stands for everyday blend.
Maybe people on the live stream can let us know what they think.
We can really get the answer.
We'll reveal it later today.
Is everyday brew or everyday blend? Am I like taking you away from the right, astray from the right path and saying you blend but actually it's brew? Who knows? But yeah, so the Pie Place all Latin American coffee blends that from 2008 we started putting everyday, that's why as the everyday ED in our hoppers in the bun brewers. So as brewed coffee, when you come in our store, you ask for just a cup of drip coffee or filter coffee, you definitely will have a cup of Pie Place waiting for you.
Yeah, so what's happening in the room, we have Dre on station 4 as well, representing Belgium, who's also doing a pour over.
5-minute warning.
And a first African coffee I think I've seen today.
I believe it is, yes. So is a bold move or is the right move to do?
I do think it's a nice move from Dre. He again seems to be smiling, he seems to be at ease, but this again, they are professionals. They do this every single day at work with our customers. They know how to entertain a crowd, so they might be nervous on the inside, but you can't tell from the outside.
Shall we go check it out?
Yeah, let's have a look at station 4.
What do you like Kenyan coffee?
I do like Kenya coffee, not necessarily taste-wise, but more so for what the coffee stands for. And he also seems to have some sort of a prop on his station.
Let's go and check it out.
Balancing the spread of our coffee. So why did I use this kind of method?
I think the props.
Dre in store,
Dre.
probably through his
Yeah.
journey as a Green Apron partner. He seems to be, very excited to share his story with all the judges. I wonder, is he going to run out of time though? We have just about 4 minutes left in this round.
And his pour over looks like it needs more filling. So yes, there is some shortage of time here. And again, Station 4 is probably some of the most challenging judges right now, all together in one. So I think they won't be so light onto having the coffee really late in the phases there.
The judges are not giving anything away. You don't actually know how they're feeling right now. They are having their poker face on, even though Dre is trying really hard to make them, smile and trying to get like a reaction out of them. Ooh, Oscar's leaning in, trying to see if the pour over is being poured in a circular motion, which is what we're looking for when it comes to pour over.
Correct. So I'm trying to get some of the information that Dre is sharing right now. I believe it's not. I mean, even more. Let's repeat it. It's not an easy task, right? Just in front of so many people, cameras, friends that came straight from, in this case, Belgium, but all places in Europe to come and visit you and support you. Looking where you tell your story is just not an easy task.
We again have Marathon on Station 3. Speaking to the judges, they are tasting their coffee at the moment, and I think they're about to smell, which again doesn't leave them a lot of time to do in 10 minutes if they're only just now smelling the coffee.
Yes. So I'm guessing because I read it, but let's say I'm guessing the scoring sheet, there definitely will be also some scoring given to the 4 steps of coffee tasting. In Starbucks, we have 4 steps when we taste coffee. We always start with a smell, so we want to smell all the aromas that come out of the freshly brewed cup, and then we slurp. Slurping is that sound that as a kid you were told not to do when you're eating soup. And that helps spraying all the information, all the coffee around your taste buds in the mouth. So you're getting all the information you need, and then you locate. So you try to understand what part of the tongue and of your mouth coffee hits, So for acidity, for body, and you actually want to slurp a couple of times because once is never good enough. I mean, the first one usually you concentrate on one of the points, so let's say body, then slurp again, acidity. You try to divide and conquer, right? And then the last and fourth step of coffee tasting is describe. So you want, as they're doing, describe what you're drinking.
And they just gotten their 1 minute warning, which means that they only have 1 minute left. Dre is only just now pouring the coffee, so he has 1 minute to make sure that the judges actually taste the tasting notes of what's going on. It looks like station 2.
It's finished.
The judges are clapping, so that means that they must be near the finish time. He seems to, with his props, seem to create a siren, which is really interesting, and I haven't seen this done before in any barista championship. And Marathon also looks close to the finish, so let's see station 2, what is going on there with Ron.
Few seconds left. We really hope that all what was to say has been said, because even from Dubai, they're still writing down. So.
Very sure, but Ron seems to be the one that's closest to finishing his storytelling moment. Marathon and Dre especially, it looks like they're still in the middle of a story. And I'm just looking at Curtis, and I think he's going to announce the end of the round any time now.
And that is time. Champions, please end your coffee tasting. Please step away from your station, and thank you. Great round, everyone. Thank you, champions. For the next round, could we please make sure that we have Dawa, Samaya, Jahara, and Amelia prepping their coffee and making their way to their stations as soon as they can. Thank you.
Bravo, Muratan.
Are you ready? Go and smash it.
Bye.
give us a time?
They're going to give you a countdown.
I'm Connie, by the way. Did we meet yesterday? I think we did. Yes.
Ben, hi. Hi. Nice to meet you, though. Yeah, well done for getting
Are
here.
you both support? Yes, I am.
Oh.
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
My daughter.
Ben, sorry, very soon.
My daughter has done this work. My daughter has a coffee soon, right?
That's okay.
Oh, she's gonna be fine. You do this every day. Yeah. We're just like anything in the store. Pretend like we know nothing.
All right, station 1. We have Dawa representing Bahrain. And station 2, we have Samaya representing Jordan. On station 3, we have Jahara representing Oman. And on station 4, we have Amelia representing Denmark. All champions are about to be at their stations. So I can do a check to make sure everyone's ready. So, station 1, Dawa, are you ready? Station 2, Samaya, are you ready? Hand up, please. Yes. Station 3, Jahar, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ready. And station 4, Amelia, are you ready? All right.
All ready.
Champions, begin.
So our champions just started their round 3. We have all 4 champions here in person for this round. We have station number 1, Dava representing Bahrain. Station number 2, we have Samaya representing Jordan. Station number 3 is Jahara representing Oman. And then station number 4, Amelia representing Denmark. So we're currently at station number 1. You can see Dava with Bahrain. What coffee is Dava doing? Can you see?
Sumatra.
It's in a French press as well.
It's in a French press as well. So during our time in Amsterdam, we actually had some sessions where we were just going around and asking the champions what the coffee was. And I'm pretty sure to remember that Dawa said Sumatra was for coffee because it reminded her of the region and the coffee, the flavors that she was getting as a child. So it's with
the other champions actually said that Sumatra is their favorite coffee. So we can see that the press is already pressed. That means the coffee is ready, it's brewed. She will probably start pouring for the judges soon. She seems to be doing a bit of a conversation with the judges. They were taking selfies before it started, so again, she was probably trying to get those brownie points from those judges. Again, she seems to be very comfortable. She doesn't seem to be nervous at all. She's smiling, so she looks very well prepared.
And yeah, so in this station, the judges, all the judges today are coffee masters. Yes.
Are they?
All of them. So Connie from Ops, Zarea. Do you know that judge? We'll have to interview him.
We will have to try and get him later.
Yes, to know more about all the judges.
Exactly.
We also have a 4th person here listening to Dawa, which is that supporter. So most of these partners actually are followed by their supporters these 3 days, and it's beautiful, I think, because they actually have a little piece of their home stores with them as they go through the championship.
On station number 2, we have Samaya representing Jordan, who's doing a Kenya coffee tasting, and I believe she's doing that in a Chemex. So we're going to try and see and listen what's going on. Samaya is really comfortable when it comes to public speaking. We've met her when we were in Amsterdam, and she has really that charisma when it comes to actually getting you like drawn into the story that she's telling. And I think she's doing that with the judges at the moment. They're already tasting, so I think she's doing good for time. Let's see if we can try and gauge what the judges are thinking.
So just to be sure again, Kenya, it's a really, I think, I wouldn't say it's a tough choice, but it's a choice that has to be pondered really well, especially when it comes to brewing method. Kenya, I think, is one of the most beautiful coffees in our core lineup. We source every day beautiful, beautiful, beautiful coffees from Kenya, and with amazing flavors. Usually tending towards grapefruit and raspberries and red berries. So our flavors there are really sparkling in acidity, are really clean in flavor. Using a Chemex as she's using takes all those notes up.
Samaya's also not using any props like we've seen all the other champions, and I have to say I quite like that. I like that she's letting the coffee speak for itself. That's exactly what I did when I was competing. I think it is nice to kind of keep it simple, go back to the basics, and just talk about the coffee.
I totally agree on that. I think props are useful up until a certain point. I think the story needs to be there. Props shouldn't be enough to help tell your story, but not to distract you. So if you are scared of that might distract the judges, great to go without them.
And you can see the judges are smiling, so we are definitely getting that charisma from Samaya coming through as she did it all week with us.
I think Samaya has a great charisma and great energy, positive vibe. So definitely.
And this is where she's going to shine. Yeah.
I agree, absolutely.
On station number 3, we have Johara representing Oman, and she is doing Ethiopia in a French press.
So Ethiopia, which I think is our second African coffee we seen today. Ethiopia, let's remind everyone the born place of coffee. And so one of the region there I also feel really attached to because of that. Ethiopia sometimes can give us amazing, delicate, exclusive flavors such as bergamot and flowers and black tea that definitely won't be left aside in these coffee tasting.
And Johara seems to have some sort of a calendar in terms of why is Ethiopia a special coffee. So all of these champions got to choose the coffee that they want to do for this coffee tasting section. So hopefully she's doing a bit of storytelling as to why she chose this coffee, why is this coffee special to her. She seems to be, again, doing really well in front of the judges. She's smiling. And again, we said already, the judges are no easy people to please. They know what they're talking about. They're all coffee masters. They know their facts, so there's no way that we're getting past them without knowing all the facts.
100%. And I think it's also beautiful to see each of these champions to shine on stage. I mean, because in the past days, and that happens with everyone. I mean, each of us have different personalities. It's beautiful to see that how some of them change so much through competition. Like they get focused, they start to be engaging. So it's beautiful to see how that personality slightly change through competition.
And speaking of personality, on station number 4, we have Emilia representing Denmark, who's doing a house blend on a French press. So this is our first house blend. Amelia is no stranger, again, to public speaking. She loves the camera. She loves to be, center of attention, as we found out in the past 3 days that we spent with the champion. She is currently, they're already tasting coffee as well, which is good because they only have less than 5 minutes now to go. There's loads of supporters around Amelia. So I see some Denmark flags as well. So there's definitely some people that came to support Amelia. But let's see if we can gauge from the judges. Again, they're not giving anything away.
Yeah, really focusing on the score sheets right now. Also, I mean,
see Oscar is really writing down some notes. So.
Also, I think it's what they should do to be really focusing on that scoring sheets, because if they don't get something, even if the partner said it, they won't score it. The points won't be given. So they need to be focusing 100% on what they're scoring and what they're not.
And if you don't believe us, just look at Malachi's apron. Look at the amount of pins that are on his aprons. He has done all of Coffee Academy. He's a coffee master. He knows exactly what all of our coffees are about. So Amelia, and I see him smiling. So Amelia is definitely trying to get, all those fun facts in there. Actually, all of our champions and all stations are going very simple with the props in this round, which is again really nice to see, I think.
Yeah. So House Blend, I think it is another coffee that can give you a lot of opportunity to talk about the history of the blend. It's almost like an everyday blend, but for your house. So
it is, and House Blend is actually, it set the force for our blenders and how we blend coffees even up to this day. It used to be, house blend used to be in our espresso machines back in the day before we had espresso rows. So that's why the name house blend comes from.
I think sometimes if you feel like fun, you definitely should try through espresso. It's an amazing roast. It's a medium roast. It's all Latin American coffees. In espresso, I think it just comes out as balanced as possible.
Just looking at Curtis, who's any minute going to announce that they only have 1 minute left. I'm just looking at the stations, and people are writing stuff down. They're tasting their coffee, so hopefully they're not going to struggle with the amount of time that they have left, because 10 minutes is really not a lot of time to do a coffee tasting.
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's a lot of things again that you can say, but you have to choose the right ones, because some of them they might not give you any scoring, and that's the thing. Something that might happen to everyone. I mean, it's you can say up to a certain amount of thing in 10 minutes. So, what if you miss some critical scoring point information?
See the judges writing stuff down.
1 minute remaining. Final minute, champions.
We've just heard from Curtis, it's 1 minute remaining.
1 minute to bring home the last few points. And as we move through the championship, here becomes more and more crowded. Lots of people that came to visit, to support. Other champions that still need to compete, champions that already have competed, are just going around our champions.
So it looks like Station 1 is almost finished. Station 2 also almost finished. Station 3, it looks to be judges are writing loads of stuff down into the footnotes. And Station 4, Amelia seems to be a bit more stressed now.
I think we just have the last few seconds for each of the champions to get informations. 10 seconds left.
Really down to the wire.
That's it.
Okay, this is it, champions. It's done. Round over. Please step away. Stop talking to the judges. You have done all you can do today. Thank you very much. While the stations are being cleaned, we want to make sure that we have Flora, Raj, Jillian, and Ritu getting their coffee ready and getting to their stations as soon as they can. Thank you very much.
What are you? Champion! What are you going to do? Yeah! So we're just waiting for our next round of our coffee storytelling round. We're gonna have Ireland, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and Austria at the next round. We have met them, we have seen it, we've spent a few days in Amsterdam with them, so we know exactly what these champions are about, but the people online don't. So can you tell us a little bit about the new champions that are coming up in the next round?
I mean, from what we, Bob and I, gathered in the last few days, the next set of champions has nothing to envy to the previous one, but I have to say, some of them are really full of energy. Claudia, for example, I think is a great storyteller, and actually it's one of their just knowing that
they had content creations should be their next calling.
Do you know that Raj is so passionate that he roasts his coffee at home?
Really?
Yes, but of course it's not. I mean, a roaster doesn't come by easily, so you kind of have to imagine alternative ways and kind of become inventive on how to roast coffee at home. So Raj was telling me that he tried it in the oven. It didn't really work, I can imagine, and it's now trying on a pan. It's getting better, but I was with Oscar as well, and we suggested him to try alternative ways on how to roast coffee at home.
We also have Jillian on station number 3. Jillian is probably the shortest contestant that we have. Well, maybe Leonard is up there, who we haven't seen yet. There's a few of them. And we also have the ball pit in here, which says that you can't go into if you're under 4 feet. So, Jillian, we might have to measure you before you go into the ball pit.
Yeah, I mean, I think great power though. Like I think all of the champions we just mentioned, lots of energy, and maybe in a tiny space, but that really like Leonard, Chelsea, I think, and as well Gillian. They can really deliver a lot.
And then we also have Reader on station 4 representing Austria. Reader seems to be more of a dark horse sort of contestant. We don't really know what to expect. She seems a bit more reserved, a bit more calm, which means she probably prepared really well based on my previous experience with like quieter contestants.
It could mean a lot of things. Definitely that's one. I mean, we were discussing in the past few days expectations, or what we think champions might have done, achieved, and so forth. And we both agree that some of the best champions we've seen in the past years were champions that normally are not really talkative, are really shy on a like a day-to-day basis. But then when they go on stage, they just line up and they just sparkle up and just have a lot of stories, they're skilled, and they want to shout them. You can't really tell until you're there.
That's very true, and you don't have to be extroverted to be a champion. You could be introverted, you could be more shy. That doesn't mean that you won't be a good champion. It just means you need to dial it up when it comes down to it. You need to be able to kind of share your story and make other people care, which all our champions already proven they can do when they won their national championships.
So as looking at our table sheet, I can tell. Oh, we're almost there. I can tell that all the coffees we're gonna see are coffees that we already have seen in previous championships. So the coffees we're having today, right now with these 4 next champions are Pike Place.
The next round is about to begin. So at Station 1, let's meet our champions this round. At Station 1, we have Clodagh representing Ireland. Woo! At Station 2, we have Raj representing Kuwait. At Station 3, we have Gillian representing the United Arab Emirates. And at Station 4, we have Ritu representing Austria. If you are ready, can I please have your hands up, champions? Hands up. Gillian, can I have your hands up, please? Are you ready? Okay, please begin.
So we're in the next round. I believe this is round 4. We're starting with Clodagh in station number 1, representing Ireland, and Clodagh is the first one doing an AeroPress today.
I think also we're the only one doing our press today. Yeah. So could be a really bold choice, and to play to her strength, or maybe like penalize her. We really don't know. We can't tell. I mean, there's a method that, for example, the judges might not have seen before. I mean, you don't know.
That's true, but Claudia's not the one to come unprepared. She usually knows what she's doing, and she is very prepared. And you can tell she's starting to pour hot water into her coffee, and she's doing Pike Place.
So, just to talk a bit about the method itself, as we went through Pike Place before, this method, actually, it was invented not too long ago. I'm checking my notes because a lot of dates, but 2005, it's when these brew methods were patented by a Stanford student, and he wanted a cup which was less acid, less complex to make in the morning. And he created this kind of a syringe-looking like method that can be actually used in a lot of different ways. So the way Clodagh is using it right now, she add the coffee in. So the method is like a syringe. You put a paper filter on the bottom, so still paper filtration. So that takes out a bit of the oil and makes the cup a bit cleaner and less acid. And then she added the coffee. Water, usually the ratio can change, so we usually 1 to 10, 1 to 15. It depends on what you want to achieve, and that's what one of the greatest things about this method. And then she put the top of the syringe on. That keeps the coffee brewing, creating a vacuum, so the coffee stays in touch with water for as long as Clodagh or anyone wants. And then once she's ready to brew it, she's going to press down to extract the coffee.
She brought her own AeroPress because this is not a standard in our store, so you can see she brought her own AeroPress, she brought her own reusable cup to brew it in, and I think she has her own espresso shot glasses as well, and a little board to kind of illustrate her Pike Place to help with her storytelling. So you can tell that she's going into the story a little bit more, she's making eye contact with the judges, so I'm sure she's going to do really, really well. On station 2, we have Raj, representing Kuwait, who's doing also house blend that we saw just a round before, but this time in a Chemex.
So Raj, as I was saying before, he really loves his coffee. He even tried to. I think it's a great point for a leader in coffee. Or a coffee master that leads coffee knowledge in their store. Raj even tried to explain alternative processing methods to his store partners. Basically, he took a little gem jars and added green coffee to it, and then add water and salt, water and bacteria, waters and yeast from yogurt. So to try to explain to his fellow partners how processing methods affect coffee flavor. I think it's a great point of initiative to try to explain something like that to your partners.
And Raj is using a specific Chemex filter paper, which you have to, and it is unbleached. We talked about this before. What's the difference between bleached and unbleached filters?
So the unbleached filter has a bit of more peppery notes when you start brewing, so you really want to wet the filter really well before you start brewing to take away all the peppery informations. But the grainy of it helps giving you a bit more texture when it comes to the actual final cup.
So Raj is just putting the water into his Chemex in a circular motion. You can see the judges are trying to see the scales and making sure that he is using the correct proportion of water to coffee. Again, Raj seems to be very natural in front of the camera and in front of the judges. He's smiling, he's making eye contact, he's making them laugh. So again, all of our champions, they are professionals. They know what they're doing.
100%. If we look at station 3, we see Gillian that's just started to ask the judges to smell the coffee.
I can't see Gillian because she is about 4 feet, but yeah, she is in there, and she again chose pike place in a French press. And once again, I love the fact that they are not going ham with the props. They are trying to keep it simple, go back to basics, and letting the coffee speak for itself. So Gillian again is making eye contact with the judges. She seems to be very confident in front of the camera. She's making eye contact. Let's see if we can see the faces of the judges.
I'll say really captured by all the stories that Gillian is sharing. Now they're tasting. So on tasting points, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
We're about halfway through.
Curtis just called it 5 minutes. So as they really smart. So to make it more personal, Gillian is actually also calling out judges by the name. So the judges have the name tag. So Gillian is interacting with them, is engaging with them to a personal level. Like, Victoria, tell me what you think, and so forth. So I think that's a great point to make it personal and also to score points. And go into points when they taste. There are a few informations that are really key to score points. You need to describe acidity, describe body, aroma, flavor. If you, by any chance, because you are engaged and you try to say everything's possible, you forget one of this, again, not scoring points. And 1 point can make the difference at the end, really.
That is very true. And then we have on station 4 Reader representing Austria. Reader is doing a Kenya pour over. So this is, I think, the third Kenya that we've had already in the coffee storytelling section. So let's have a look and see what's happening at station 4. It seems to be, like I expected, very calm, very, very mindful, very cutesy. So we are trying to kind of see if Reader's personality comes through, which it always does. She again is making eye contact with the judges, and you know what I've noticed is judges on station number 4, I haven't seen a smile from them. They are very tough. They're not giving anything away.
No, I mean, this is nerve-wracking. But if we look at what Reader's doing, I can see some props here, and actually really helpful. So I've seen in so many different competitions how effective and helpful when it comes to scoring is to visualize with images flavors, and it's what Rita's doing. She had prop onto her table to be sure that the judges know that her coffee, for example, could taste of strawberries, or I can see here raspberries and so forth, right? So that, even though she still needs to say it, and that's key for her to score points, it kind of can be unhelpful for her. If she forgets something, she still can go back, look, and maybe get inspired to say, did I say everything? I think that's a great move as a competitor.
And you can tell she has the judges captivated as well, because they're not writing stuff down, they're keeping their eyes on her. So her storytelling really must be coming through. So again, she's smiling, she's making eye contact with them. And I wonder, the coffee that she chose, which is Kenya, it must have a special relation to her story.
Tell us more.
Well, you can see on the prop that she has there, it seems to be something that I can see elephants on the story, which is something that we know from the sizing of the beans of Kenyan beans is.
Is what Kenya is graded by AB. So when we buy coffee, we buy coffee based also on the size, because different sizes roast differently in the drum of the roaster. So we want to have sizes, all of this beans of all the same sizes. Kenya we buy, as I was saying before, is so high in quality that we mostly buy AA beans. So the biggest we can find for have density, to have flavor, to have a great body and mouthfeel when it goes into the cup.
So we have about a minute and a half. I think we're going to get the minute warning anytime soon. I'm just looking at our stations. Everyone seems to be wrapping up, so they're doing well for time. Woo! Once again, they only have 10 minutes to do their coffee
Rita's
tasting.
done.
Ooh.
Rita just claps. Rita's done. I mean, she finished even before the time was out. I think that's a great thing to save point.
That is a good place to be in when you finish your coffee tasting before the timer even goes off. We can see station number 1, 2, and 3. They're still trying to get those last minutes facts in. I wonder when we're going to get the final buzzer, but I can tell that Raj
1 minute remains.
is trying to get his last facts in. They're trying to get one last sip of coffee, and they only have 1 minute remaining.
1 minute to go, where the last information can be shared. You might have forgotten to say about Pike Place, that it's in every store, or how Pike Place means, what Pike Place means for you when you are brewing it, because it reminds you. Pike Place is one of my favorite coffee because it reminds me of when I was opening stores in London 10 years ago. Everyone is linked to their coffee in a different way, and I think it's key to use these last few drops of seconds to say those things, because those are all good ways to score points.
And they really only have seconds left. Curtis is just about to announce that.
Curtis is almost there. I can tell we're looking at the last few seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That is it. Round over. Please, champions, step away from your station. Thank you, champions. All right, in the next round, we need to make sure that Carmen, Patrick, Marwa, and Veronica are getting their coffees prepped into their stations as soon as possible. Thank you.
We have a next round coming, but before we do, I actually saw a last winner from the UK, Andrew. Welcome. For those of you who don't know, Andrew, do you want to introduce yourself to our live stream viewers?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Andrew Keegan, and I was the 2023 UK champion.
And you know exactly what these contestants are going through right now. Can you share a little bit of insights into how they're probably feeling right now?
Okay, honestly, I'm here just as an observer, and I'm still feeling the nerves, for them, because I know just how much pressure they're under. I know what they're going through, but it's an amazing experience. And the thing I keep telling everybody I walk into is you've done all this work, you know everything that you need to know, and just go for it.
Our champions also visited the Amsterdam roasting plant a few days ago. I'm sure you've been there. Can you give us a little bit of insights of what they probably saw? You know, what is something that you saw that was really inspiring or something that you want to share?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was probably one of my favorite experiences during this because, so as a barista in store, you know so much about your last 10 feet, you know about the origins and the people behind the coffee, where it comes from. But that middle step is kind of the less, or the bit that's kind of least told about. So it was really, really amazing to kind of see behind that curtain. And they showed us everything. The thing that kind of amazed me was just how efficient it is, because the place, you imagine this massive place for all of EMEA, but it's like, it's a warehouse, but it's like modestly sized, and they just pumping it through because they're so efficient with what they do. And be able to see and doing like the tasting sessions, we did basically a tasting session about identifying kind of where you feel different characteristics of coffee on your tongue. And we know, like, you know, the dip are like the sides salty and sour and stuff like that, but where that actually was positioned on my tongue particularly, I learned that it wasn't where I thought it was. So that helped me going forward identifying characteristics of coffee just in normal coffee things.
We're just getting our champions set up on their stations. We have, I can see some of them are ready. Some of them are still running around. Do you remember the stress from the competition?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. But like, I remember that 10-minute warning kicked in, and I'm like, okay, oh God, it's real, oh God.
10 minutes is, we've said this before, 10 minutes is not a lot of time to do a coffee tasting.
It's not. That's the toughest bit, because we all know so much, they all know so much about this coffee they've been prepping for a long time, but just to kind of choose the key elements that you need to share and what you want to talk about, that's like a skill in itself, right?
Thanks so much, Andrew. We're just getting our baristas ready on their stations. I think they're all there, with Carmen on station number 1 representing Spain. We have Patrick on station number 2 representing Czechia. I think we have Marva on station number 3 from Egypt, and we have Veronica representing Slovakia, which is actually where I'm from. So thankfully I'm not judging because I would be a bit biased. So I think we're just making sure they're set up, and then we're going to jump straight in and see what they're doing. Just out of curiosity, what coffee did you do for your signature coffee tasting when you were competing?
So I did Ethiopia as mine. That was my choice. I did an Ethiopian popcorn latte for my signature beverage, and yeah, it's just amazing coffee. Yeah.
And what brewing method did you do for yours?
So I did the AeroPress, and I have seen one AeroPress.
Another round
I'm happy to see that, because it's
please make sure that judges are at their stations. I see champions, which is great, but we need judges as well. So, we're going to introduce our champions this round. At Station 1, we have Carmen representing Spain. At Station 2, we have Patrick representing Czechia. At Station 3, we have Marwa representing Egypt. And at Station 4, we have Veronica representing Slovakia. Champions, if you are ready, can you please put up a hand so I can see that we can begin? Champions, are you ready? Hands up. Hands up. All right. 3, 2, 1, begin.
So we have our next round of coffee storytelling.
Hello again, and ready for the, what was it, 5th?
I think it is our 5th round.
5th round. I mean, this is going really fast, but also it feels, even though it's 10 minutes by 10 minutes, and especially for the stress they make me also feel, it feels like there's already 5 hours I'm doing this. So in the time where you weren't here, I even went and tried to get some coffee from previous champions. Great, amazing cups. So what we have in here now?
So on station number 1, we have Carmen representing Spain, who is doing a French press of Guatemala. So she already started. She's making, making those connections with those judges. Oh, we seem to be. She's showing coffee beans to the judges to make sure that they can see.
It's volcanic rock.
It's made simple, so
Whoa.
Yes.
How did Carmen get her hands on a volcanic rock?
So I have no idea, but I would say, so Carmen is originally from Spain. So there might be some volcanic territories in southern Spain where she's from, but also, I mean, we have volcanoes quite around the southern part of Europe. So I guess she went and see that, but it's really cool. She brought some volcanoes stored here. Can we guess why?
Well, I would
Guatemala.
assume as she's using Guatemalan coffee, which is a coffee known for being grown near volcanic soil, and this kind of influences the flavor of the coffee. So I guess that is why Carmen has chosen to brought that.
So Carmen is the first champions today, bringing Guatemala for the tasting. Guatemala, as Bob rightfully said, so we name it Guatemala Antigua. Antigua is a city in Guatemala, but also kind of gives the idea of a region. And Antigua is in the center of 3 volcanoes, which is called, I'll read it because I want to forget it, Agua, Fuego, and Acatenango, which definitely giving the amazing chocolatey, round, juicy notes that Guatemala Antigua has in our cups.
I'm just looking at station number 2, where we have Patrick from Czechia competing for the second time in the EMEA Barista Championships. So this is his second time competing. We know that he knows the pressure, he knows what this feels like, and Patrick is doing Sumatra French press. So this isn't our first Sumatra, and it isn't our first French press, but let's see if we can see there's a lot of people next to Patrick at the moment.
So Patrick was also the champion from Czechia from last year, right? Maybe later we can ask what he brought last year as a coffee and ask why he changed it, stuck to it, any kind of decision. Because I mean, I think experience it kind of also plays a huge deal. If you have been through this already, it kind of can get, it's a learning experience as well, because you learn what to do, what not to do. So it'd be really cool to maybe later grab him on the side and ask how he changed his strategy based on previous experiences, right?
Hopefully he'll learn a thing or two from last year, and he's going to use that to his advantage. He seems to be, again, very comfortable in front of the judges. He's making a lot of eye contact. They just slurp the coffee, so they just are going through the second and third steps of coffee tasting. So he's doing okay for time at the moment. So maybe that is something that he learned from last year.
100%, I guess, because we are not even at the 5 minutes mark, and he's already tasting coffee. I guess this is because he definitely will then go through the storytelling more in depth after. Yeah, he won the coffee tasting of 6 minutes, but the fact that he's not even at 5 minutes and he's already tasting coffee, it's a great advantage.
And let's see, so he is doing Sumatra coffee, which I wonder if he's going to mention the backyard farming that is so common for Sumatra coffee farmers.
Yes, so different regions have extremely different way to grow coffee, process it, ship it. And Sumatra is a region. I mean, is an area in the Asiatic Pacific region that it's famous to have really small holders. Now we usually, if we look for example at Rwandan, Ethiopian producers, we also took in small holders. And we have 5 minutes, but yeah, to go back to the point, if you're looking at African producers sometimes, we're talking at small holders, but not as small as Sumatra. Sumatra, we're talking at people that have literally might have 5-10 trees in the backyards, and they sell that, and that's all they have in coffee. And that's all get brought to a mill station and get processed there, right? So they don't process themselves.
Yeah, thank you. So we're just moving to station number 3, where we have Marva representing Egypt. So Marva is doing a Guatemala on a French press, and it looks like they've already drank the coffee because half of it is missing from the French press.
They're great now. They're just grabbing the coffee, smelling. So Marwa, I think, has one of the most beautiful energies in this group of 38 champions. It's so inspiring. The smile and the excitement she has, even before competing. She came to our table and she was jumping and so excited to be able to compete and finally release all the stress that she might be accumulating for the past weeks, right?
You're so right, and also our champions, especially the ones that are currently on all the 4 stations, their first language isn't always English, so we have to give them props because it's one thing to do coffee tasting for a group of people, knowing you're being judged, knowing you're competing, but to do it in a language that isn't your first language, you really need to, articulate these intricate details. It really, springs to mind how talented these champions are.
100%. As well, though, it kind of comes to help to them, I guess, the fact that, especially in this particular stage of the championship, judges are not asking any questions. So whatever the competitors are saying will score them points. If they forget something, judges won't ask a single thing. And that kind of can play to their strength, because if they rehearse, as we mentioned before, if they prepare on what they're going to say, definitely that will be an advantage to them, because they'll be able to kind of stage kind of what the conversation will be like.
You're so correct. And speaking of tough judges, as we already established, station number 4 seems to be the one where judges are not letting anything away. So we're going to slowly move to station number 4, where we have Veronica from Slovakia competing. And a coffee of her choice is Colombia, and she's doing a pour-over, I believe.
Let's see. Yes, Chemex. So it's a pour-over method. We can tell that she already is going through tasting right now. So she brewed. I think as well, all these 4 champions are perfectly in time. I mean, we just got the 5 minutes mark, but they all are tasting already coffee. I think all of these, they have it under control, which is amazing. So Veronica with her Colombian Nariño, it's and the Chemex, I think, is trying to highlight notes of spices with his Chemex, kind of that brighty, and that's what Chemex does, right? It takes out that brighty notes out of the coffee, and I think this particular roast, this medium Colombian Nariño roast, spices and walnuts will definitely come out.
And is that a smile I saw on one of the judges' faces? I think that was Louise.
I can see Louise going on a little of a smile right now as she writes down notes, information.
For those of you who don't know, online, Louise, one of the judges, actually is the general manager of the Milan Roastery, where Christian also works at.
Yes. So Louise was also a judge, as Becca was, as Oscar was. They were all judges at the final in Milan. So as it got announced, 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining.
1 minute remaining, and we can already see Marva on station 3 finish her coffee tasting. And as we already established, it's a good thing.
They're already out.
It is a good thing to finish before the finish time, because you are then not left, trying to get the last word in, trying to finish your story. You want to end on a good note. We can already see station number 2, station number 1. We have our champions still talking, as well as station number 4, but they seem to be in good place to finish in time.
Yes, so it's so dramatic that you're done. 30 seconds to go, and I was going to say, the fact that you finished before the time ends, it could be also a signal that you think you said everything, but what if you didn't and you closed it, right? Two are done. Amazing. Station 4
Veronica
finished.
done and Marva done. We just have Carmen and Patrick left, who are finishing their coffee tasting any second now.
In seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and please step away from your stations. Your time is done. Thank you, champions. So we're going to take a 15-minute reset. We're going to make these stations perfect for the next round of champions. Please join us back in 15 minutes. And champions, please go to the champions room. For your break, please be in the champions room. I will call you when you're ready for the next round. Thank you so much. welcome back, everyone. We need to make sure we have champions and judges to stations. The champions are ready, thank you, but I'm not seeing all the judges. There's no judge on station 1. You're judging, okay. All right, so let's introduce our champions for this round. On station 2, we have Misa from Finland. Misa, are you ready? Great, we love that. All right, on station 3, we have Ephemios from Greece. Are you ready, Ephemios? And on station 4, we have Alice from Portugal. Alice, are you ready? All right, in that case, champions, begin.
So we start our next round of the coffee storytelling. We have station number 2, station number 3, and station number 4. At station number 2, we have Misa from Finland, and she is doing a pour over of Verona.
I can 100% remember that Misa is doing Verona because it's one of her favorite coffees. She mentioned that a few times. She loves the smokiness of it. It's for so many of our partners. Verona, it has been the wow moment when they first tried it, because when we started in Starbucks, most of us as new baristas, we're told that coffee has flavors. That coffee tastes like chocolate, tastes like strawberries, and tastes like caramel, and so forth. But then the first time, coffee just tastes like coffee, and you can't really tell what flavors you are perceiving. But then you, at some point, keep going trying it, you have your, whoa, so that's what it's about, and that's what flavor you're talking about. And most of our partners have that with Verona. Chocolate, smokiness, like chocolate truffle, dark chocolate, it's all there, and at some point it just struck you.
And it also looks like Misa is pouring over ice.
Wow, that's a really, really nice move. So she's not describing proportions, right? So when you brew over ice, normally you would divide your ratio water amongst hot water, which is when you pour over coffee, and ice. So you want the coffee to be fully extracted when it reaches the bottom canister, the bottom vessel.
You see her pouring water in circular motion on top of her pour over, and the judges are watching closely, making sure that this is done how it's supposed to be done. Again, we have said this before, but the judges really know what they're talking about when it comes to all the correct proportions, using the correct water, making sure it's filtered, fresh water, just at the boiling point. And we can see that she is sharing some of her storytelling moments with the judges.
I can see roses. I would guess because, as we mentioned before, Verona, it also has a lot of names, Verona, but it's also named the Lovers Blend because Verona is a city in Italy where Romeo and Juliet was set. Okay, we might have some troubles here. So Misa unfortunately have left the lid on the vessel, so some of the initial brewing it just went out. So hopefully she will still get the full cups for the 3 full cups for the judges to try.
Yeah, because this really could mess up her proportions. So let's hope she has enough water in there to make sure that it's correct. We're slowly going to move to station number 3, where we have Ephemios from Greece, who is doing a pour over of Sumatra, I believe.
So another pour over here, brewing. We might have seen it. You might have seen it before from home, but all the partners here using a pour over brewing method. They have to do one specific thing when they start brewing, which is called blooming. So coffee after roast naturally absorbs CO2. So when you do a pour-over method where you have water dropping over coffee, you want all that CO2 to be out of the coffee grounds before you actually start the brewing process. So the way to do that is you start your brewing, pouring the minimal amount of water you need to wet all the coffee you have. Blooming actually, it's related more to flowers, but in this case it just means that all that CO2 gets out of the coffee beans, and then when you start pouring your actual water for brewing, that all takes the flavor notes out of your coffee?
Ethemeo's chosen Sumatra, which seems to be a lot of our champions' favorite. It's actually also Howard Schultz's favorite coffee. The famous quote about by the third sip I was hooked was actually about Sumatra coffee.
100%. So, working in a roastery as Milan has its perks, which one of them is we often have Howard visiting. And we always try to have a bag of Sumatra ready for him because, as Bob said, he literally loves these coffee beans. Sumatra is so particular. Usually is semi-washed coffee, so this kind of earthy, mushroomy petrichor notes are always there, and I guess it's what just hooked him. So
you can tell Ethemeos is using the coffee bag to his advantage with his judges. So when he is mentioning his storytelling technique, sometimes the coffee bags can actually be helpful. With the example of Sumatra, you can see the Sumatran tiger on the coffee, which is not only denoting the exotic features of the coffee, but also talking about the heritage of Sumatran's farming, and we've already mentioned the backyard farming situation in Sumatra. So it's really interesting when champions do this. In station number 4, we have Alice representing Portugal, who's doing a French press of Pike Place, I believe. So we're slowly going to move there. What can you tell us about Pike Place?
Well, Pike Place was developed in 2008. Actually, it was developed by a really good friend of mine, which is called Brad Anderson. Brad Anderson is one of the 2 global master roasters Starbucks have. So in Starbucks, we have some significant role, all based in Seattle, that define the roasting curves and flavor notes of our coffees every single year, every single coffee. And 2 of these key roles, it's global master roasters. There are 2. One is called Brian, one is called Brad. Brad used to be the master roaster in Milan when we first opened the roastery. So we worked alongside a bit. I get told some really nice secrets or like even tweaks on how we can roast our coffees, and definitely that experience goes long ways. Brad is a 27 years old partner that started in the company way long ago, and he had developed Pike Place as a blend.
And Alice also has some sort of props on her station. I'm not sure what they are. She hasn't revealed yet.
What a prop.
She has less than 5 minutes remaining. So let's hope she gets. She has like colored cards on her station, which I'm hoping there'll be like a big reveal moment with the judges.
She also has a book. The book is by our very own Howard Schultz, one of the founders, and it's Onward. And I think she's going now to reveal her props. Which
first card said love, so I wonder if there's going to be some specific code words. The next one is confidence.
Wow, I think it's a great testing to reveal things throughout your coffee testing. Just keeps the engagement high because you're interested to know what's more.
Yeah, let's remember that these judges have to see upwards of 10 different champions.
I see some
so they have to make sure that their coffee tastings are memorable with the judges.
I totally agree. And by judging by the the mean trio, which is always serious.
The mean trio is their new name.
Which is always really serious. They're all really smiling right now. So I think they're pretty hooked just to keep using the same word.
Not to say that if they're not smiling, they're not doing well. They just like to have a poker face on our judges, you know. We're going to move back to station number 3 with Ethemeos, where the judges are now tasting his coffee, which again, as a reminder, Sumatra pour-over. And again, judges are smiling. It looks like, you know, they're doing well for time. I think we're going to have an announcement soon on how much time we have left. No, we don't. But Misa seems to be doing okay on station 2 as well.
Testing now, yeah. So Misa told me that there's a lot of partners that might know this, but Misa told me that a way to say cheers in Finnish is kippis. So yeah. So kippis to her tasting as she tries with judges Verona.
So we have seen one of our champions already finished. Misa has a minute left, which means she really needs to finish her coffee tasting Hopefully she had enough water in there because we know she had a bit of a trouble with her pour.
I think a great skill of our champions to be ready to change your strategy if something doesn't go according to plan, and Misa just showed she can.
That is a true quality of a barista champion that our judges will be looking for when trying to find the 2024 EMEA Barista Champion.
And Misa's also already done as well.
The only one left is Alice from Portugal on station 4. And they're all done.
This round is complete. Thank you very much, champions. We're gonna reset. And up next, we make sure we're gonna have Julia, Victoria, Venosha, and Gaia at their stations when they are ready. Thank you.
So we are here with Sumaya from Jordan. That she competed just in the previous session, couple of quarters back. So how are you feeling?
I feel really good, excited.
How do you feel about your competition? Anything you would have done differently? Are you happy with your results, with what you achieved, what you said?
So yes, now actually after talking to Barb, yeah, let the coffee speak for itself is pretty much, making me feel like, yeah. But there's always something I can improve, you know what I mean? So,
yes.
And plus I'm a pretty self-critique of myself, so yeah.
Okay. I mean, we had the chance to be around what you were talking, and then we saw that they're just really engaged. So it definitely must have done something really, really right, because they were just captivated by what you were saying. So congrats. Yeah.
Can I do an interview real quick?
An interview?
All right.
What do you mean?
So how are you feeling?
Who is Bob the Roast? I'm
we're
feeling
here with Christine,
yes.
one of the master roasters.
I was a roaster.
Right, but then you became...
I became...
you said operational, right?
Operation Service Manager in Milan, yes.
Pretty cool. And then we have Barbara. Cool.
Are you looking forward to the afternoon signature beverage round?
Yes.
Can you give us without telling us what your beverage is, can you give us a sneak peek of what your beverage is going to include?
Yes. So it's going to have one of the main Arabian spices, which is cardamom. Right.
Ooh.
Wow. Question. How many samples will you make? Just the 3 for the judges?
So the beverage actually that I have can come hot, frappuccino, ice shaken, ice, everything, right? But obviously in 10 minutes, I'm not going to be able to do all those options. But the best option is probably the ice shaken. So I'm thinking maybe do 3 ice shakens, right?
Lovely.
Can't wait to see
looking
that.
forward to try it.
And then there's like orange zest. It just gives that espresso,
Nice. Sparkling it up.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much,
really looking forward.
Thank you.
All judges and champions to their stations, please. Alright, we are about to begin. Let's introduce the champions going on in this round. So, at station 1, we have Julia representing Netherlands. Are you ready, Julia? Hand up, big cheer. I think that's a yes. All right, on station 2, we have Victoria from Poland. Victoria, are you ready? Hand up if you're ready, Victoria. Thank you. And on station 3, we have Venosha from Norway. Vinosha, are you ready? Hand up, please. Thank you. And on station 4, we have Gaia representing Italy. Gaia, are you ready? All right, champions, you may now begin.
All right, so we're now through to our 7th round of the coffee storytelling.
I mean, I can tell that the stress amongst the champions is getting a bit lower as they already competed, because the room is now filling up with champions that already have competed. So that I think that mind a bit more free allows them to be there for school now.
So station number 1, we have Julia representing the Netherlands. Julia is doing a Verona and a drip method. She said she brought it herself, so I don't know if it's a specific drip method. Let's try and see if we can see it on the stage.
So these brewing method, as you can see, you might be able to see from camera, it's really different from a lot of things you might have seen before. So this method is a V60. It's called like that because the angle that the pour-over is making is a 60-degree angle, and it has.
I didn't know that's why it's called V60. It's a fun fact for you.
And it has little scraping towards around the pour-over to be sure that water runs through it really easily. And before it reaches the vessel on the bottom, there is a little bowl. You can see it. It's a golden bowl that I imagine Julia has been putting in freezer. So that helps. That helps for aromas, because as soon as the coffee goes down from the pour over, it touches a nice element that spikes up all the aromas, all the volatiles. It just goes straight into your nose.
And Julia is also very knowledgeable. We were just in the Amsterdam roasting plant and we were doing a cupping session, and they didn't tell us what was different about the coffee. And Julia tasted the coffee and she said, I know that as a reheated coffee, as a mother, I know that coffee's been through the microwave. And it has. She guessed it.
So yeah, I think Julia is really greatly skilled, and choosing a method that it's not common, I think gives her a great deal of information to share. Also want to point out, this is not a method that gives a cold ice cup. That ice pour in the middle of the brewing method, it just helps with the aromas. It doesn't affect the actual final temperature. The temperature at the end is going to be still hot coffee. Great choice, great choice.
So we're going to move to station number 2, where we have Victoria representing Poland. And Victoria is doing a pike place in a French press. So interesting choice. I feel like we've had a lot of pike place today.
We had a lot of pike place. We didn't have as many French presses though. I think
everyone's trying to pull out the the fun stuff.
Yeah, but I also think back to what you said before and what the champion said before. Go and let the coffee speak for yourself, because what we're looking at Victoria right now, we can see that she has chosen no props, so she has nothing really going on around in props, in images and similar, but there is just a French press and the coffee and 4 cups.
And that's not to say that French press isn't an interesting choice. It just seems to be, the one that most people are familiar with. So the champions are reaching for other brewing methods. However, there is some, beauty and simplicity, and we love, you can really tell the tasting notes in a French press as well.
I agree, and that's also why each store in the whole world, if you're in Starbucks, you have a French press that you're coffee tasting with, because it's a great brewing method. It's just really easy, it's approachable, and it doesn't take I don't know, an engineering degrees to brew. I mean, it's really approachable. Water.
And I love that she's choosing pike place, because it actually, as we said already, was nicknamed the Everyday Blend, and we know that it's popular amongst our customers. It was actually the first coffee that we developed with the help of our customers when it went through into a survey. So we know people love this, and this coffee stood the test of time because we brew it in our stores every single day in our bun brewers and our filter machines.
A really interesting fact about the Victoria Bruna coffee is that she decided not to do a full French press. So that really kind of obliged Victoria to explain ratios. So to explain why and how much water put in comparison to coffee. You can just say fill up the French press with water. You have to say actual grams. Let's move to station number 3.
So in station number 3, we have Anosha representing Norway. She also has a French press, but it's Guatemala. And as we can see at her station, she has some props for us. I see some candles. I see a nice little board. I see some, it kind of looks like Jaffa cakes.
I love this. Look at the candles. Look at and also a little espresso cup that says Starbucks. I have one of those, but big. I never saw the espresso cup version of those cups. The 5 minutes warning just came through, so not much time left. But as well, the prop that Ilusha has speaks about Guatemala so much. As I mentioned before, the three mountains, Agua, Fuego, and let me read it because I will never remember. Acatenango are the three volcans that are in Antigua, and that gives the Guatemala coffee that beautiful notes.
So Venetia is just pouring her coffee for the judges, so they're about to go through the 4 steps of coffee tasting, and they're going to start with smelling the coffee. We do this because we want to make sure that you can get the aroma, because you can only taste so many flavors, but with smell and aromas, there's thousands and thousands of different aromas you can get from a coffee.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely smell a lot more information than taste them. And actually, fun fact, a lot of taste itself is actually just composed by 5 elements, which is salty, sweetness, umami, and so forth. The flavors are still thanks to our olfactory glands, which are the same one that let us smell. So when we taste coffee and we say these taste like raspberries, it's because actually it's our nose helping with that.
How do you think Venetia's looking? Does she look nervous to you, or do you think she feels perfectly ready?
She's now going to taste the coffee with the judges, and she feels really in control and engaging her judges. She is asking them what they think, what they feel, which I think is great because it makes it personal.
So we're slowly going to move to station number 4, where we have Gaia representing Italy. Gaia is doing a French press, again, of Sumatra. So a lot of French presses in this 7th round of our storytelling.
A lot of Sumatra as well, isn't it? Yeah. So Gaia is now still waiting for her French to be...
Gaia hasn't pressed her coffee yet.
French press to be brewed. I think she's ready for the 4 minutes. Differently from... let me remember the name. From Victoria, she brewed a full French press. So that actually is the thing. The great move. She doesn't have to think too much about saying grams of water if she doesn't want to. And she's going now to press. 4 minutes have been passed by.
She's going into the detail of the grind that she used, because as we've mentioned, depending on the brewing method that you're doing, you have to make sure that you are using the correct grind, correct proportions, you're using fresh water, etc. So with French press, the coffee is in contact with water for quite a long time, because just because you brew it and you press the press, the coffee is still kind of in touch with the grinds, because the filter lets the water seep through. So you have to make sure that you have a really coarse grind coffee, because the surface area, you don't want the coffee to get bitter as it's brewing in the water. So Gaia's just pouring her coffee to the judges.
And she also poured some for one of our supporters.
Lucky him.
Lucky him. Yeah. I mean, doing this is great, but it doesn't let us try anything. So to Bart's point, though, yes, coffee which is left now in the French press, it's still brewing somehow, a lot less. But that's also why I always suggest you either pour the whole French press as soon as you can, or that's a tip for you at home. If you want to maintain flavors, just transfer the brewed coffee as soon as it's ready into a separate vessel with no coffee. In that way, you just interrupt structure.
And Gaia's also a very confident presenter. She's very prepared. This whole week she's been kind of documenting everything, reviewing her notes. She seems to be very engaged. The judges are nodding along. We know we have Oscar in there, who is a very tough judge, but hopefully she'll get all the points for our coffee storytelling moment.
About 1 minute remains, champions. 1 minute.
1 minute left. 1 minute left, and these are the 4 champions who will be done with their section.
As a reminder, we have Julia, we have Victoria, we have Anosha, and we have Gaia. They're all still talking, so no early finishes in this round, but hopefully they'll make it just in time before the 10-minute timer runs out.
It's all about scoring them points, honestly. Those last few seconds are the one that will determine if they're winners or if they're not in all the championships.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that they get all the information out before the 10-minute mark is up.
Looks like Victoria is wrapped up on station 2.
So one of the champion has just finished.
Time Time to wrap up, champions. Time to wrap up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it, champions. Please step away. Step away from your stations. You've completed your storytelling. Congratulations. While the stations are clean, could we please have Saba, Zuritza, Chelsea, and Dee get ready into their stations the moment they can. Thank you so much.
So we've just finished our 7th round of the storytelling competition. Now, I have 2 of the champions with me. Do you guys want to introduce yourself to the people online who might not know you?
Absolutely. So hi, I'm Patrick. I'm from Czech Republic, and I'm a 2nd round barista champion for my country.
Hello, my name is Kostas. I'm representing Cyprus as a barista champion. It's my first time at the competition. Very excited for this competition.
So we're just going to ask you a few questions. So how did you find this round? Were you nervous? Were you running out of time? Please tell us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The nerves are working definitely because you kind of care about your performance. But at the same time, I really enjoyed it. I really have a good time. There's so many great people around. So yeah, there was a bit of nervous, but at the same time, had an amazing time, really.
You kicked us off. I mean, you were in the first round, right? How does it feel after now it's been a couple of hours since you competed? Like, does it feel a bit more relaxed, or it's just the time to get anxious for the next step?
I feel a little bit better now because we finished the first round. It was a really nice experience. I didn't get stressed when I start. I have a little bit before, but when I make my presentation, everything goes like I planned. So that's good for me. That was okay for me. Now it's okay. Everything goes better.
Really good. Thanks.
So our next round is going to be a signature beverage. Can you give us a little hint without giving away the full beverage, like maybe give us an ingredient or inspiration of what we can expect from your signature beverages?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll just say a cinnamon roll is one of the tastes
Wow.
that you might find in my drink.
I'm hooked. What about you?
I would like to ask you something. What we do if we combine the best flavor that everyone loves and the most bestseller beverage together? What became?
I mean, it now feels like me and Bob are in the wrong spot. We should be judges. These two because that's great teasers, I have to say.
Also, you finished your coffee tasting, so you've probably been watching other people doing their coffee tasting. Who do you think's done really well? Who's going to give you a run for your money today?
I think Victoria did really well. I also watched Misa and Emilia, and they were absolutely stunning. So yeah, cheer for them.
Did you get the chance to see anyone of the previous?
Yeah, I see some. Patrick was really good. I like his presentation. Also, Efthymios from Greece. I like he's very on the spot. So I like.
Okay. I have a question for you, Patrick. So this is the 2nd year for you. You're competing. Did you adapt your style, your strategy differently because of the experience?
Well, kind of, yes. I pretty much think like 90% of what I did today is pretty similar to what I did last year. But yes, I think the area here and all the people that are around really helped me to be more confident than I was last year. So I think the preparation itself is pretty much similar. I think I've concentrated more on mission and values that we have in Starbucks at this moment. But at the same time, yeah, I just did what I did and I'm here.
Thanks. And for you, question. What suggestion, what kind of piece of advice would you give to someone that wants to compete next year?
Okay. I'm thinking the point of this is that the values we have at Starbucks, we have to follow the values and what represent for us. So if we find what means the values, we can find the way to do anything we want.
I know the values have been kind of, we keep repeating them. We know that that is what it's all about. And you can also tell that you guys have made friendships for life because you're out here supporting each other. So we're going to go to our 8th round. Thank you both so much. We're going to wish you best of luck. And we're going to make sure that all our competitors are ready at their stations for the 8th round of the storytelling section.
So as we move on, the next 4 contestants are getting ready.
Another call for judges. Can we please have judges to their stations? We are about to begin. The champions are in place. We love that. We now just need judges to be in place.
So for the next session, Saba from Switzerland.
Okay, we're about to kick off. So let's introduce the 4 champions for this round.
Carters will say it.
On station 1, we have Saba from Switzerland. Saba, are you ready? On station 2, we have Zorica from Serbia. Are you ready? Thank you. On station 3, we have Chelsea from South Africa. Chelsea, are you ready? Can I get a hand up, Chelsea, if you're ready? Thank you. And on station 4, we have Dee from the United Kingdom. Dee, are you ready? 2 hands up. She's double ready. All right. So, champions, get ready and begin.
Welcome back. So we're in our 8th round of the storytelling competition, and we are here with 4 amazing champions in this round as well. We have Saba representing Switzerland, we have Zorica representing Serbia, Chelsea from South Africa, and Dee from United Kingdom. So in station 1, we have Saba, who's doing a pike place and a pour-over method.
Some of these champions went for a different approach, or I don't know if it's just something that works with them. I imagine so. But some of them are brewing the coffee before the judges arrive. I think that gives them more time to think about what they're about to say instead of actually doing what they. Because it's not the easiest thing just to keep going, giving useful information for a championship whilst you are brewing, right? So to do it beforehand, it actually could be a smart move and save you some embarrassing, strange moments where you don't know what to say.
Saba's really good when it comes to talking to the judges and making sure that she's making eye contact and being smiling. But I think what she might struggle with is making sure she finishes her coffee tasting in 10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes to go through all you have to say and to score points. So Saba, it's a fairly new partner. She started just 8 months ago. And this, I think, is a bit of what a great story is hers, because you can be really, really new to Starbucks, but if you're engaged and prepared enough to not just compete, but also win your national championship and get to London, in this case, to compete for the title.
Saba also almost had a bit of a dramatic moment when we were in Amsterdam and the bus almost left without her, but we came back and she made it, and she's here competing, and she's so good under pressure, you can tell.
She's shaking a bit as she pours that coffee, but I think it's part of the gig, right? You need to feel that tension. I mean, I think it's part of being competitors and to be champions, to have that kind of voice in your head telling you, will I make it this time? Will I be good enough? Will I say all the things I have to say? Right?
You're so right. So on station number 2, we have Zorica representing Serbia. Now, I spoke to Zorica yesterday, and she said she is feeling a bit nervous. So I just said, make sure when you come in, you smile at the judges, you introduce yourself, you shook their hand, to make sure you kind of bring that connection straight forward in there. And Zorica is doing a Sumatra pour-over as well.
We have 3 Sumatras on this section. So station 2, 3, and 4 all have Sumatras, different brewing methods, some of them. So for example, these contestants, Zorica is using a V60 pour-over. As we said before, let's remember V60 because the angle the pour-over has, it's a 60-degree angle. As well, these has the little incision inside the filter inside the vessel to let the water run through the coffee easily. She's pouring now.
Yeah, Zoritza also said that she's feeling a bit nervous about all the cameras being on her, but she's doing amazing right now. So you could never tell that she was feeling a bit anxious. She seems to be, flowing through her coffee tasting notes, and the judges seem to be, very well hooked into what is going on. So let's see if we can try and hear some of the storytelling that she's mentioning.
So as Zoritza goes through her tasting, she's trying to say all the information needed to score points. As for example, she's not going through aromas. Soon after this, she would definitely go through a slurp that will give us information about flavors. And the fact that she mentioned these things is what gives her points. That's the most important part in all the competitions, but here especially, is about saying the things that matters the most. So it's about staying focused as well, right?
So right, I can hear her going through the four, fundamentals of coffee tasting, going through the steps. So I think, as always, they're going to start with smelling the coffee first, and they're going to slurp the coffee to make sure that it kind of sprays across their whole palate, and then they're going to try and define the flavor notes and characteristic and describe the coffee. So they're going through all of these steps at every single station. They might do it, in a different order. They might start with the tasting and then speak. They might start speaking first. So it kind of depends, on, especially because we have 4 champions in this round, and 3 of them are doing Sumatra. You really need to make sure that you are memorable, you're different than anyone else. As we mentioned, the judges have 10 different tastings throughout the whole day, so they have to make sure that they are doing something that's going to differentiate them from someone else. So for example, in station number 3, we have Chelsea, and she's doing a French press.
So Chelsea is our contestant from South Africa. So let's not forget that if we look at the past 5 years, 2 champions were from South Africa. So South Africa has knowledgeably some of the best pool of baristas where to get champions from. Chelsea, I guess, is just one of them. Really, really calm, in control. She knows what she's doing, and also she seems like she's going through all the right steps. One of her trainers is Sean. He used to be also a champion in South Africa. So I guess definitely that helps in coaching a future possible champion.
And Chelsea is a really interesting one because she was a bit shy throughout the week with the champions, and it's so nice to see her come out of her shell. She's a little firecracker, she is really making that connection with the judges again, making eye contact, speaking with her heart. So hopefully that comes through. You can tell she's a little bit nervous, but who isn't right now?
I'm almost nervous for them, and I guess it will become even more stressing as we go through the competition with other phases of the championship. So as we said before, only 10 minutes in this case to say all the important things to score points. Still, it's a good amount of time to score the points you have. When you have to make drinks and actually have your hands going, it's through the stuff that you make every day, but 10 minutes might become your challenge because you have to go fast, right?
You're so right. And there's also a crowd around Chelsea. They know that South African champions are always, one to watch. But speaking of a crowd, as these championships are held in London, we kind of expected that the UK champion is going to have a lot of people around her. So we're going to slowly move to station number 4, where Dee, who's from United Kingdom, is doing her coffee tasting.
With a mean 3.
With the mean 3 trio of judges who we've established have yet to smile during this competition.
Yeah, they had some smile around, but really brief and really unnoticeable, I would say. As well, in this case, quite serious faces as Dee explain all that she wants them to know about Sumatra, which is also for her the coffee of choice. Burn a French press as well. I guess trying to take out all those earthy, like chocolate truffle notes. You can tell as well that she's not just talking to the 3 judges, she's also engaging with the crowd in front of her because she's watching them, She's trying to just grab them in, even if they can't really taste the coffee right now. It's all about just bringing people in during the coffee tasting.
You know what I'm noticing is that Dee is keeping a distance from the mean trio of judges. She's really like took a step back and is standing like behind the machine. Do we think it's because of the reputation that our judges on Station 4 are getting?
I don't know. I guess other competitors might have started putting the words around that these three are.
Champions Lounge gossip is spreading about the mean trio on station number 4.
But you can tell even though she does keep her distance, she looks confident. The French press is now fully brewed. I imagine by looking at let me see if actually she paused already. Oh yes, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go, but I can hear Dee going like, any questions for me? So she's done. Great.
Dee's getting a massive applause from the rest of the team, which means that she finished in time. We still have Chelsea, Saba, and Zorita finishing their coffee tastings.
So let's now go and look at Curtis as he calls the last few seconds to
Curtis
go.
is making sure that everyone finishes on time. We still have Zorita, we still have Chelsea. Chelsea's trying to get the last word in as well as Saba. And they had 30 seconds left.
So Zorita is almost done as well. Saba looks like done. Saba is complete and finished.
Saba is finished on station 1. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Round is over. Please step away from your stations. Please stop talking to judges. We're time to move on to the next round. In the room, can we please have Natalia and Leonard bring their coffee to their stations as soon as they're ready. Thank you.
Hello, and we are with Saba. We just competed with pipe place on a pour over. Do you want to tell us how you feel after the competition?
Oh, really amazing, because I was able to have enough time to explain all the notes that I wanted to say, and the judges were very surprised because of a spitting part, which we learned in roasting plant in Amsterdam, because Francis told us you should spit the coffee to try and get notes. Every time you try a new sip, then you get different notes. Yeah. So they were really amazed by doing that in front of us, and I think it is important to share what our passion is, and I'm really happy that I was able to share my passion.
We were wondering if we were going to make it in time, because we know that our champions only have 10 minutes to do their round. So how did you find working with the time limit of the competition?
So you know what I did, because I saw what is going on and we have 5 minutes only, so I prepared everything, of course, when we had the break.
10 minutes, right?
5 minutes for preparation.
Okay, get it.
And then during this 5 minutes, I prepared everything, and I also started doing pour over. And I told my judges, I have only 10 minutes. I will guide you through what the steps that I did, what are the steps, and also then I poured it in front of them.
How was it? Were you nervous? Were you excited to speak to them? How were the judges? Because some of the stations, the judges are not giving anything away.
Now, you know what? I love talking, and I love being in front of people and share my passion, and I think they really liked it, and we had interactions together, so I think that's really important, to talk with the judges, have interactions, and just talk to them like they're your friends and you're sharing something new to them. So I think that was really amazing.
We've asked some of the contestants that we've interviewed already. The next round is the signature beverage. Now, without giving it away, can you give us a bit of a hint of what your beverage is inspired by, maybe an ingredient?
It is inspired from my childhood, yes, and it is inspired also from the top-selling food that we have in Starbucks as sweets. So I would say it might have some kind of cinnamon inside.
Okay, great. Can you tell us what's the food? What's the sweet thing?
It's cinnamon roll.
Wow.
Ooh.
It's in our market in Switzerland. It's the top 20 seller. Even with the beverages, it's in the top 20.
I'm gonna say that is a bestseller for a reason. I'm sure it's very popular, and I think it's gonna be popular with our judges as well.
Yes, I think cinnamon is a great way to go, especially when it comes to flavors, because it's so well received and perceived by everyone.
It blends very good with very different profiles of coffee, and I chose a special coffee for it also to blend it together and get the best flavors out of it.
And how was your last few days in Amsterdam with the rest of the champions?
Oh, wonderful, really. We had such a good time together. The first day was, I would say, a bit strange because we had so many people, we didn't know each other. We were like, okay, who should I talk to now? How should we start? But slowly, as we had team building sessions, we had activities together, it was really cool, we had fun. But my highlight, as I said before, it was the roasting plant in Amsterdam, because we really get to know what is done before getting the coffees in our shop and opening just simply the packet. So we saw where it's packed, how it is roasted, and what is the wrong roasting and right roasting. So for me personally, it was very well planned. That before
champions
the
and judges to
championship,
station.
we dive deep into the coffee knowledge. So that's my point.
I see we have
and
a
I
winner.
really like the journey.
Okay, so wait on one champion in the room.
Thank you very much, Saba. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
While we are waiting, I want everyone to make sure that they can pay attention to the screen. We have Joshua on the screen representing Malta. He is our third virtual contestant this year. We're so happy that he is able to compete. We didn't get to shout him out earlier this morning, so we're glad everyone can see him now. He's having a great time. So we're still just waiting for Natalia on station 2. But I see judges are in place, thank you. And so once we have Natalia, we will begin. What's wonderful about Joshua competing is Joshua wasn't sure he was going to be able to compete virtually until we were in Amsterdam, and Claire and Alva were able to tell him in front of everyone that he was also competing. So we're so happy that he's here, or even virtually, he is competing virtually with us, and he got to meet the other champions. All right, I see Natalia. So just to introduce on station 1, as I've already kind of talked about, but virtually station 1, we have Joshua from Malta. Joshua, are you ready? I'm going to take heart and thumbs up. We are ready. Okay, on station 2, we have Natalia from Hungary. Natalia, are you ready? Hand up, please, if you're ready. Thank you. And on station 3, we have Leonard from Romania. Leonard, are you ready?
Yes.
He is ready. Okay, in that case, champions, you may begin.
Hi judges, my name is Leonard. I'm from Romania, and I was coffee. So first we have the time, but I already started because we are short on time. 10 minutes is really short. So
Welcome back, everyone. We're here for our, I think, 9th round of the storytelling round of the 2024 EMEA Barista Championship. And we have 3 competitors in this round. One of them joining us virtually, which is Joshua representing Malta.
We have met Joshua in Amsterdam as well. He joined us there. Great partner. Really engaged, really knowledgeable. Unfortunately, couldn't make it here today with us, but we've seen him in streaming and trying to check and see what coffees
he has Sumatra, even though our note said Verona, so he must have made a last-minute change. But he is making it in a Chemex, as you can tell on the live stream. So that is an interesting choice for Joshua. As I said, Joshua's really lovely. He's very optimistic. He's always smiley. So I have no doubt he's going to make that connection. He's making eye contact with the camera. So he seems to be very confident with his coffee tasting.
He also has, I think, it's really challenging to compete from abroad because you're not only having a camera in front of you that directly streams to the judges that we have here, but he also has 3 judges in front of him. So he needs to connect not just through the camera to people that he doesn't see, but also to actual partners in front of him. So challenging, I say.
I'm sure that is no problem And for Joshua, as we know, Joshua is very talented. All of our champions are the best of the best, or should we say creme de la creme, and they know what they're doing. So Joshua, as you can tell, he's smiling. There doesn't seem to be any nerves at all.
100%. We can see start pouring onto his Chemex. Let's remember that Chemex tends to highlight cleanness and sharpness in coffee. Now, choosing Sumatra, which is a dark roast that usually is earthy and really dark chocolatey notes, might highlight that kind of smokiness a bit more of the roast, as the paper filter will take away majority of the oils of the coffee that characterize the coffee. So that kind of sparkling note of earthiness and petrichor and spices might come out a lot more.
What would you pair with a Sumatra coffee if you had to make a food pairing recommendation?
Oh, I really like savory pairing with dark roasted coffee. I would probably go for a croissant, just plain croissant. I think the buttery notes of a really nice croissant perfectly pairs with Sumatra.
I like to pair cheese with our Sumatra coffee, but that's just a personal preference.
Let's do a cheese toasty, a cheese croissant.
So we're going to move to station number 2, which is here in person with us, and we have Natalia representing Hungary. Natalia is doing a V60. Oh no, Natalia is doing a AeroPress.
But she also
has
has a V60. Sorry, she also has a French press. So French press and AeroPress, 2 presses.
Natalia prepared 2. Maybe she's comparing 2 different methods.
This is an interesting choice. So AeroPress, we mentioned it before, is a fairly recent brewing method. French press was invented actually really back in time. So the first, a precursor of the French press dates 1852 by Henry Otto Meyer and Victor Defarge. But it was nothing like that. Actually, the one we have in front of us is dating 1928 from Moneta and Calimanti, designers from Milan.
Natalia is also the youngest contestant we have this year. So Natalia is 17 years old. And to think to be 17, would you do this when you were 17 years old? You know, compete in championship travel. It was her first time on a plane when she came to London for this competition. So I don't know about you, but would you do this when you were 17 years old?
Absolutely no. A lot of stress, all in like 1 week, condensed in 1 week. So to see how she's dealing with it, so the calmness as she explains how the French press or the AeroPress work and how they affect flavor, it's honestly impressive. And I guess you're absolutely right. She probably was going to compare the 2 brewing methods.
Well, speaking of calm and collected, we have the opposite on station 3, which we'll get to just in a moment, but it's Leonard, our representative from Romania. Now, Leonard is the opposite of calm and collected.
Yeah, it's a volcano of energy, literally. It just it sprinkles energy at every pause. We had to look at these amazing partners just jumping around for 3 days. It was really inspiring and also really challenging to get things in line on time, but lovely. I love it.
So they're about halfway through, and Leonard is making a Kenya Chemex, which is, again, we've had a few Kenyas and a few Chemexes today, so that's interesting.
I would love to try the Kenya Chemex. Kenya is one of my favorite coffees. Some Kenyas even have notes of tomato. Do you know that? Yeah, so Kenya normally at today's, it's mostly composed by 2 varieties that are called SL28 and SL34, which were made in a lab. It's called Scott's Laboratories. That's why SL. And they tend to have these kind of greeny, tomatoey notes when they're brewed. So Kenya is a lovely, fresh, pomegranate, almost tomatoey coffee. On a Chemex, it definitely comes out as sparkling, clean, and lovely.
You can tell he was just finishing his pouring in a circular motion, spirally motion, and then soon, hopefully, they're going to go into tasting because they have less than 5 minutes left in this round.
From the broadcasting, we can see that Joshua is now tasting the coffee with the judges in front of him. So I can see some phones going on, taking videos and pictures.
Natalia is also pouring her coffee, so they're all well on track to finish. Leonard still hasn't poured his coffee, so let's hope that he'll make it in time before the timer's up.
Yeah, I wonder what it's a lot to do for these champions when it comes to timings. Like for example, I wonder if they run out of time, could they just serve the cup and then, even if the judges didn't taste it, just call time?
I guess they could, but isn't the point of a coffee tasting is to taste coffee?
You're right, Bob. A lot depends on them time managing their time on stage. So.
And actually, the round isn't called coffee tasting, it's called storytelling. So coffee tasting is a method that you're using to guide your storytelling and to help and, tell us your favorite coffee. But it isn't actually just to, talk about the attributes and the science specification of the coffee. It is to share your personal memory. It is to connect with your judges, and they're doing that really well because you can tell the judges are really locked in. They're focusing on them. Even Natalia, even Joshua, they're all trying to lean in and listen to what they have to say. So I think we're smelling the coffee in Natalia's case.
So yes, regarding Natalia actually, and thinking about the two methods comparison, I wonder how that plays to her points, because you don't get extra points for an extra method, but is that choice to deliver the storytelling, but also takes more time. So I think it's all about, it's so much about strategy. So it depends, like your choices affects a lot how much time you have to say things. Doing two methods actually takes some time away for you to be able to storytell.
So right, and I think when it gets to this point of the competition, you have to have some sort of a strategy. We're trying to interview some more champions later on and see if they came prepared or if they're just leaving things up to chance.
Well, I hope for them not. But we can see Joshua as he finalizes his coffee tasting with the judges from the broadcast. We can see him going through the tasting and probably getting almost done with it.
The judges look to be quite, poker facey as well. They seem to be focusing a lot on some of the attributes that he's mentioning of the coffee. I wonder if he's trying to make them laugh as well, because as we said, Joshua's very optimistic. He's like a smiley, one of the champions. He's very extroverted as well. He on the tour bus when we were in Amsterdam, he got the microphone and he was inviting us all to the Amsterdam roasting plane. So he does like being center of attention.
1 minute left. 1 minute for them to. This is the last few things that matters. Leonard, Joshua, and Natalia are almost done with their competition. After them, one last round for two champions, and the first part of our championship, EMEA 2024 Barista Championship, will be done.
Literally counting down the seconds. We're trying to see if Leonard makes it, because obviously he was running a little bit behind. He has about 30 seconds left, and I'm just looking at Natalia and Leonard, and it seems to be going well. I see some smiles there.
Joshua has finished. Congratulations, Joshua.
Joshua online has finished.
Looks like Leonard has finished, and then Natalia finished. That was a round all at the same time. Great job, champions. All right, we're moving on to our final round of storytelling. We have just two champions. So in the station reset, please make sure that Seema and Isabel have their coffees prepped and they move to the stations as soon as they can. Thank you very much.
Hello, and we are here with Louise, the GM for the Milan Roastery.
Hi there, good to meet everybody.
Louise is also one of the judges that we hopefully very nicely called the mean trio on Station
judges,
4.
That's harsh.
Well, we're trying to gauge your faces from some of the competitors, and you guys were not giving anything away.
We were being very super serious. Somebody sent me a photograph of myself, and I do look a little bit like very stern.
Can you tell us a little bit about the champions that you saw at Station 4? How were there? Were there any surprises that you saw? I saw loads of props.
There are lots of surprises, but I'm not going to give anything away. But we've had some amazing coffees, lots of lovely personal coffee stories as well that have blown us away, I think. And overall, just the passion and love for being here.
So we're about to do our last round of the storytelling section. As a judge, what are some of the things that you're looking for when our champions are doing?
I'm looking for it coming from the heart, that genuine genuine, warm, open connection that somebody wants to share that, to talk about what the coffee actually means to them, and then how they're relating it back to the customers.
If you were competing and you had to do coffee tasting, what would you choose and what brewing method?
If I was competing, I would choose coffee from Ethiopia because it's my love of coffee, my first one that I got, and I'd probably choose a Chemex.
Now, Christian, you also work in the Milan roastery.
So yeah, Louise is my boss. I can't ask too many weird questions. But yeah, so before we were talking about Arianna, which is our champion from the roastery. So Arianna this year, the champion from the Milan roastery is not competing this year at the final in EMEA like last year. Why? We can say it, they know it.
Okay. Well, because the champion from the Milan roastery is going to represent the roastery and go to the championship globally.
This is a thing that was shared previously by our CEO, and also Arianna will be joined by the champion of the Israeli championship. So Friday we'll find out who will join her and the other 11 champions into the global championship.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. As a judge, what were the flavors that you weren't expecting to find? We know how long you've been a partner.
17 years.
17 years. You must have tried a couple of times
then you can,
all
it
our
can
cold
hold
coffees.
a little
Yes.
bit.
Right. So
like this.
you know them. Is any
Or-
particular flavors that you weren't expecting
But
to
then
get
you
this
cannot
time
feel.
after 17 years as a partner
I think
that
that's- the
struck you
top
like,
one
oh,
is not
actually I
a
never
good
tasted, I don't know, cinnamon
Or
in
like this. See, like this,
Guatemala,
in
let's say.
front of the
So.
Mastrena.
I think it was less about the flavors that wasn't expecting. It was the way that the partners were describing what those flavors meant to them, and that's what I meant by the storytelling. So flavors that I was expecting to find, but the way that they were described was made that perfect connection.
Okay, so how they made it personal.
How they made it personal
on
to them, how they related it to
Okay.
why they'd chosen that coffee and what it meant to them. Yeah.
Okay. What's the biggest challenge as a judge, you feel?
Clearly smiling and not looking like a badass.
Only that one. Like, what about like score? Imagine the scoring, right? You need at the end. It depends on you guys. If you score all the stuff they say in the correct way, what if you
Exactly,
miss something?
and that's the pressure of it. So scribbling lots of frantic notes to look back on. So striking the balance between enjoying the coffee tasting and the storytelling and making sure I'm not missing out on a single bit the partner says.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Louise.
Thank you.
We'll try and grab maybe some of the other people of the main trio, like Oscar.
I didn't say champions
and we're
'cause
going
they're
into our
already
last round
They are
of
friends.
the storytelling.
About to start, and Curtis takes it away, presenting the next two and last two champions.
I see judges
for
at
the coffee
station
tasting.
3. We're just looking for judges at station 2. Can we get judges at station 2, please? There they are. Thank you. All right, let's introduce our final two competitors of storytelling. On station 2, we have Sima representing France. Sima, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready. And on station 3, we have Isabel representing Germany. Are you ready, Isabel? Yeah, got a hands up. All right, in that case, champions, you may now begin.
And we are back for the last two champions that are competing for the title.
Last but definitely not least, the last round of the coffee storytelling section of the championship. Once again, storytelling, we're looking for coffee tasting attributes. We're looking for the champions to tell us about their brewing method as well as their personal connection to the coffee that they've chosen.
I'm really curious about these two next and final champions for the storytelling because both of them really talkative, really engaged, really passionate about coffee. Not more or less than the previous ones, just in the past 3 days in Amsterdam, it struck me how engage and in storytelling they are as people.
So in station number 2, we have Seema representing France, and she chosen to do Guatemala on French press.
Guatemala, again, great single origin in the core portfolio. The spicy notes, the chocolate notes, the walnut and nut notes are just there to amaze, really. So the fact that someone is able to take them out and explain them and link them, as Louise was saying just not so long ago, it's what makes the coffee greatly in potential.
And as you mentioned, Guatemala, it's not the first time we're seeing this coffee. The judges on these stations have seen upwards of 10 coffee tastings today, so we really stress how important it is for our champion to make sure that their coffee tasting is very memorable. They are giving judges something they haven't heard before, and that is quite difficult with, coffees that all the judges know, they're familiar with, they're all coffee masters.
And also really caffeinated at this point, right? So I didn't see any judges really not drinking their coffee or spitting it, so it means that they're fully caffeinated by now. I imagine they cleanse their palate a lot with water, maybe, with some neutral flavors, and some bananas and stuff. But I imagine at this point, even for them, it's not as easy as we would imagine, right?
But Seema seems to be at ease with, presenting and making that connection with the judges. We can see them grouped around her, making that eye contact, and she seems to be smiling, so hopefully all is going well. But where you can see it is really where people start pouring the coffee and you see the trembling hands.
As Seema explains how her story links to Guatemala, we can tell that she's showing the bag. Each of our bag has a story linked to it that we can peek through it. So, for example, on the Guatemala bag, we can see the volcanoes we said before. We can see a beautiful bird that is typical of Ara, which is typical of the Central America.
We've talked about how the champions use the coffee bags before. On station 3, we have Isabel also showcasing the coffee bag of her choice, which is Kenya, and she will be making her coffee with a pour over today.
Just in this very moment, yes, showing the bag. So I think it's a great talking point and helps showing our beautiful bags, helps storytell. Why? Because they're already great storytellers to our customers every day. Kenya, as we mentioned before, is an amazing coffee, and I imagine Isabel would definitely highlight all the amazing information and flavor notes these single region has.
Isabel also brought some props with her to demonstrate her story. I think it's a really nice touch when people bring photos, because obviously our judges don't know the champions, so they have to rely on photos. They didn't get to meet them like we did, where they didn't spend 5 days with them in the roastery. Isabel, did you know, is actually a full-time law student on top of being a Starbucks barista.
Yes, I have found it out pretty soon after exchanging 10 minutes talk with her. She was saying that she enjoys being a barista so much that she sometimes stops and wonder, when I finish my law studies, will I be able to start also being a barista? So she was making the joke that she doesn't see herself ever stop being a barista because she loves that so much as part of her daily routine. We can just to go back to the competition. We can see now that Isabel is showing grind size to judges. So to explain, I guess, one of the 4 fundamentals of extractions, how size of grinds affects flavor extractions, right? So.
Yeah, you can tell that Isabel really has the passion, not just for coffee, but for this brand. And you can tell that from just one conversation with her. So I'm sure she's going to be able to display that during her coffee tasting.
She's calling judges near to her. Again, Isabel is great at making it really personal.
5-minute warning.
Isabel is great at making it really personal for them. She's just called them near to watch how the better coffee is left after the brewing process is finished. She's now serving it as she marks her 5 minutes till the end of our competition.
And Isabel and Seema just received their 5-minute warning, which means we're about halfway through the competition. And we're going to go and look through the prop that Isabel prepared for her coffee tasting.
So we just stole a prop because we are also mean presenters. So we can see some about Isabel herself.
Yeah, so Isabel is actually half German and half Brazilian.
And which is also interesting, right? So part of her heritage is from Latin America, but she still went with an African coffee, right? So I guess just because how Kenya impacted her journey in Starbucks. Probably it was the first coffee that made her go, wow, so this is flavor, right?
Yeah. Interestingly, she said that last time she was in Brazil, there's only one cafe where she could find iced coffee. So when her family from Brazil visited her, she actually had to show them how to make cold brew, and now they're addicted.
She also can have a dog, I imagine.
Right, we're going to move back to Seema on Station 2, who's just going through the coffee tasting of her chosen Guatemala. You can tell that she is trying to make sure the judges truly understand why this coffee is important to Starbucks.
I'm trying to understand what she's trying to describe now as she points a different part of her hands. I mean, honestly, even though I've been tasting coffee in Starbucks and out of Starbucks for the past 10 years, sometimes I still get amazed at new way to understand coffee and experience it, right? So, yeah, I don't know what she was saying about like pointing at her hands.
Yeah, well, we'll have to ask her after, but it seems to be like they're making great time. They have about 3 minutes left on the last round of our storytelling round of the 2024 Barista Championship. After this in the afternoon, what do we have in store?
I really look forward to that. We have, and especially after interviewing some of the champions, we have the signature beverage session. So all our
what does that mean?
All our champions will battle to see who has the best tasting, looking, feeling, story signature beverage. So a beverage that they made themselves in these past months and created for the competition. A beverage that is balanced, is coffee forward. It can be hot, it can be cold, it can be blended, it can be however they want, but using Starbucks ingredients. So I'm really looking forward to that because some of the champions said flavors as cinnamon and as best tasting ingredients. So I'm really, really, really excited.
But before we get there, they have to finish the storytelling round of this competition, and we're just in the last round of this. We have Seema on Station 2 representing France, and we have Isabel on Station 3 representing Germany.
2 minutes. In 2 minutes, the storytelling phase of this championship will be gone, and
over.
And that
done
chance,
and dusted.
Yeah, and the chance to get the first bunch of points to become the new champion for EMEA, 2024 champion in EMEA, will be gone. So I hope that each of them has scored as many points possible because every single point counts. 1 point could make the difference. 1 point could determine if you are a champion or if you come second. So
you're so correct. It could come down to the fact that you didn't get enough time to finish your storytelling moment, and that could be the difference between making it to the top.
1 minute,
champion.
This is your final
1 minute left.
60 seconds. And not so many information taken out.
You can see Isabel's trying to get through her last coffee tasting. She started so calm, and now she's trying to get through to the last bit of her coffee tasting to the judges.
It feels like, it looks like, I mean, they make it less so good because they're making it look like no sweat. Like, they know all things to say, and they're done. She's even like just laughing with the crowd. So I really hope they all score whatever they want to score.
It's really down to the wire, so we have to make sure that they get those last facts in. And we only have 30 seconds left.
Curtis, it's just really severe right now, trying to be sure that they stop as soon as he called time.
It's MasterChef style. Once the time is called, you have to lift your hand. You can't say any more.
And we're almost done.
Seema has finished on Station 2.
Seema has finished on Station 2.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are done. Please step away from your stations. Thank you to everybody and congratulations, champions. You have completed your first round of the 2024 EMEA Barista Championships. I couldn't hear anything you were saying up here. Okay, more applause. You guys deserve it. I couldn't hear anything you were saying from up here, but I could tell from your faces, your expression that you were just sharing your craft and your passion with the coffee. So thank you all. We're gonna take an hour break. These champions need lunch before they get going again. We're gonna reset things, and then we're gonna come back in the afternoon for the much anticipated signature beverage. These champions want it. I want to taste them, I'll be honest. So we'll see you around 1:35. Come back soon. Okay, thank you. Bye.
back in round 2. Right now we're doing the signature beverage part. I just want to remind all our champions, when we say time's up, all hands have to go up. There's no more adding ingredients, no more talking, that's it. So, without further ado, we have Murad, who's representing Morocco, who will be joining us virtually. On station 2, we have Akon from Kazakhstan. Station 3, Ali from Lebanon. Station 4, Kostas from Cyprus. Champions, can I see hands up when you're ready? Ready? Kostas, are you ready? Yeah, okay. Your 10 minutes starts now.
And we are back to comment on the second stage of the 2024 EMEA Starbucks Barista Championship. And now with Curtis. Hello.
Hello, it's so nice to be here off the stage announcing the timings. Excited to see the drinks being made, see the champions do their thing, and maybe get a taste or two every now and then.
Yeah, if we manage to, it would be great. So as we start again, we are looking at station 1 with Murad. So Murad is virtually joining us. He has judges that are not in Dubai with him, but here, for the local judges, a supporter is making the same drink he would make right now in Dubai. Can you tell us a bit more about the drink? What's in it?
Yeah, so the drink's name is the Tatsumaki Matcha. This sounds like a very bold beverage. I'm very impressed with Murad. We have things like, with the name you could guess, we have some matcha powder in there. We also have espresso shots, though. This is not a matcha-based drink only. We're mixing matcha, we're mixing espresso. We have brown sugar, both syrup and a packet. He is using both versions of brown sugar. I'm very impressed and bringing all this together. It even looks like, of course, we're topping it with some cold foam. So this is a pretty intense drink. I'm very excited to see how it comes together.
I have to say, I've been hearing a lot of these new trend of there is dirty chai, where you put an espresso shot in your chai latte to add an espresso shot to your matcha latte. So I imagine the intention there to kind of be on the wave of espresso and matcha. Right now, Raul, the supporter, is I think he's providing a foam. We can see him as he adds the espresso. So the espresso was, or the coffee, something was added to a pitcher and then put on top of a cold beverage, and with some I think chocolate powder on top. Yeah, could be. It's really hard to see from here, but there is espresso now being made. So in this stage of the competition, in the signature beverage, baristas and champions need to create a beverage of their own creation. So they've been working for the past months to create a beverage that they are sure will impress judges and the taste buds.
How many beverages do you think they tried to get to this point with something so different than we offer at stores?
So normally, especially because they have to make beverages with core ingredients, with ingredients they could find in store, I have to say I think they definitely tried it multiple times. So the final version probably is version number 15 or 20. But we also we can't forget the fact that these planners, some of them have been planners for years, right? So they might have just subconsciously have tried different beverages for the past 15 years, 10 years, and they when they needed to create one, they said, oh, maybe something that I tried a year ago was really great, let's replicate that.
Bring that back, right? Yeah. So we're at Station 2 now, and I wonder what Akon is making. Do you have the name of Akon's beverage?
No, I don't.
Do you want to switch through there to the next page?
Let's go and find out. So while we look for that, I can tell you that creating beverage, it's a mix of different things. So the way you can approach a beverage creation is either starting from the coffee. So you choose a coffee and you think of the flavor in the coffee and you try to work around it. So let's say you get Akon chose Pike Place. And I think cold brew.
Cold brew, yeah.
Yeah, so cold brew and Pike Place, they're both made of Central and South American coffee. A lot of chocolates there, a lot of hazelnuts and nuts. So you might want to try, if that's your plan, to work around that. Or you start from an ingredient you really like, let's say matcha, and you try to work the other way. So you think, what's a good coffee that matches with matcha?
Right.
Right?
Kind of
So,
that way.
yeah.
It's interesting that Akon also included some coffee whipped cream. So it seems like she'd made her own whipped cream there with coffee flavoring. So you're having cold brew, Peg Place, and coffee whipped cream. All three coffee types brought together. I'm very curious to see how that comes together and the senses.
So whilst we walk that way, so in scoring, what the judges are looking for here is, of course, creativity, of course, innovation, but it's also balance. So Justin has to make a coffee-forward beverage, but it needs to be balanced in flavor. You can't have a beverage that is too sugary or too coffee.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
That was the 5 minutes call.
Ooh.
Yeah, 5 more minutes. So they have to make a beverage that is balanced throughout the tasting. Otherwise, judges might underscore, right? So, as we see at station number 3 with Ali, what Ali has.
He's making a tropical latte, and this has, he's also made a beautiful sign for everyone to see.
So props, as in the previous competition of coffee tasting, props are really useful. In this case, Ali went over the top.
So we have, in this one, we have strawberry jam, strawberry sauce, almond milk, coconut milk, whipped cream, mocha sauce, white mocha sauce, frap roast, cream and coffee frap base, and freeze-dried strawberry. This has everything.
It sounds like a complex drink.
It does.
But by the look of it, also really appealing.
Yeah, it looks like such a nice treat to have. Really refreshing, really beautifully cold, fruity. Obviously, fruit. Like you can't deny with how much strawberry is in there, it's going to taste like strawberry, and that coffee will really be brought forward from that.
It's really interesting also in the naming. Tropical latte. Really easy to name, really straightforward. You really have an idea of what you're gonna get because of the name. So I think that's a really a good point. These partners will also ask to to have a database to understand if the beverages they were making actually fit into their portfolio of beverages in the nation they're from.
Right.
So let's say Lebanon,
Okay.
I would say maybe Ali thinks is really forward. Fruity, fresh notes,
right?
And that's why maybe he went with strawberry. Even though strawberries in coffee is a really, I think, tough choice. It's a bit bold. You
Bit
never
bold,
know.
no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it many places, so that is something new here that we're really getting to enjoy.
Either really works. It really works well, or kind of. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, we'll try it.
We're not the judges on that one.
I can see some love in here.
Yeah. Oh, you can see some love.
I can see some love.
Some white chocolate love,
some
even.
White chocolate love. So Kostas from Cyprus is now pouring for the judges some samples of this beverage, which is called white chocolate love. What's in it?
We have some ice. So it's an ice beverage. There is whipped cream. There's white mocha sauce, which may be no surprise based off the title. There's mocha powder, and there's hazelnut syrup.
So I think that Kostas did, which I found really intriguing. I think no one else in these Bachelor Champions this year have done something like that. Kostas is mixing 2 different single regions for his espresso. So he's adding 1 shot of Guatemala and 1 shot of Colombia to make the perfect beverage.
That is interesting.
Yeah. So he has to
that.
have the 2 of the hoppers of the Mastrena with those 2 coffees. So to have a perfect balanced blend of espresso flavor.
And I gotta say, as a graphic designer, I see he has made his own version of Now Brewing. Put himself on the cover. Very, I have a lot of respect for him for doing that. It looks great. Looks like it would be coming from Starbucks EMEA, representing, highlighting both the coffee as an iced and a hot beverage, showing that it's versatile. It works in multiple ways. It's not a single varietal kind of type of espresso drink.
So it's beautiful, right? It's roughly so you said. It kind of went above and beyond, right?
Yeah.
It tried to imagine what's going to happen if these drinks launch, because these drinks ultimately should be thought of for the store.
Right,
so
right.
Each of them has been asked, like, what if your beverage goes EMEA wide and other partners have to make it, right?
Okay.
So that's what actually they do it. I think the Now Brewing situation is really about kind of placing that visually into a real
You have
beverage.
1 minute remaining. Last minute.
1 more minute to go.
Well, and as you said, if you're making a drink and you don't want it so complicated, also like customers can't order it, whether it's just your customer is even a fellow partner on your store, or it's actually for customization and customers abroad. So it's really cool to see that he's considered that and also showed it off in a prop to support his signature beverage.
Last 30 seconds.
We got 30 seconds to go. It means that these are the last few seconds for these champions to express their points and the storytelling behind and the ideas behind their drinks, and that they will be done for the day. These initial 4 champions, after these 20 seconds, now 10 seconds, will be done. So countdown for them.
All right, partners, that's
Here
10,
it comes.
10,
9,
9,
8,
7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hands up, partners. Hands up, everyone.
And as we
That's it,
finish the
time's
countdown, all partners need to bring their hands up, almost like MasterChef. They can't produce any more beverage. And this is done for these champions. These.
I think we're going to try and get an interview now with Ali. He just, as we mentioned, he completed his tropical latte, and we are excited to hear more from Ali.
So let's go to him.
Let's see if we can get him going. He's getting some hugs.
He's
People
getting some hugs from the
congratulate
support
him,
team.
But we
Ali,
want to interview Ali.
come
Ali,
here.
you free for an
Come with
interview?
us. Can I have one? Can I have one of this? So these tropical latte, right?
Yes,
this was
tropical
your beverage.
Yes.
I think it shows up magically in
Yes,
this picture.
it's a mix of tropical flavors with espresso. It's the first time that's make for the people who's searching for tropical flavors. Even they want the warmth of a hot latte in the winter.
Okay.
Like this, yes.
So it's a winter beverage, but for
Yes.
people, for customers that might still want to experience that freshness, you usually get
Yes,
summer.
of course. And even for the persons who like tropical flavors, even the summer, and they want a little bit of coffee.
Okay.
They can use
Can you make these beverages also iced, or is it only
Yes,
hot?
iced. They are 5 versions of the drink.
Tell us.
Ice, frappuccino, cream frappuccino, ice shaken, and hot one.
Beautiful. And what
There's
coffee?
a merchandise here.
What coffee did you pair with it?
Espresso, of course.
Espresso roast.
Yes. I would like to be a core drink.
Okay.
Here's my own merchandise for the drink.
Wow.
The second one is a barista stopper made of stainless steel from here to absorb heat from the drink. The second one here, the second part, is a caoutchouc to prevent the drink getting of the
spoiled.
Yes, spoiled
yeah.
out. Yes. And here's the cherry bean on the top of the cup. It's a barista stopper. Then here is a merchandise keychain.
Yeah.
And here's the merchandise. Here is the story behind the drink, the targeted audience, and the marketing material.
You really went above and beyond.
Yes.
The recipe
Here is
cards.
the recipe cards for the drink. Each drink and their story here.
Really
Thank you
well
very
done.
much.
Really well done.
Thank you very
Phenomenal.
much. Thank you very much.
I think. Are you happy with your
Yes,
competition?
I'm very happy. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
you said to the judges
Yes.
all you wanted to say about your
Yes,
drink.
I'm very excited. So,
Okay. Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank
time
you
and
very much.
for telling us this. And good luck.
Good luck for the rest of the competition, Ali. Very nice to chat with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So amazing. These beverages it just makes you want to try it, which we won right now.
We didn't get this time,
Yeah.
but there is still more opportunities. more
It
beverages to
seems
be
like
made.
it seems like we are setting up for the next 4 contestants, which means all the beverages that have just been made are now gone.
They're gone. They're
Can't really
immediately
chug that
gone.
much.
We have a support team here that are clearing these stations as fast as you can imagine, getting them set up so that next champions can go and it feels like a brand new, perfectly clean, never been used station again. So it's very impressive.
So as we move forward, the champions, as we move forward, the champions now will keep having to check if everything they need is on the station. So we have an amazing support team. We'll try to get some of the support team later on to ask some information. But whilst its champions were away in Amsterdam, our full support team was setting up each of the stations with the ingredients that each of these champions need. And that's key, right? So once you are ready to go and you get your timer started, you need to have everything you need on the station, otherwise you won't be able to create your beverage, right?
Yeah, they don't have the time to prep and really think through. They're here and we start so fast that it's essential the support staff gets everything for them, and they do. They started on Monday of this week with some of the ingredients and getting prepped, and it's been a non-stop communication, running to stores, ordering things specially, making sure that we have everything, making sure even some of these unique components that you don't normally find in core stores, it's said, see it all come together is just absolutely fascinating.
So while we're waiting a bit more, and just to help the viewers at home to kind of understand a bit more about us, Curtis, what's your partner story?
Well, I am unofficially a 12-year partner. Officially, Starbucks would consider me a 6-year partner. How that happens is I had a break in the middle of my career journey. So I started as a barista in 2008, and I worked for 6 years in stores as a barista in the United States of America, on the West Coast, both in Oregon and Washington State, before leaving the company to follow my dream of a graphic designer. That's what I went to school for. And then just by a bit of chance, I was able to come back to Starbucks in 2018 and support retail operations with graphic design. So it's been a full circle, and I love that I've gotten to work behind the bar, and now I work supporting the baristas behind the bar today.
We will have Kabita, who's joining us virtually, representing Qatar. At Station 2, we'll have Ron, who's representing Saudi Arabia. Station 3 is Murthan, representing Turkey. Station 4, we have Dre, representing Belgium. Champions, hands up, are you ready? Champions, hands up if you're ready. Yeah, judges, are we ready? Yeah, 3, 2, 1, your time starts now.
So, as we move forward in competition, we have now still virtually on live stream Kabita, representing Qatar, and now participating actually in Dubai from remote. Ron, representing KSA, with a drink that will be made of Ethiopia, single origin espresso, and Muratan for Turkey, and Dre for Belgium.
So I'm noticing already we have another champion, Kabita, with strawberry. Strawberry is becoming in 2 rounds. But we're first going to move over to talk about Ron and see what he's making today.
So Ron before, he was one of the champions that I think was the most relaxed throughout his storytelling, really pacing his competition with so much care, and we can also tell it now. He's just so much in control and having so much eye contact with his judges. It feels like he rehearsed this a few times, I would say. What is he bringing?
Today Ron is making the Tropical Cold Brew Series. So it sounds like he is considered, similar to Made Ali, he's considered the fact that this drink could be made many different ways. It is not a one size only. So some of the things we see in the ingredient list, we have ice, we have some simple syrup, peach syrup, bring a little bit of fruitiness there, mango dragon fruit refresher base, and then there's even orange mango refresher base, freeze-dried dragon fruit, and freeze-dried orange. So it's very fruit forward, very, I would imagine, light, delicious, I hope. What do you think?
Tropical is coming back.
Tropical is coming back.
Apparently, as you were trying to say before, there's a trend in here.
There's a trend.
Strawberries, tropical, and all these fresh fruity notes are all coming back. Now, there is to say that some of these ingredients are not present in all markets, and that's because these champions were told that what they had to use was only core components, so stuff they could find in store. But now, different markets mean also different ingredients. So some of them had access to some beverage components that normally are not in every single store, especially in northern EMEA. One of these, I imagine, is actually the peach syrup, for example, the mango dragon fruit refresher base, which is not definitely in UK or in Italy, for example.
And the orange and mango also says, notes here that Ron brought that from his market as well. So this one might be spanning all type of region, all markets, and really kind of a flavor that not everyone would get to taste. He also has made a kind of advertising of this one, which is just like bright, colorful, I think the champions here want summer to extend. I know we just started autumn, but I think the champions are trying to really bring out the summer, make it last as long as possible with these beverages.
And also I would say just they're getting ready for next summer. Like if they win, and they have a winter beverage, winter at that point will be gone, right? So they want to be ready to launch something possibly for next summer. As we go to station 3, we are with Murathan.
Murathan of Turkey.
What is he bringing?
He is making the ice shaken chai macchiato. So this reminds me when you talked about the dirty chai. Back when I was a bit shocked at this idea of espresso and matcha, right here we have once again espresso and chai being mixed. And this is not a traditional chai, but bringing those kind of components into a new way forward.
I have to say, so as I said before, judges also looking into creativity, right? So at how the baristas have expanded that knowledge of beverages that are currently on the menu, trying to make it more appealing and trying to answer a request from the market that currently is not as well addressed, right? Now, dark chai, as I said before, is quite a common drink, at least in the UK. I don't know anywhere.
I wouldn't call it common. It exists. People know of it, but I wouldn't call it common from my experience.
UK gets asked a lot.
I see.
So now I wonder if Turkey is just like trying to get a common drink in the UK and bring it to Turkey, or if it's also something similar happens like in a dark secret menu, is also common in Turkey and is trying to make it more official.
Yeah.
In both ways, good strategy, but also really simple drink. So let's see how that plays at the end. I mean, simplicity sometimes wins, right? So
the silence has hushed at Station 3 as he has poured that beverage. It looks like 3 are completed now for judges to taste. So big moment for Murathan there. Having them done, it now comes down to discussion, making sure that he brought full potential out.
5-minute warning, 5 minutes remaining.
And we are 5 minutes mark for these champions. So let's remember that these champions have different choices when it comes to giving drinks to their judges. Okay. So what they can do is, as for example Murathan is doing right now, to produce one beverage per judge. So the judge has a full expression of the beverage in the cup for themselves.
Okay.
Or they can just make one big cup, show how that looks when it's made, and then split the cup into 3, so the judge can try a sample of it. How that affects judging at the end, it's curious because the judge could be influenced by the fact that the drink is not, I mean, once you pour it and you add it, it mixes, right?
Mixes, right.
So it's not the same experience as once it's made and maybe it's layered.
It's not going to be picture perfect. It won't look like the props they brought. I think clearly it feels like in this day and age, if not always, the presentation of the beverage is also very important. Like, you want a drink that looks delicious, that looks tantalizing, not just tastes delicious.
So I can see that Dre from Belgium is pouring some caramel drizzle as we would do on a caramel macchiato.
Right.
What is he doing?
He's making the tropical storm macchiato. So
tropical. It's back.
It's tropical back. We can't escape it. And you nailed it with the double circle crosshatch caramel drizzle right there. That is a classic staple of the caramel macchiato at Starbucks. We know it all very well. In this drink, we have ice, coconut milk, skim milk, so he's mixing milks there, kind of maybe thinning that out. He has caramel drizzle and peach syrup. Wow.
I think it's as well a bold decision, right? You go for tropical notes with espresso, mixing a beverage that everyone knows. So it's kind of shaking a kind of a standard, a benchmark.
Yeah.
Everyone goes to Starbucks to have a caramel macchiato, and you kind of making that shake a bit and go really different in another direction. So could be playing to it as advantage if it's really good, or could be a bit of a bold move for the judges that they are challenged to try something they're not so used to, right?
Right.
The only thing that I want to notice about Dre is the fact that he's making the beverages once per judge.
Right.
So he didn't create 3 beverages and then hand them off. He's making 1 beverage at a time. Lack of values, so 1 cup at a time, right?
And it's, I think, for a layered beverage like this with the foam, the cold foam, the caramel drizzle, essential. You want that first hit of caramel as well. You wouldn't get that if he had split it into 3 separate cups. So I think that was a very smart move by Dre.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Let's
so
see.
let's see the judges are tasting it.
Any hints that we can see? We've got
Let's see
nods.
some expressions.
We like nods.
Yeah. So I want to remind everyone that Oscar is our master roaster in Milan, and before he was part of a trio of judges that gained the name of the Mean Trio because they weren't
The Mean Trio.
They weren't smiling whatsoever, like so serious. So to see Oscar now, I would say we're still there. Oscar's really serious.
Yeah.
And I think it's good. I mean, it doesn't let transpire any kind of particular feeling or appreciation, not because it's not there, because I just want to influence other judges or the competitors.
Right.
So I think it's great.
It's good to keep that neutral face, make sure they're asking the right questions, considering all aspects, because these judging sheets are not simple. It's not, do you like this beverage? It's not that. It is
100%.
much more complicated.
100%. So as the last few seconds, I would say, because
That's 1
yes,
minute.
exactly.
1 minute. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, 60 seconds to go. These partners have the last few bits to say. So now I'm pretty sure that one of the competitors is done, which is station 2.
Yes.
Station 2 is now done.
Station 2 looks done.
And Ron, I think it's.
That's Ron. Yes.
I heard some applause. So so I imagine yes, it's close. It's close judging. The last few 30 seconds, let's say, are the last few drops of seconds for Muratag and Dre to express what they have to say about the beverage.
It's at this point you got to make sure you've nailed the key points. You've talked about why you've made it, and go from there. So we're also very excited when this round's officially over very soon to bring an interview with one of the champions.
Let's wait for the last few seconds, and then we'll.
10, 9.
There you go.
8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Champions, that's it. Hands up, please.
So we are here with Leonard. Hi.
Hi.
So you're already done with your coffee tasting, but you still got to go with the signature beverage, which is going to be in a bit, I imagine.
Yeah, I can't wait for it.
I was about to say, how are you feeling? You can't wait
for it. I prepare so much for this signature beverage, and that beverage represents 100% of me.
Wow,
so
okay.
I can't wait for the judges to try. And I'm a little bit sad that I'm going to make only the drinks for the judges because I want everyone here to try it. Yeah.
Thanks for thinking of us, and thanks for thinking of the people at home. Can you give us, don't tell us much about it, but some sneak peeks. What are the flavors we can expect from your drink?
You know the standard refresher?
Yes.
This is something like that with the dragon. That's for the big people because it has cold brew.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's no refresher with refresher already kind of like caffeine.
It's not the refresher base, but it looks like a refresher.
All right.
So
it
it's sitting right next to them.
Okay, it looks like a refresher.
Yeah.
It also has caffeine, but actually because of coffee, because of cold brew.
Yeah.
Okay, so can't wait to taste it. What do you feel? Your like the kind of the winning point of your drinks are like its flavor, its appearance, is what do you think? Why do you think your drink is winning?
Firstly, what every customer sees when they firstly enter the store is the appearance. Like they see on the menu the big picture with the drink. So that's I think what stands the best for my drink. It looks like you want to try it so bad, so bad.
Nice,
yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Just probably don't have a lot of time, but I'd love to hear what was the hardest thing about creating your signature beverage?
Balancing the ingredients because it has so random and contrasting ingredients. It was so hard to get to a balance point with them.
But now that you made it, so let's say that this beverage wins and it goes into stores. Is it easy to make for your fellow partners?
Yeah, I made it so it's so easy to make. It's actually a drink that we already have in Romania with some extra steps. So it's in the standard process of making the Starbucks drinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had your partners in store try it?
Not only my partners in store. Actually, one day I made 3 venti drinks. I put them in small espresso cups, and I went on the street for people to try. And believe me, I stopped like 100 people to try. Hey, can you please try this? And one actually told me, no, you're gonna poison me. I don't want it. So I had many people to try it.
Did the person try it at the end or not?
Some liked it, some hate it, but the most of it were in the middle. Like, it's good. I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, it's a beverage for the everyday. It's not something that you try once and then, whoa, but then I've tried again. It's something that you enjoy every single day.
It can be both. Because when I firstly created the drink, I was like, yeah, I would try this like one time and that's it. And after I made it, and I tried again and again. I was like, wow, I'm starting to drink this every day. How is this happening?
So that's your new favorite?
Yeah.
Well, Leonard, thank you so much. We're so excited to see you later making your drink. Sure, we'll see some reaction from the judges. Appreciate your time and best of luck.
So as we move forward, 4 new stations are being set. We're going to have partners representing, for example, Bahrain and Jordan and Oman and Denmark as we move forward.
Denmark has the flags out. I just saw a big red waving flag, so many over there.
Judges.
It looks like Amelia has a nice little crowd supporting her today.
This is going to be great. Can't wait to try it. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to experience it all. So as we are moving on towards the final few seconds before we start this new section, we want to confirm that each of the partners have 10 minutes, only 10 minutes to create that personal beverage and deliver it.
In the earlier round today, did you get to introduce yourself to the audience at home about your Starbucks journey?
I did, but I will do that in another 2 or 3 seconds because the line passes to
All right,
Bob.
champions, are you ready? Hello? Oh, it is working now.
Come on, we'll call you anyway. So,
as well, we were kind of cut off. The competition was about to begin. I did just ask again Christian about what his partner's journey was. He's given it before, but maybe we have some new members on the audience.
100%. So I'm a 10-year partner. I started my journey in London as a barista in 2014.
Okay.
And then after just 1 year or so of being a barista in store, the first ever EMEA full reserve store opened up in London. Joined that team, became a trainer for reserve. And throughout that journey, I did so many incredible things. Like I've opened a market in South Africa. I had the chance to be trainer for the reserve store that opened in Amsterdam, in the airport. So great chance. And then became a roaster. And recently, I'll tell you later.
All right, champions, we're ready for round 3. So in station 1, we have Dava representing Bahrain. Station 2, Samaya representing Jordan. Station 3, Johara from Oman. And Station 4, Amelia from Denmark. Baristas, can you raise your hand if you're ready? Baristas champions, if you're ready, please raise your hand. Station 2, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? All right, your time starts now.
And we are back. On station 1, Dawa, it just started to explain a bit what's intentional. I feel can you see the judges are really smiling with her, which
Huge
is great.
Smiles.
Yeah, already engaging judges, which at the end are a bit like sort of customers today,
Yes,
right? Yeah,
absolutely. They're absolutely customers.
Yeah. What's Dawa bringing today?
She's making a drink called the Creamy Delight. Sounds good to me. It's by far, it seems the most different from what we've seen. It's a pretty small ingredient list today. We have ice, skim milk, whipped cream, and then we have something called Dawa's Spanish sauce.
So by the look of it, it looks like an ice latte that gets creamed with a creamy foam on top. Almost like have you ever tried a natural latte?
I have not, no.
So in some reserve stores used to use the natural system to infuse milk with nitrogen, and there are the double shot espresso to that. We used to have that in the roastery as well. Great drink, but that velvety finish of the milk was what was captivating.
Okay.
And I feel like she's trying to do something similar. I can see she's using blonde roast as an espresso, but as we go through it. Benita, Louise, and I don't know the last judge.
I don't know the last judge either.
Yeah, they are really, really engaged. So Louise, the big smile.
There's a beautiful small silver kind of pitcher on the counter. Do you happen to know what that is?
I honestly have no clue. We might want to ask later on.
We'll have to try and pull Dawa for an interview to ask her a bit more about presentation and components she brought here to support her drink.
But you're absolutely right. The drinks looks quite easy from the props she brought. She has a little prop showing the beverage she's about to make, and based on the ingredient you just listed, it looks a really, really easy drink. Which, again, bringing back the idea that these drinks might want to go in store. It's a winning piece because everyone will be able to make it.
It's from so far that by far the fewest ingredients of everybody's here. That as a former barista, that sounds like music to my ears. Simplification. Let's keep it simple. I want to get this drink out to customers in efficient time and high quality. So I love that.
So as we move on to the second session with Sumaya, we can tell that there is a foam going on right now, and there is a shaker being prepared with some espresso and ice.
Yeah.
What's she bringing?
The drink is Habibi Shaken. Habibi Shaken.
All right.
And in this drink we have ice, shaken milk, as you could maybe hear on the camera there, pouring cream, honey, cinnamon powder, vanilla syrup, and then oranges and cardamom. So the champion has brought that herself.
Kurt is my friend.
Yes.
Check the prompt with you.
Oh my goodness. So Sumaya has created a beautiful poster for her beverage. It's got beans, it's got orange zest, it's got ice falling from the back. I want to order that. Very impressed. Very impressed.
Maybe the camera will pick it up, but in front of Sumaya, there is a beautiful piece of art that a designer as you are for actually this kind of content. I think it just it's impressive.
It's
right?
impressive.
Yeah.
You see these things that look like they could already be in market. Like this is also it's a challenge that these champions had, and regardless of the taste, they are already performing. That they're thinking, how would this be marketed? How would this be there? And I gotta say, I also just noticed that she's including some, I assume, orange, the zest on top of this drink. Nice little finishing touch. Something we don't really see very often. I gotta say, I'm into it.
And pistachio. So I don't want to spoil any surprise for anyone.
Okay.
But I have heard
that
pistachio is starting to pick up all around the market as a really highly requested beverage component. So the fact that Sumaya is using it, it just tell me that she kind of picked it up, right? She looks what the market is looking for, and she just kept working on that, right? So that's what we said before. Building a special signature beverage is also about understanding what ingredients you want to use and build the beverage around it. For example, with pistachio.
Yeah, so pistachio has been a winter limited time offering in the U.S. the last couple of years. So the fact that it's there in some places, it's coming to a broader part of the world.
So, as we go on to the 5 minutes mark, we are now in front of Jawara at station number 3 with what drink?
She's making the Caramel Spice Delight. That sounds great to me with that, based off that name. In it, we have ice, whole milk, pouring cream, caramel drizzle, cinnamon powder, chai syrup, chai tea, and some salt.
So,
like that.
So, I like that too. Salt, even though it's not extremely used in core stores, it's hardly used in reserve. Salt is a great ingredient to bring up flavor and to highlight it. Too much, it spoils the drinks. But if you just put really a small pinch, it kind of changes everything, right?
Especially with caramel, like salted caramel is such. It's everywhere. It's an ice cream. It's in
100%.
exquisite chocolates. You name it, it's there. I gotta say, the drink looks like a delicate color. Looks really nice. Obviously, the caramel on top. You got that. Happy for that.
And also, I believe caramel is an always loved ingredient. Like, who doesn't love some nice caramel on top of your drink, right? I believe that Jawara tried kind of to be on the wave of what's really working in my market. Let's try to bring it up in a drink that wins, easy to make and impressive at the first taste. The judges do look enjoying it. I can see someone licking the straw.
Good. Licking the caramel off a straw. It
was always a good sign.
It's always good. Can't go bad at that. Oh, it's exciting. She's on so she's moving on to presentation stage. The drinks are made. She also has a prop that's kind of showing off the drink, how it would look. It's even multiple. We've got multiple pages here to highlight.
I've heard I have designed a cup.
That is her cup right there. That is incredible.
I mean,
we love that.
I think that she went above and beyond. She created a cup. Let us show you.
Very quickly,
a cup just to serve her beverage. I think it's a beautiful way to showcase a beverage creation. As we move on to the last station with Emilia from Denmark, we can see. Ooh.
I was gonna say I didn't have a name in my notes, but thankfully we have a sign again. So we have the exotic lemon and coconut frappuccino.
So it's some tropical.
Tropical.
I mean, it's not tropical, but it's fresh.
Coconut lemon. Where do you usually have those flavors?
So I think it's the first contestant right now that used a frap. Like created a frap, right? As a beverage.
Yeah.
So I can see Oscar going on to the tasting. Let's see. I'll see.
Seeing how he's feeling about it.
All right. I'll try to get some expression from Oscar's face, but again, as I said before, Oscar is not really the person that transpired too much.
No.
Right?
Well, I gotta say, like it. There's more ingredients in here than I think I would have thought of based off that name. So I think Emilia has considered other little things. So we have cream, we have some white mocha sauce, we have citrus syrup, we have lime wheel inclusions included, and we also have a little bit of cold foam powder for prep. So she's bringing this in. She's bringing the cold foam, pulling that in, and
so it's a frap with cold foam on top.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. playing with texture.
Exactly. Getting both those, bringing in two kind of different beverage platforms of cold foam ice drinks and perhaps, adding them. We don't need the whipped cream. You have cold foam. Why need whipped cream? It's already like it.
I think Emilia now is going is already like directly asking what the judges feel and think of the beverage, right?
Yeah.
So
1 minute
So
warning.
I can pick up some of the information that I've been sharing right now. So even judges are not that used to drink coconut milk. I feel that they are really impressed with Emilia's signature beverage. So the last, if I heard correctly, last minute or
that was just the last minute. So we're under a minute left. This is the time to get your kind of final little fact or storytelling aspect of it to make sure the judges fully understand why you've done what you've done today.
30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. Again, the judges are looking for balance in flavor, coffee forwardness, and some innovation, of course. You can't just bring a latte with a syrup.
No, that's a bit too simple for this level of the competition.
These are champions.
These are champions, national champions.
10,
they are already the champions.
9,
we expect
8,
them to think of things
7,
that
6,
the average person would
5,
not customize.
4,
And we go 3, 2, 1.
Hands up,
And we are done.
champions.
The champions
That's your
are
time
done.
done.
Hands up. I'll do you later. Oh, later. Okay, later. Okay, fine. So Dre, you were a competitor a couple of sections ago, right?
Yeah.
How did it go?
It really went nice and it didn't get smooth, but I managed to do it very well. So I'm really not prepared of having those scripts to say. It's just like I came here like talking to myself, like to share my experiences and everything. It's like my passion just go through all throughout the competition.
All right.
Yeah.
So you said like it wasn't scripted, so you just went with flow.
Yeah, just went with my heart. Just keep on talking and sharing my experiences to the judges, and this is how I inspire others. It's like sharing experiences and sharing my knowledge to everybody. It's like just sharing everything. So it's really a great part for me looking everybody. Like after my turn, it's like I'm just going everywhere, like watching every one of them. Like they're really that great, and they really did a good job.
I have to ask, during the lead up to today, did any of the champions, did you guys try each other's signature beverage, or did you keep it quiet? Were you kind of secretive, not wanting to share too much of what was going on beforehand?
A lot of us we did like put it in a secret way, but for me, I didn't put it in a secret way because no one asked me. If somebody asked me, I should have told them. Because otherwise, what they gonna do, right? So it's
The drink's done at that point.
Yeah.
They cannot change the result.
On the point, how many attempts, right? So this drink you just it just showed to the judges. Which attempt was that? Like, so how many times you did a version of it until you got to the final version?
I did 4 times of it because I want them to try it with the sip one. I don't want them to try it with the straw.
No,
Because
I get it. Sorry. I mean, in the past months.
Oh, okay.
How many version? Like, so you tried once, maybe more syrup. Try another one, maybe more milk, maybe more, and then till get the right one.
Yeah. So I just made it like 2 times. That's it.
2 times. You just nailed it perfect from that.
Because I don't have enough time to practice it, just because a week later it's the deadline of everything, so I need to get this one. So, okay, this is good. I let the partners taste it. Okay, this is good. Maybe a less more sweetness. So, okay, that's it.
Okay, so honestly, I think this kind of approach can play really well. I mean, you just go with gut feeling. You feel it's right, and you just go with it. It could be like the winning decision. You never know.
Yeah, it's so easy to overthink something, right? You know what tastes well. You know it works, and I can see how you can just spend too many days, too many hours. And hey, I love the confidence. I love that you got it right, and you know what you were doing. So
are you listening at your fellow partners that are here with you today competing?
Yes.
There is any drink that you like just by hearing how they make it, there is any drink you're looking forward to try?
For me, because I like something sweet, so it's like the last one I saw is like for Ali's drink, I think. That's like for me a
Tropical.
sweet,
Ali had a tropical latte.
tropical latte. Yeah, that it's really so sweet for me to look at it. The picture, it's like, oh, this is really exciting.
So you'd love to try that?
Yeah, I would love to try that, but I don't know if there's still some.
There's no more now. We can ask Ali to make one for us.
Yeah, maybe later.
Thank you, Dre.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for your time, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Enjoy. So, as we're moving forward in this championship, any kind of any desire to try something? Did you see some beverage that you're like, I want to try that as soon as I can?
I think surprisingly, I want to try the coconut and lemon frappuccino.
Are you a frap person?
No. I know. I would not have predicted that, but you know what? There was something about it. I'm curious about it. I'm curious to the flavor. I think frappuccinos are too sweet sometimes, and I think that one might not have the overwhelming.
Because there's a citrusy note.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It kind of cuts it a little bit. So I have to say that would be, I think, the surprise pick for me. What about you?
I think that's tell you in a few minutes because it's our time up. But if it's not up, I can tell. So that the drink that Costas made, I'm not.
All right,
a
everyone.
There you go.
Station number 1. Baristas are ready. Claudia, station number 1, representing Ireland. Station number 2, Raj from Kuwait. Station number 3, Gillian, representing UAE. Station number 4, Ritu, representing Austria. All right, champions, are we ready? Hands up, please, if you're ready. Station 2, Station 4, are we ready? Champs, if you're ready, please raise your hands. Ready? Station 4, are we ready? Okay, that's time starts now.
And here we go again.
Welcome back.
Station 1. Who's that? Can't see the soul.
It's Clodagh, representing Ireland.
Clodagh representing Ireland with what drink?
She's making the brown sugar blonde oat latte. So, okay, brown sugar with espresso, all-time favorite. All-time favorite.
Yes, but we have to say, so we always been discussing so far, for the past hour, we've been discussing about how innovation is being perceived by judges. They're looking at creativity in drinks.
Right.
We have in Europe that it's shaken double espresso, that's oat in it, and brown sugar, which is a double espresso, oat shaken double espresso, right?
Okay.
So it's like it'll be curious to know how she used that information to create something that still is innovative, but is ingredients that are non, right?
I'm noticing one of the key ingredients is brown sugar whipped cream. So obviously you can't maybe just rely on one extra ingredient, but I'm curious to see with that extra brown sugar and as a topping of the beverage, how it all comes together and how it kind of has a different expression than something that we've kind of similar does exist already.
Or also, simply like, it's also really nice, I think, and really well perceived because we're still talking about how mission and values from Starbucks are playing a key element in here. Maybe she just like being really inspired about what she really loves and what really works in that market. So decided to do something that goes in it and just tweaks it to make it even more appealing, right? So,
yeah, because it is. We have in this brown sugar syrup, a brown sugar packet, a sachet, and the brown sugar cream. So it's like brown sugar 3 ways. Really kind of bringing that out. Clearly brown sugar forward. She's pouring the brown sugar right now in the whipped cream. That looks great. That's a wonderful swirl in my opinion.
And I can tell from the little prop that she has in front of her, there is the chance to do it even iced, which I believe she will make for the judges, which is great. The ability to play with cold and ice drink, hot and ice drink, it's amazing. I think I want to point out though, we have an espresso that it's famous to be caramelly, which is espresso roast.
Right.
She still used blonde.
Oh.
So how that plays in with the beverage, I'll be really curious to
That
try
would be
it.
very interesting to see. Okay, we're now at Station 2, which we have Raj representing Kuwait. And he has made the Fredo Cocoa Cloud Cappuccino. Now that's a name. Let's see what he's doing right now.
I can see a prop there. That I have to be honest. Are you a whole milk drinker or alternative to dairy?
I usually drink mostly dairy, actually. I stick to dairy.
So I'm also stick to dairy, but I'm really into alt beverages, and I think Oatly makes a great product.
Yes,
we have it in the roastery. We use it with all the arts as well. Like it's a great beverage. I have to be honest, the prop and the design of it really reminds me like of a Oatly kind of. It's really like fresh, and it's reassuring and warm.
It is, absolutely.
The design, right?
Yeah, no, it's a bit light too. There's a lot of negative space, good colors, even just like kind of the hand-drawn elements. I think that to me is what you're talking about with Oatly. Like Oatly does that really well, and we're seeing that now today too, which is interesting. In this cappuccino, we have skim milk, we have white mocha sauce, vanilla syrup, and some mocha powder. I'm curious if the mocha powder is a topping or if the mocha powder is brought and swirled in with the espresso. Could be interesting either way.
I agree. I also would like to point out that his props are also say there is one saying the however you want it cappuccino.
However you want it.
It says it on there.
Do you think that is referencing more towards the level of foam? So like in the States, a dry cappuccino, a wet cappuccino, as we like to call it. How do you take that?
Really interesting. I don't know. The great thing is we to try and to be there with him. But I have to say this, it kind of plays onto our heritage in Starbucks. We became the company we are today because of customization and the ability we have to turn the drink into the way customer wants it. And in the recent past, we've been just giving out to customers already made and prepared beverages, where in that case, it seems like the customers can cut the beverages whatever they want it.
That's right, very true. So we just heard the 5-minute warning. We're halfway through, and we've moved on to Station 3, where we have Jillian representing here from the United Arab Emirates, and she's making the matcha bean harmony. Can you take a wild guess what's in it? One
matcha?
ingredient. Oh, you're right. Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe I read it wrong. No, you were correct. So we have some skim milk, we have matcha powder, and we have brown sugar syrup. Brown sugar showing up again.
It's a great syrup. I think it pairs really well with coffee, no matter what. Did you see it as well, Ryan?
That cold foam.
Like if you see at the layers of the beverage that she made, that green on the bottom, the brown of I think chocolate, I would say maybe, and the top skinny milk cold foam. It's just so appealing. You just want to sip it.
It's so distinct. Those layers are crisp. They are clear. It looks delicious. I do wish that glass right there was mine.
So, I have to say something.
Yes.
As I was saying before, you asked me what's the drinks I would like to try.
Yeah.
I said Costas and I'm not a white mocha person. I never drink it. But it was curious. Also, the mixture of the two espresso. But also that one, I would say, and I'm not a matcha drinker. Let's say my drink are flat white and cold brew. So.
Simple taste. You like the coffee, you like the espresso, and it makes sense. I don't drink much matcha, so when we're seeing some of these like matcha being explored different ways, it grabs my attention because maybe there is that expression of matcha that I'm not experiencing, right?
And
I haven't discovered, and I could like it.
Yeah.
So I have to agree with that. Probably let's see what's going on over here at Station 4.
Yeah, Station 4. Let's we're moving on to Station 4 to see what tropical can bring us again.
So we have Ritu from Austria at Station 4, and as Christian mentioned, the beverage name is the Tropical Coffee Colada.
So I can see something that I really like. So Ritu has taken the principle of a pina colada, where you have the brim of your glass all dipped in sugar, and applied it to a coffee-based drink.
It caught my attention. The moment I saw that, I stopped. I was like, Of course. What a great addition to this beverage. So as you might be able to guess, that we have some expected flavors of coconut milk, but we have white mocha sauce, we have peach syrup, there's a cool lime base included from the Refresha base. And then as we mentioned, the freeze-dried lime is included as on the rim, as well as the sugar and honey used to glue that sugar, or not glue obviously, but stick that sugar onto the cup there.
Now, it's not to kind of give space to all our suppliers, which does not sponsor us today.
No.
But I have to be honest, if the one before remind me a lot of Oatly kind of layout and designing, the prop we have today, right now with Tropical Coffee Colada, doesn't look like Alpro.
Yeah, it is. It is. Look at that.
It's interesting though, a list.
Interesting to see what these champions are choosing, what they're seeing, and like there's at this point there's so much coffee and milk marketing out there. It's fun to see these champions create their own thing while still kind of making out brand. But she's chosen a wonderful little, tropical beach view. The drink's kind of front and center. We got all the flavors around the base. Very impressed.
So we are about to go to 1 minute. We're about to go to 1 minute with time. But before we go there, I want to say that if you didn't try it yet, even though
warning.
you might not associate too much coffee and lemon or lime,
right?
These two ingredients are actually really great together. Really great together. And the fact that Ritu has used them in a beverage, I think is a great selling point, because if you mix it in the right amount and the right ratio, is a winning beverage. One of our top mocktail in the roastery is actually made with maple syrup, lime juice, and
a
cold
30-second warning, champions.
Yeah. So I think it's great that she used some of it. So as we are about to go into the 10 minutes, if you're about to go in the 10 minutes, 10 seconds mark, sorry. I'm looking at things and I'm getting really confused. But as we are now counting down.
10,
9, 8,
7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Champions, that's it. That's time.
And we are also done with the fourth?
That's four of them.
The fourth section of our signature beverages. And now we are about to interview someone else. A really tall man.
A very tall man.
Very tall man.
Hello.
Oscar? Where's Oscar?
Oh, Christian and Curtis. Sorry, I'm a bit tired today.
Antonio, I would say it's a bit tired. You should get some coffee.
I know. If anyone would like to make me a coffee, I'm in the third place.
So we interviewed Antonio, which was one of the support team. Show up.
Loving it. Support team.
There you go. So as a support team, how have been? He was with us in Amsterdam the festival. Yep. How was your experience in Amsterdam with the champions?
Honestly, it was such an amazing experience. I could just see in the eyes of the champions that they've learned so much, and they're going to really value this experience for the rest of their life. So many of them are already telling me what they want to do in their markets and how they want to share that experience with their partners in store and in others. It's quite heart-touching, actually.
That's great. This was last year. Did you support with the Barista Championship, or is this your first year supporting?
No, I was actually lucky enough to support with the Barista Championship. Actually, last year I was the Station 4 manager with our partner Joel, so I've experienced both sides now, from the pre-setup to the running back and forwards and to the coordination side as well. So I think I'm quite well experienced now with Barista Championships.
So let me get this straight. So the last two positions you need to experience is one, hosts. That will be us. Three positions. Hosts, judges. But would you compete?
Would I compete? Well, I have said I think we should have an EMEA Support Centre champion also thrown in there for a mix. Maybe a Milan Centre champion as well, just to spice it up a little bit. Would I compete? I mean, from our little practice session in Amsterdam, my latte art does need a little bit of work, but maybe with a bit of practice I could compete, yeah.
I was going to say, you actually already have competed. It might not be to this scale, but the support team in Amsterdam at the roasting plant had a little latte art throwdown where the champions got to judge us. And Antonio bravely went first, and I think you did a pretty good job. So you got to hang your head high there.
And also, as we said to the champions right now, it's not all about latte art, isn't it?
No, it's not.
You'd be 100% right. A lot of the champions are extremely passionate about their latte art, and rightly so. Just my personal opinion, I think they're very passionate about it. It's because it's something that everyone can see, and I think they fear that they might be judged because people can see it, whereas not everyone can maybe see the storytelling, perhaps. But we try to reassure them, that the world won't end with latte art. No matter what happens, the world will keep spinning, and the competition carries on.
There's any learnings that you get from the second year as a support team?
Any learnings? Yes. Plan, and then plan for things not to go according to the plan, and then keep planning some more. So we have a massive, extensive plan, and sometimes things don't go to the plan. I know I said plan a lot, but plan.
Say plan one more time.
Plan.
And on this, I would say that this really links well with the approach I think our champions needs to have, which is all about practicing, which is a bit like planning. So planning that time on stage and in front of the judges, that kind of gives them, as it gives us support team, a great chance to do well. Don't you think?
Absolutely.
No, I completely agree. I know these partners have put months and months and years of preparation into this. This is not something they've just woken up to decide to do yesterday and go today. They've been preparing months. They've started with their store competition up to the district level, and eventually they've become their national champion. So all of these partners here are the best barista in their country, in their market.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for the support you've given over the years. I know it was great to have you in Amsterdam with us. We had a good time. Champions loved you. So thanks for all your help today as well, and we'll see you around.
Thank you very much. You're both great hosts. See you soon.
So as we keep the last 30 seconds of audience and live stream before we move on to the fifth section, we want to remind everyone that these champions are the best there is in Europe. They only have 10 minutes per challenge.
Yep.
And all they do in 10 minutes is the way the judges scoring them, and the only way for them to win.
Only way. It is like everything they've learned.
All right, champions, this is our fifth round. I'm just going to check everyone's ready. So Carmen is on station 1. Carmen, give us a wave. Station 2, Patrick from Czechia. Patrick. Station 3, Marva from Egypt. And last but not least, Veronica on Station 4, representing Slovakia. Champions, can you lift your hand when you're ready? Ready? Carmen, ready? Marva, you ready? Judges, you ready? Your time starts now.
And we are at Station 1 here with Carmen from Spain. We do not see, I don't have notes of the name of her beverage, but in this beverage we have brown sugar syrup, a dried lime wheel, and some sparkling water. So another drink with using the lime wheel, the dehydrated lime wheel, maybe shaken in, maybe as a garnish. We will have to see. But it sounds refreshing. I love bringing sparkling water into the drinks. It's something that I think is, sparkling water and espresso go well together. But it's not something that we get to experience very often outside of the roasteries or reserve stores. They kind of up-level some of this coffee, and we're seeing that now with Carmen's expression. Seeing the photo of it, it does look delicious. There's a nice layer as well, and she is charming the judges right now. She explains what she's going to do, why she made the drink, and how it's all going to come together. So we have Christian kind of sneaking a peek at the beverage so he can talk a bit more to how those components are all going to come together for a finished beverage.
Sorry, I was trying to lean in
It's okay.
I don't know if the
appreciate
camera.
that.
I don't know if the camera got me, but I was trying to get the name of the drink, which is, I found out, sparkling brown sugar shaken espresso.
Oh, great. Amazing.
It kind of already hooks you up.
Yeah,
sparkling, it's fresh.
I was saying I love the idea of bringing sparkling water more into drinks. I know that Reserve and Roastery do it, but our Foresters don't. I think it's really nice to have that kind of bite even with it to the espresso.
But I think as well, like it's really the copy, the copy for her props, which is ponle chispa tu vida, which I have checked means bring a bit of sparkle in your life.
Bring a bit of sparkle to your life.
I think it's a beautiful copy. Yeah, it's great. It really works.
That really does. Yeah.
Yeah, in all languages.
All languages.
I mean, maybe let's not put ponle.
We won't go through them all.
But in the one we are currently, I think it really works. Yeah.
Yeah.
As we move on to the second station, we can see Patrick. Let's remember everyone. Second year competing in the final. We interviewed him before, and as he said, majority of what he has improved and he has changed in his approach to the championship is into pacing, is into kind of to be more connecting and empathizing and engaging with judges.
Right.
His props is all on a laptop, so there's not much stuff printed. We try to go and have a sneak peek. But what is he bringing?
He's making the iced cinnamon white mocha macchiato. So we have ice, soy milk, some pouring cream, white mocha sauce, cinnamon powder. What do you think? What first reaction to those ingredients? White mocha, I think cinnamon white mocha is a good combo. White mocha isn't too strong. Cinnamon really kind of amps that up.
So as before Barbara and I, we interviewed a couple of champions, right? And a few of them have mentioned the intention to bring one of the best sellers we have in our food selection into beverage, which is the cinnamon as well.
Right.
So cinnamon was going to be widely used, I think, and Patrick's one of the first one bringing it into the drink. So white chocolate and cinnamon powder kind of sends me there.
Yeah.
The nice icing on top of our cinnamon swirl. And the cinnamon is a great kind of mixture of ingredients that gets reminded a lot by white mocha and the powder, cinnamon powder.
I talked to Patrick a bit when we were in Amsterdam, and he originally wasn't going to compete again after last year. He felt he had done it. He wanted someone else to compete. He wanted to help people along their journey. But through the coffee seminars, through some of these experiences with other baristas, he just fire grew back in him, and he was like, I have more. I have more I can give. I have more I can do. And I think that I have to imagine that this drink is everything he thought it would be, and looked like a nice pour there.
Look at that,
cold foam on top.
Yes. It just makes you want to try it.
Yeah.
So I can see there is some. Look at that. Also layering. Layering, it's really the key in this championship.
And that cinnamon powder dripping through the cold foam a little bit, giving it some texture, giving it more color than the milk below. It's absolutely phenomenal.
And I also can tell there is some dairy alternative being used, right? So it's coconut. What was it?
I think
soy.
I think it was soy milk.
Soy
in that
milk.
one.
Okay, soy milk. So really, really cool. The decision to go towards dairy alternatives.
So we're moving now on to Station 3, where Marwa from Egypt is making her strawberry iced latte.
Strawberries come back.
Strawberries come back. Another strawberry. In this drink, as you can imagine, we have strawberry. We also have all milk options. It could be made for anybody who would be on their dairy, non-dairy. We have whipped cream, strawberry sauce, white mocha sauce, frap roast, freeze-dried strawberry, and strawberry jam.
Even jam.
Strawberry jam, even jam.
So, again, before I said it, for example, lemon with espresso, with coffee in general, it has not been a great idea since, up until a few years back, right?
Mm-hmm.
As well as strawberries. Strawberries and coffee is not, I had tried coffee that tastes like strawberries.
Yeah.
It's rare to have them in espresso. Espresso tends to be compacting almost, to bring together so many flavors in one little space that is hard to taste something as delicate as strawberry. In filter is different. Now she's in espresso, so I wonder how that kind of matches the strawberry flavor, right?
As you say, it is interesting because I do feel like red fruits is a quite common filter coffee kind of flavor note, and I know big variety. So you kind of like, I in some ways I would have expected more strawberry to go well with espresso. It's interesting that they try it, but a lot are trying it. So I feel like there's something there, right? To have this many champions trying strawberry, what are we missing?
Need to go and try it as well. It would be great to ask Sam Anderson, which is one of our judges, that is the EMEA manager for beverage development. So it would be nice to ask him why is he never won that.
I hope we didn't get to interview Sam later, because I think that's my biggest question for someone like that at this point.
As we are about to move to the last station, we can see Marwa that made another version of a drink, and also as we move on to the fourth station, did you see how nice one of the other champions have run to get a pitcher for Marwa? She didn't have one.
She didn't have one.
No. So I think it's a great example of how it's true they are all against each other, because there will be a winner, but also they're all really good friends.
Yeah, the friendships they made were so strong. It's no surprise. I'd love to see it. Well, I'm looking at Station 4, where we have Veronica from Slovakia.
What does she have?
Can you guess what ingredient she's including that we've talked about?
What is this? Strawberries?
It's strawberry. Her beverage is the strawberry sunrise espresso.
Right.
But there's a little bit of a twist here.
Go on.
Not just strawberry. We also have lemonade included in this.
So a bit of acidity going on with our espresso. What espresso is she using? Kenya. I like that.
That's a good pair. Well, we all know that Kenya's a bit juicy. It's got some of those citrus notes.
Raspberries and freshness, yes.
So I think that's very interesting.
Nice pairing, yes.
I really like that.
100%. It's interesting, again, going back, it's interesting how she's, amongst the other one that so far has used strawberry, how she decided to go for a coffee that has those notes
already in it. Yeah.
So she works with the ingredients to be around the coffee.
When you use Kenya's espresso, do you get the same notes as filter though?
I would say no.
No.
So at least you kind of get almost the same, but one is just a really, really, really skilled mouth to experience all the flavors. But as well, flavors get a bit sharpened out, so it tends to risk to lose some of the let's say to the more delicate and narrow notes. So I think it goes more towards the acidity. It goes towards raspberries as notes, rather than going into the delicate hints that Kenya has. Yeah,
I see that.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have
1 minute left,
and two of the contestants are already done. They did not need the full 10 minutes. They made their drinks.
30 seconds
actually,
remaining.
I mean, I'll try it.
Yeah, please, let's see. First impression.
Is really coffee forward. Like, I like it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that too. I think the lemonade.
It's the twist.
It starts it bright.
9,
I'm taking it with me actually. So
7,
and we count down.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
That's
and
it,
we're
champions.
done. All the champions with hands up. As
take a
we
quick
are
15-minute break.
are
Thank you
going
all so
towards
much.
the next section of the championships. We now, I believe, is gonna go for a little break, or about 10 minutes before we come back with the last section.
The station's gonna do a big reset, clean up everything, get ready for the last half of the champions.
Which is gonna be
as we end this day. So
for other 5 sections, right? Yeah. Other five little section will be after these little breaks for 10 minutes. We're gonna finish these drinks. One drink to share. It's really tasty. We stole it, so
we did.
it's the only way to try some.
Veronica.
But while we finish this, also you get your own coffee if you can.
Yeah.
And then we'll meet you back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
back for the next round of the signature beverage. I'm just gonna make sure all of our champions are ready. So on station 2, we have Misa representing Finland. Station 3, we have Efthymios representing Greece. And on station 4, we have Alice representing Portugal. All right, champs, are you ready? Can you lift your hand when you're ready, please? Oh, we're missing some judges.
Yeah. You're not next. You're the one up. Thank you.
All right. We had a case of a few missing judges, but I think we're ready now. So champions, your time starts now.
And we are on with Misa. So, station number 2 is having our champion from Finland. Misa's taking us where in flavor?
She's taken us on a journey to a blonde cinnamon cloud.
So I have to say, I'm a bit of a kind of a marketing kid. I like it.
You're a specialist?
No,
no.
As in like I'm like a slave of marketing. Like if I'm in a restaurant, right, and I see something with a fancy name, or if the waiter comes or the barista in a store comes like, we just launched this.
Yeah.
Is a cloud of flavor. I'm like, I want it now, right? So the fact that it's cloud in the name, for me, it's like, if I was a judge, 10 points, done.
Instantly, you're into it and all that. This drink, yeah, lovely name. It's also a quite a simple drink.
Go on.
We don't have a lot of components.
Tell us.
We have some soy, cinnamon powder, and vanilla syrup. That's it. I overheard Misa talking that, she really wanted a simple beverage that everyone could make, everyone could order. It's just focus on the flavor, nothing too much. And that highlights really the focus on, she's considering it already. What is the average customer looking for at Starbucks? Is it accessible? Can someone come and never been to Starbucks before and order this drink? I think so, right? It's kind of straightforward in terms of you kind of know what you're getting based off the name. And in some ways, that's nice to know. It's nice to know what you can expect.
I can see already a recipe card shown on. And also to say, the simplicity of the beverage also translates on the simplicity of the exposition.
Yes.
It's not a really complicated way to present it, I believe. So easy. You got your recipe card on, and the rest is what you can transfer just by explaining the drink, right? Yeah.
I think a lot of her storytelling and bringing in why she chose the beverage, what it means to her, is going to go a long way in kind of bringing that flavor out also for the judges.
100%. Station 3. So Efthymios from Greece.
He is making the strawberry espresso tonic, our favorite ingredient of this year's competition.
So I have to say, that beverage. It's I don't know if we are seeing it on camera, but the beverage is really, really lovely to watch.
The cascading effect
yes,
right now.
It looks,
oh my gosh.
like a nitro cold brew.
Yeah.
Of clearly that is settling all the oil in the beverage. It looks like it's so captivating right now.
I think we're getting that maybe from just tonic water as well included.
Yeah.
So this is really, we have ice, strawberry sauce, mocha sauce, vanilla syrup, of course our freeze-dried strawberries, and some tonic water.
All right. As we're going through, as Curtis tell us a bit more about what we're seeing right now, as the judges are trying it.
Judges are we have a nice little mixing up, making sure they're getting all the flavors, because that foam is going to have some flavor, the strawberry, all that. We don't want to drink just the bottom. You're going to miss. You can see some strawberry sauce at the bottom. You want it all coming together. So these judges each are getting a taste. I'm seeing maybe a bit, there's some tart flavors coming through. But there's big smiles on the judges when they're seeing what Efthymios is doing.
So I have to say something.
Yes, go for it.
I'm pretty sure that one of the key points for these champions to be valued on, it's definitely visual appearance.
Yes.
How the drinks shows up in your hands as like is it appealing and is like it's marketable. Right. This drink is 100% marketable. It's a really lovely drink to watch. As well as I think they'll be looking at coffee synergy. So how well the espresso or the cold brew they've chosen blends and balance itself with the ingredients.
Would you expect a blonde espresso with a drink like this, or would you go for the signature?
I probably would go
in your opinion.
Yeah, I would definitely go tonic's fresh. Strawberry again is fresh. I would stick to an African coffee.
African coffee,
yeah.
Really
just
highlight that.
Yeah, just go with that. Ethiopia, Kenya, definitely try one of those. Ephemius went for espresso roast.
Signature espresso?
Signature
Standard?
espresso, yeah.
Wow, I would not have guessed that. I would have assumed a blonde or something else there. So that is, I love to. I might have to try and sneak this one as well. We got that lemonade strawberry, but I really want to see what he's doing.
I can see that Ephemius is making another one as he talks to his judges. He's making a second one. Maybe as these old champions are done, we can come back and try to steal one as we did before.
Right. And I do see there are two slightly different based off the photos, right?
I see.
I'm looking. I'm seeing is that maybe a different type of cold foam on top. There's some other accents on there, but clearly there is two distinct versions of this drink he's showing off. Very exciting.
Claudia, which just went in for it another time. So
I got a head nod too. I saw that head nod. Did you? Yep. Feels good.
Yeah, she would look at her eyes. She's contemplating. She's like, do I like it? Do I not like it?
There's that second variant. Look at that. That is a darker cold foam. Like I don't.
Now 4 layers.
I'm not sure what but it feels almost like there's maybe some chocolate powder in there or something. I'm not sure, but
it just sparks out my curiosity. I just really want to try those beverages. Maybe we can go back to them later.
Hopefully.
And the fourth session, the last one of the set of champions, have Alice.
Alice from Portugal. She's taking the judges through her drink right now, which is the Cloud Cold Brew. Cloud again. is the marketing speak working for you?
I'm buying it. They all got my money.
We also have on this lovely visual. It looks like a signage panel here.
Let me give you this. I'll show the.
Okay, we're going to show it. We have the wispiness of Cloud. It's delegates light on a nice dark background.
It's lovely.
That cold foam is just like about to bubble over.
It's also marketed. There's prices on
with the full extra mile. You have that right there. That's already in stores, isn't it? It must be. So this drink we have, it's similar. There's not a ton of ingredients on it, but clearly it is a citrus forward drink. We have ice, skim milk, vanilla syrup. It's cold brew with the cold foam on there. I'm seeing pictures of grapefruit. Seeing vanilla. What else have you seen on there?
No wonder though that that in the prop there is the little collateral. There is some smoke kind of.
There is smoke.
Do you think that's just to make it more appealing, or it's actually like it's smoking flavor?
I think it's smoking flavor. She's highlighted the other flavor notes in there, so I think that Alice has brought this all together, realizing that it's highlighting what this drink is supposed to taste like.
As I hear someone cheering, I imagine the drink being tasted and completed, and the judges are leaving. Alice is done.
Alice is finished. She didn't. Once again, her drink straightforward. She knew this well. The cold foam, by the way, is still sitting very nicely. It well made. I gotta say, Alice knew what she was doing. She got through. Very exciting. We still have. It looks like also station 3. Ephemios is kind of wrapping up. Drinks are made. Just chatting with the judges. They're considering what's going on.
I'm still wondering what the difference amongst the two drinks is. I have to be honest.
Should you go? Is it too early to take one?
To take one, maybe yes. to take the props and try to read them.
We can grab the props. Let's see what the props say.
Let's do this. So we have strawberry espresso tonic, right?
Okay.
And if we go through it, there you go. So there is a strawberry espresso tonic. That is the first one we saw, but then also there you go.
Chocolate cream cold foam. So same beverage, two different cold foams.
Yeah.
In some ways, sometimes you think about how one element will change the drink drastically, right? It's you don't need to completely redo it. It can be both iced, and there's still 2 variations, and that's really kind of fun to see.
But do you think he put the cold foam as a kind of an additional customization?
1 minute
Or
warning.
it's
One
like,
last
or it's just
minute.
suggesting the judges we either launch these or the other. Like, did he try? That's interesting. Did he try to bring 2 to more chance of winning and a scoring, and say you kind of pick which one you think is best, or 2 version of it that both that all customers can order in his mind?
I gotta think it's a different expression, right? I think it's not just to impress the judges. I think he realized, my guess is, right, think about this, while making these drinks, while developing this post competition, he probably realized that there are 2, like, both are good. Both of them are good, right? And he wanted to show them both off and not just like, maybe you like this, maybe like that.
I see. Could be. And also, as we finish in this, I believe the last few seconds are on, but 2 champions are done. If Demis is the last one.
8,
7,
6,
5, 4,
3,
2,
and 1. That's the score.
And if Demis
Thank
also
you,
has to
everyone.
stop. And we are done with the second stage of champion. No, first stage of the second part of the championship. So, as the camera come back to us, camera's back to us, and we are with a judge, Benita. What are you doing for Starbucks?
I work as a senior manager for the business strategy and planning.
So, as we said before, we have top-notch judges. They know what they're doing, and they've been in the company for a while, so then well enough that all our coffees, when it comes to coffee tasting, all of our beverage we launch in years, so it's not easy to surprise them or to just amaze them. So you need to really come up with a great idea. Is any idea so far there, any concept, any beverage that so far make you go like, whoa, that's nice?
There was one, I don't think I can say, because this is a highly guarded secret, but it was simple, it was refreshing, and I think it really caught my imagination.
All right. I mean, I'm curious not to know. Wow.
Yeah.
Need to go camera.
Yeah, go find those scoring sheets and find a little peek for ourselves. But I would love to hear, like, what do you find the most challenging thing about being a judge?
I think we are more nervous than the champions. It is a great responsibility and amazing honor to do this. It is very fast. You have to have your wits. You have to keep your eyes open. You have to keep your eyes open, and you have to give the best you have for the champions.
I love that.
What is the first year you judging for a competition like this, or you've been judging before?
This is the first time.
Okay. So as you're going through it, and I imagine maybe it would be great to ask you this question at the end of it. Is there a piece of advice that you would give to next year competitors? Like someone is competing next year, what they should do to come here and amaze you, but also the other judges?
Let your imagination go, but also consider that this has to be in a beverage that will caught others' imagination. It does need to be relatively simple to make. And it has to have that one special thing that speaks about you.
It's that personal connection that we wanted to see as well, right?
Nice.
It's not just a good beverage. How does it relate to you, and why is that the one that you wanted to show off? It's a very good point, and we need to make sure that everyone here, I'm sure, is considered. But
yeah, we saw, I don't know if it's the same at your station, but we saw someone coming really complex beverages, 20 ingredients, and someone coming with 3. Right, so I think to your point, what you're saying is like no matter if you come with 3 or 20, just to have the one that links really well with your story or with your passion, right?
Yeah, we look at the production side, which is quite interesting because it's easy to get one, be taken by your imagination and creativity, but production is important. So that.
You mean if we launch it in store, it needs to be easy to make?
It has to be, maybe not easy, but it has to be feasible to make it.
Okay. Doesn't need to take 50 minutes to make one beverage. It doesn't have to be a roastery beverage.
No.
Thank you, Benita. Thank you for your time, and good luck in the next judging session. You have one coming up right now, right?
That's right.
Well,
Thank you.
we'll let you get back to it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I think we soon are to move forward onto the next session of this second chapter.
Second chapter, if you will.
Of the signature beverage, which is going to have the champion from the Netherlands, from Poland, Norway, and from Italy.
Okay. Interesting group of...
A lot of different flavors. I think that really affects signature beverage. Like, where's your country? So what are your influences? What is working in your region, right?
Right. Well, it's interesting because I can see it go two ways, right? There's a flavor that's specific to your region that you don't think maybe other countries know about as much, or it's a flavor that you don't get very often and you want to explore it and you want to show, actually, this might not be a flavor that I taste very often in my country, but I'm going to show off why it's a good one for an espresso beverage. So,
totally agree. Totally agree. We saw before what was it? A lemon syrup. Something like that.
The lemonade is, or
lemonade.
The lemonade, yeah.
Lemonade is not in every country.
No, okay.
Yeah. Or for example, some peach syrup, not in every country.
Okay.
So we are
about to move into the next round.
We what to say? We had seen champions that have access to ingredients that other champions don't have. So yeah, that makes it really different. And we're about to go on to the next section, I think.
All right, everyone, we're off to round number 7. So I'm just going to welcome our champions. On station number 1, we have Julia representing Netherlands. Julia. Station number 2, we have Victoria representing Poland. Station number 3, Venosha representing Norway. And last but not least, station number 4, we have Gaia representing Italy. All right, do we have all judges? Champs, are you ready? Hands up if you're ready. Your time starts now.
All right, so we're back, and the round has started. We are with Julia at station 1. She's from the Netherlands, and she is making the Starbucks affogato. And I want you to pay attention to the spelling of the affogato.
I won't comment.
So on here.
Wait, let me see if on the recipe card is right.
Yes. I think it's a play on words.
How so? Tell us.
I'm not totally sure. But
yeah, so
but what we got here?
The spelling is as we can see it. So please tell us.
So it's spelled like faux fur, fake fur, right? F-A-U-X. So I'm guessing it's a fake affogato. So fakes may not a traditional affogato, but it's playing on the idea of espresso poured over ice cream.
Cream maybe?
Maybe just some cream because I don't see ice cream on the specific list.
So
but we have some in here.
I love the idea. So I'm being Italian, working in the restaurant where we do affogato.
Yeah.
My head is like, what's gonna happen? But also I'm really curious, interested. And you're right, like the thing behind the name, really, really catchy.
Yeah.
I'm now wondering though, if we launch this, will other customers get it?
I think that might be a challenge, and of course, how does that also translate in languages, right? How do you
100%.
bring that through?
Yeah.
But so I want to just kind of highlight some of these ingredients.
Go
You know, we have ice, we have skim milk, vanilla syrup, frappuccino cream base, vanilla powder, and I just really want to draw attention to this. I'm sure she'll be using a cookie straw.
A bit of me is really captivated. So I have to be honest. I'm a bit like, I want to see this. I want to try this. Louise, that we interviewed before, general manager of the roastery, she's really used to affogato. Not just because we selling it,
right,
but because she, as part of my job role, she obliged me to go and get them every single. I wouldn't say day, every couple of days. I mean, affogatos are our cheeky paws from the rest. So
I love
we know what they are.
And I love that Louise is a judge then for this.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Like, I don't think we could have had a more perfect matchup for that. And she knows what affogatos are all about.
If she likes it, meat is top notch.
That's huge. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're moving on to station 2, where we have Victoria. From Poland.
I'm bots. I am sold. So well sold.
Largest sign we have seen yet today, and the tagline is "Fiesta in a cup." Christian is loving that tagline.
I need one. I need a fiesta in a cup. I mean, can you live without a fiesta in a cup? I cannot.
The official name of this beverage is the Iced Strawberry Margarita Espresso.
Yeah. I need to try this. There's not a way to put it. I need to try this beverage, no matter what. What coffee is she using, and what are the ingredients she's using?
So on the ingredients we have strawberry sauce, lemonade, freeze-dried lime, and we're using a frappuccino blend. So I'm just seeing she just used the frappuccino blender to blend up some of the strawberry, right?
All right.
Strawberry and she looks at it as a strawberry lemonade blend. So a little bit of that is the base of this beverage. She's now adding ice to it. I'm gonna guess she's now gonna pour espresso on top. But I don't have
Strawberries come back.
Strawberries
with espresso.
come- yeah.
And blonde. I just checked.
And
Blonde
it's
espresso. Yeah.
So it is more traditional. This is a visually pleasing drink. As we explained, the marketing is top notch. It does just make me want to be sitting on a patio and enjoying this. It gives me the afternoon kick. What more could you want?
I'm really curious about what's the inspirations behind the drink. I mean, so Victoria, it's representing Poland.
Yeah.
It really cool to understand also like the background of what inspired it, because all the hints that we get from the little the collateral on the board there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of Mexican influence, right?
Absolutely, a lot of Mexican
the
influence.
hats, the colors, the lime. So I'm wondering where all this coming from.
What was the inspiration behind it?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. We might have to try and get an interview with her later, either today or maybe tomorrow, to find out more about this drink. Because it is.
I need to try.
It's interesting, but
yeah.
I wish I was a judge on this one. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we are moving on to Station 3. At Station 3, we have Venosha from Norway. And,
what is she? Ooh.
I see leaves. I see lights. Okay, so earlier I said, these champions are trying to make summer last longer. Someone here is accepting it's autumn, and and Venosha's going all out. So she's making the ice salted caramel spiced oat shaken espresso.
Okay, I don't know if I can ask the director session, but can we check out the actual presentation, the drink, the tray that drink has been served on? I think it's just amazing. We can see a really nice recall of autumn. I'm loving it. I love it.
I love it. And it's also, Venosha has considered, a shaken espresso. There's a hot variant as well. This is considering how all customers can enjoy this. Because not everyone wants an iced beverage. So she has those same flavors coming together in both expressions, which is just great to see.
And salt.
Salt.
So oat milk, nutmeg powder, and salt are some of the ingredients. I would have assumed, and honestly, it's 10 years in Starbucks.
Yeah.
If I see those colors, I only think one base, one syrup, one sauce.
Are you thinking pumpkin?
I'm thinking pumpkin.
Yeah.
That's not the way, right?
The orange, Starbucks has basically made orange synonymous at marketing with pumpkin.
Yeah.
It's true.
I see orange, I just want a pumpkin spice latte.
Yeah.
There's no pumpkin here.
There's no pumpkin here.
Yeah.
But caramel, it is the thing of like caramel is a kind of a brown, orangey color. We're pulling that from the marketing. That's what it is. But I gotta say, as you say, with that autumn expression, that could be in stores right now. I could see that in stores.
That could be in stores right now. True.
I would call it the fall into gold tagline. What do you think of that tagline? Fall into gold.
I like it. Nothing like Fiesta in a cup.
I don't think anything's gonna top Fiesta in a cup for you.
I think that the big win in this section of the challenge is to top the copy Fiesta in a cup, which comes just on top, just fine little hinge on top of make your life sparkling.
Yeah, those are the clear two best taglines we've seen so far.
I totally agree.
Well, let's see.
I can see.
We have a video now. We have a video.
I can see some really nice marketing.
Okay, a video that features Gaia, the champion herself. So we're here at Station 4. We got Gaia from Italy, and she is presenting for the judges right now. Looks like 2 different versions or 2 different variants of it. The nutty chocolate cold brew Frappuccino.
It kind of fills up your mouth with the name.
Yeah,
I have to say.
a little long.
A little long.
But I do like it's like cold brew and frap. So it looks like instead of using maybe frap roast, she's using cold brew as a coffee.
All right.
It's an interesting way of bringing out some different flavors in a blended beverage at Starbucks.
I really like the appearance of those 2 drinks. They're really lovely. There is one that is more like layered, I'd say. So the one in the front, and there is one which is just cold brew with a foam on top. The video, I don't know. I imagine it's really hard for the video to be shown, but the video is really well made.
Really well made.
It looks like it could be on a billboard somewhere, just showing the drink to customers.
Or even like the digital menu panels. A shortened version of that could be on digital menus of the beans falling down, the cold brew.
Really well made.
Very great. So I have to say, I do think that I am a fan of the cold, kind of cold brews with cold foam on top. I think that adds an extra kind of layer to our cold brew. And it's interesting to see a non-fruity, non-citrus one. We've seen a lot of that today, and so this is a more, I would call, a traditional flavor of coffee, or at least a coffee shop.
She went for cold brew as coffee, which is a blend of South American coffees, which give really this nutty and chocolatey and biscuity almost like a Lotus biscuit.
Right.
No, especially if it's brewed hot, an espresso. So I imagine it's paired really nice with the other ingredients. So we are about to end this second section.
Yeah. 30 seconds
last
remaining,
few seconds, 30
champions.
seconds to say the last few really important things about these beverages for them to score points. And as we're gonna start the countdown in few seconds, we'll call these section ended as well.
We're getting big smiles
And
from the
that's
host on
10,
stage. Oh,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
and
1.
1. That's it, champions. Hands up.
And we are done. So we're about to be on camera again with a special guest. As we're waiting for the camera.
The interview will happen.
We can tell you we have some questions for these special guests. And the camera, I can see the camera coming.
Okay, we'll face this way here. It's okay.
And we are on. So, hi, Ritu.
Can you say your name and what country you represent?
I am Ritu Rana. I am representing Austria in the EMEA Barista Championship 2024.
Thank you for being here. So how has the competition been so far? What's been a highlight? What's been a struggle? Just how are you feeling?
Actually, it's a complete roller coaster of emotions. Yeah, I'm really overwhelmed since yesterday because we have been to Amsterdam Roastery, and we got to meet so many inspirational people who are like life changers. Their experience is so much inspiration to, I think, each and every barista in Starbucks. And we were going through that journey, and now we have to compete today. And it was like mix of anxiety, a little bit
anxiety, stress,
but
happiness.
also a lot of excitement because I got this chance to participate, to represent my country. It's a moment of honor for me, and I'm so much privileged for that. And I would like to thank EMEA for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this. I have a question. You mentioned the last couple of days, right, in the Amsterdam Roasting Planet. You said you met a lot of inspiring, life-changing partners. Apart from the partners, what's the experience in the last 2 to 3 days that it kind of made a true impact on you? Like, that made you think, whoa, that actually could change how I see my working life, my time at Starbucks?
Basically, I want to be honest about some things. Like, here at EMEA, we have so much passion running on for the work. But as we proceed towards the markets, it fails somehow. So I think what I feel is like we need to have an intermediate party who can actually carry on that passion towards the markets also, so that they also remain in the same exact energy which we are experiencing at EMEA.
Okay. So you're saying about sharing some of those, somehow sharing a part of those life-changing experience in a way with the markets, in a way that affects the way baristas in all markets perceive their time in Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Okay.
I first want to be an example for the people because people get only inspiration through examples. Like I got
I agree.
from
Yeah,
Rob
I agree.
and
Yeah.
from Francie and so many good people. I got
agree.
inspired in one single day. I mean, to inspire somebody, you first have to be at that pedestal. You have to set an example first, set a standard first, and then only you can inspire people. So
I totally agree on that.
Totally agree. Do you see your, like, as a national champion already, right, and a possible EMEA champion? What do you see your role in that?
my role basically is to carry the EMEA values to my fellow baristas. That is my range. I also have now an Instagram account official through which I'll try to post as much positivity as I can. Try to share my experience, whatever I felt at the Amsterdam Roastery, and also, for example, the guys like Alvaro. He is such a responsible guy. It feels like having a papa here. I'm sorry about that, but yeah. I mean,
Alvaro.
Yeah, exactly. Alvaro.
We'll have to interview him as well later.
Yeah, he'll have things to say.
Also, like Phil, Claire, they are super nice to have. I mean, they take so much care about us. It's so much of personalization. Like they also put out pictures on our personalized cabins. It makes us feel actually so special that we have something in the company. We have a place here. So actually considering so much about the detailing, it takes so much of mind and energy. So I think they are really doing a very good job here.
I have one last question for you. And it regards your experience as a champion, right? So, how long have you been a partner for?
2 years now.
2 years. Okay. How much this experience and competing is gonna affect the way you're gonna be for the next 2, 3, 5, or 10 years in Starbucks?
I once told my cluster manager that when I reach EMEA, I'm gonna be at least 20% better than for my last version. So I think the change has already started happening. I'm already in the process. And I think definitely it's not about winning or losing, it's about learning the whole process. It's about being a good person, it's about carrying the Starbucks values, which I think it should be the main focus now, because the customer service is the main point, yeah? You see now robotics is coming up so fast. Now robots are also making the latte arts. So it's not about just the craft anymore, it's also about the personalization. How much can you involve the customer in? How much can you provide them the homely environment? And for that, Starbucks values needs to be strictly practiced, and this should be my focus for the coming years, yeah?
Thank you so much for these inspiring words.
Yeah.
I agree on 100% of the things you said. We are a company that should inspire. We are, I think, a company that inspires. And these is a great example. In your words, a great example of that. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Ritu. And
You as well, thank you.
best of luck for the rest of the competition, okay?
And good luck.
We'll see you around.
All right, everyone, we're back. Round 8 of the Signature Beverage Challenge. I'm just going to introduce all our champions. So at Station 1, we have Saba representing Switzerland. Saba, give us a wave. Station 2, we have Zorica representing Serbia. Station 3, we have Chelsea representing South Africa. And last but not least, Station 4, we have Dee representing the UK. Champions, are you ready? Judges, are we ready? Your time starts now.
Great, we are back for the next round, and we're starting at Station 1 with Saba representing Switzerland. Okay, Saba has a drink, kind of a mouthful. I think it's a bit play on the remix series, though, this year of EMEA. It is the iced Pike Place white chocolate cinnamon oat shaken espresso and coconut cream. What first reaction to that?
I'll try to say it again.
Yeah, let's see if you can say it.
Iced Pike Place, cinnamon white mocha shaken espresso, then coconut cream. I just read it. It was, yeah.
Oh, you just read the sign. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you know what?
It's
that's
long.
fine. It's long.
But it might mean just that we need a bit of a branding to be more appealing, but maybe those ingredients, all those ingredients are actually doing a great job together.
The thing that stands out the most to me is iced Pike Place. That's not a coffee you can. I have in my time at Starbucks. I've had. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've ever had it iced, but I know regardless of that, it's not one you have iced very often. What do you take from that? What's your reaction?
Question.
Okay, a question with a question. Great, I love it.
Have you ever tried? I'll tell you 3 coffees. Have you ever tried Pike Place, cold brew blend, or house blend on espresso?
I've tried house blend on espresso.
You should try the other 2 as well. Absolutely amazing. And the Pike Place, I don't know how she's gonna extract it. I don't know if it's a cold brew or if I don't know how she extracted it. But it's great iced. Depending, of course, how of course, if you put a brewed coffee on ice, it's not as exciting. But if you cold brew it or make an espresso and then on ice, a great chance to do an amazing beverage. So I'm confident. Okay, and other ingredients.
Yeah, so we have a hazelnut truffle flavor blend. And so I imagine that's it from Switzerland. That surprises me of a flavor. We have white mocha sauce, brown sugar sachets, frap roast, and coffee base. So that's her coffee is coming from the frap roast.
So, what do you mean?
How is that? We have frap roast in there with Ice Pike Place. That's interesting.
I believe it just be the frap roast. She needs it for a part of the beverage because from the picture it looks like layered.
Right.
To me, a part of the
I
beverage
see.
is blended and it has frap roast, and then just to give it kind of a note of coffee, and then the actual note she gets from Pike Place.
All right.
Station 2.
We're moving on to Station 2 with Drista from Serbia with the cinnamon swirl cappuccino. So, more simple name based off where we just came from.
And also we said it before, cinnamon swirl is
cinnamon swirl
already getting you, right? Yeah.
So we have ice, we have whole milk, white mocha sauce, brown sugar syrup, cinnamon powder. And there's going to be apparently a special cinnamon drizzle.
Has she made it, or
it seems like it's her own creation.
All right. Cinnamon roll cappuccino.
There's some nice marketing here with some swirling action going on.
I really like the picture of it. So it could have a lot of potential, especially from the picture. Do you know? Ever been to the Japanese market? Been to Japan in Starbucks.
I've not been to Japan. No.
Okay. In Starbucks Japan, they started doing this really interesting thing, which I wonder if I'm giving this info to whatever partners watching us from the live stream. In Japan, they're blending muffins and fraps.
Really?
Really.
Wow.
They have when I went, they had a frap, lemon-based frap with a lemon muffin blended in it.
Oh wow!
The same lemon muffin they would sell. Just put it into the frap.
What does that do to like the texture of a frappuccino?
It just makes it really much thicker and more creamy. It just kind of become more like a mousse and creamy, right? Creamy texture.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that Zaritza had put a cinnamon roll into the blender, but I almost wonder how would that be if you would, right?
Right. What would that? What other flavors? How much of the cinnamon would actually come through more?
Well, 100%. Yeah.
I gotta say, it's it's cappuccino, but it's ice version of it. The foam looks delicious. I think bringing cinnamon in different ways than just a powder, as this drizzle, is fun. I like that she's trying something different with the ingredient than I've seen from any champion today. No one has made their own drizzle.
And what coffee is she using? Blonde roast. Yeah, perfect choice.
So we're halfway through this round as we move on to Station 3, where we have Chelsea from South Africa.
At the half-minute marks, we go to Station 3, which what's she bringing?
She's making the Malva pudding ice shaken white mocha.
Malva pudding.
I don't know what Malva pudding is. Do you know what Malva pudding
I
is?
have no idea what Malva pudding is. But we can ask later on.
We can ask later.
Let's put a note.
The ingredients, we have ice, we have whole milk, we have mocha sauce, we have white mocha sauce, cinnamon powder, and custard powder.
And interestingly enough, she's using Sumatra as coffee.
Interesting.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, was also the coffee she's chosen for her coffee tasting. Let me check.
Is it possible that Sumatra is brought through as many options she can?
I think there's a great storytelling.
I love that consistency as well.
Same.
Like, there's something about Sumatra that she's found that she thinks is a best flavor, the best expression, and she's like, I can do this in multiple ways.
And also to me, it's like Sumatra has affected me so much as a coffee that my storytelling links so perfectly. I'm just gonna have like a fil rouge, a leitmotif, going through all my competition, which is great. Yeah, I really
the
like
judges
it.
are tasting it right now.
Yeah,
we're getting a little bit of the foam, some stir, some good old slurps.
Really interesting.
We can good reaction. Yeah, I think this is, it's a shake and drink. We have cold foam on it. I've noticed that, like, I'm trying to think if all beverages have at minimum had an iced version, or if they've only been iced. It's an ice-forward competition this year on the signature beverage.
I mean, to be honest, we've asked them as leaders, we've asked them make it relatable to the market, make it marketable, and also easy and appealing to customers. And we know that we want to push a lot more on cold beverages. So I think they just did a great job in reading what the market wants and just played around it. So I think it's great.
I think that's wonderful, yeah. And she's showing through some photos right now. I'd love to know the story behind this, but clearly Chelsea's considered the storytelling.
Let's put a point and remember to ask what Malva is, because
great, we should do that.
Maybe people at home knows. We're just only
we're the only ignorant ones here.
Could be.
Okay, so we're
station
on to
number
our
4.
Final station today at 4 with D, representing the UK, and she is making the chocolate fudge sundae cold brew.
Wow.
Take me to the coast side, because I want some fudge.
Yeah.
In this drink, we have mocha sauce, white mocha sauce. So similar to Chelsea, we have both mocha sauces showing up. We have some vanilla sweet cream, and then clotted fudge syrup in pieces. Clotted fudge. It's I know that was in the UK.
Oh, right.
I think it's a summer, I believe. Could be wrong. Sorry if I'm wrong. Believe it's a summer limited time offer. But it's definitely a really rich flavor. It's a nice addition.
Maybe Dee liked it so much, she just thought, let us keep it, because it has to stay here.
And the fact that she took possibly like a limited time thing. She's like, I can make it even better, right? I can show it off in a different light. I think that's pretty cool. Like, it wasn't just one and done.
Can you imagine if she had Sam Anderson, the creator of all our beverages, most of our beverages in core in EMEA, say, I can do it even better.
That would be a bold statement to the judge.
Yeah,
hey,
I would have loved to see it, though, I have to be honest. So as we move a bit deeper into the station, we can see Dee finishing to spray the last few bits as she asked for questions. Means that she's done.
She's done. There is a round of applause. Dee has made her drinks. Judges have tried it. They're having a good time now.
So
that's
impressive. I have to say, these 4 competitors right now, they haven't gone too deep into props and into like collaterals and stuff. I think they just let the beverage speak for them. Right. That was the thing. That all was on the beverages.
The beverages
didn't make it too difficult.
Clearly some things for storytelling, but yeah, it is. They focus maybe a bit more on that rather than also how do we show it off, how do we market it. That's still. We'll leave that to another day. It's still available to them when they can. All right, so we must be near the end now. We're under a minute. We know that.
30 seconds. Last 30 seconds.
Exactly.
30 seconds to go. So the champions, which are 3 champions now, 3 champions to finish now, they only have less than 30 seconds. I wonder what the last few words they're gonna share to the judges will be.
Station 2 Zaritza has finished. She got her
And
high five.
10,
High five from the judges. Round of applause.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's it, champions.
Nice.
Hello, so we are here with another champion, Julia from Amsterdam. Nice to see you.
Hi, really nice to see you.
So how has the day been? You're done with both your competitions, is that correct?
Yes, I've had both of them. It's been incredible, actually. I was so nervous to start, but the first round, even though I had some hiccups, I felt really good about it. I got so much good feedback that I felt completely energized to enter the next round. So, yeah.
That's great.
So about that next round, which was the signature beverage, I saw you brought a beverage made with blonde roast, blonde espresso. It was sitting there. It changed. Okay.
Okay.
We made it work. We delivered an incredible drink. Yeah, we made it work. We delivered an incredible drink, but I was supposed to have signature espresso.
Okay.
So just out of force of habit, I pressed the center button
Yeah.
on the Mastrena, but it had pipe lace in it. And there was no signature on the machine, so I ended up making it with pipe lace. But my drink, called affogato, inspired by Italian vanilla ice cream with espresso. In the end, whether you take blonde espresso, signature espresso, or pipe lace in this case, it's still going to be espresso, and the espresso flavor is really what matters in this drink.
We saw that you kind of played with the name. Why?
I did.
Yeah.
Because in our store, whenever pumpkin spice is not in season, we got a lot of people asking for the faux pumpkin spice, like the fake pumpkin spice. And I wanted to do an iteration of that with the affogato, so make it like a fake affogato. You can't get the real vanilla ice cream in Starbucks, so we're gonna replicate it for you like this.
Lovely.
That's great.
And also, you had I was saying to Curtis before, you had a really challenging judge, because Louise, being the general manager of the Milan Roastery, they have affogato. Right, so I guess, probably for you and for the other one, it was challenging because you had to convince someone that is used to the flavor so much.
Yes.
And still kind of buy the
That's
flavor.
why it was so convenient that it was called fake affogato. So I didn't have to make the exact affogato, but I did explain very clearly that it imitates the ice cream texture and it imitates the ice cream flavor because it has whole vanilla bean powder in it. So it's a very authentic vanilla taste, and the cream base makes it very creamy. And of course, skim milk, when you put that in a cold foam blender, it becomes very creamy, very foamy. So actually, I don't know what she thought, I don't know what she wrote down, but I know her face.
Julia knows the face. I think she's feeling a bit confident here, which is great. I see you have it in your hand. Just since it wasn't, how did the pike place change the flavor? Did it? I know you said it's still great, which I'm sure, but what difference did you notice from what you were planning to do?
So I was planning signature espresso, and we added pike place. So we know that it's a medium roast versus a dark roast. So the espresso, I think, had a little bit less of an impact. But I combated that with my hot version of the beverage, because for a hot version I suggested it is a cold drink, but if somebody wanted to order it hot, you could suggest to them you make a version of it in a flat white. A flat white, steam your whole milk instead of skim for the creamy feeling. Steam that with 2 scoops of the vanilla powder, 1 pump of vanilla in the espresso, and deliver a flat white like that. And I did that, so they got the strong flavor, and I delivered it with a cheeky swan.
A cheeky swan. Is there any other swan out there than a cheeky swan?
Try not to play it like really, it's a swan. I did a swan.
The pause there for effect.
So talking about the other part of the championship you just did, which was the coffee taste storytelling, I saw you brought a really interesting brewing method. The brewing methods are pour over, so that we know that it's a V60, great. But then
V60.
Tell us.
No, it's not a V60. It's a Paragon nucleus. So it is a drip pour over, and the one on top is just a regular paper filter pour over.
Yes, we will say, but the part below is what makes it different. Yeah. So
yes, it's a little metal ball that makes a difference. It has a chilling gel inside, so once you freeze it, it stays chilled for a long time, and it doesn't release any water. So you're able to chill your first extractions of your coffee immediately as they come down. And rather than a lot of your aromas and flavor notes evaporating into the air, you keep it inside your coffee.
Wow, that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
I would have loved that.
As we get signed, there's a few seconds left. Thank you, Julia. Thanks you for your time, and and good luck for the next
good luck for the
competition.
next round.
Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right, champions, we're up to round number 9. I'm just going to make sure everyone else is here. We have Joshua, who's joining us virtually. Joshua is representing Malta. We have Natalia, who's representing Hungary on station 2. And we have Leonard representing Romania on station 3. All right, Champions, are we ready? Judges, are we ready? Your time starts now.
Hello, welcome back. So we're going live to Station 2, where we have Natalia from Hungary. Sorry. We're doing the virtual competition first. We have Joshua from Malta. He is making, let me check out what he's making. Right now, I do know, though he's not in the room, we have one of our support staff, Phil, making the beverage so the judges can taste in the room, which is exciting. So Joshua is making the white chocolate peach Verona oat latte. In this, it's an iced beverage with oat milk, white mocha sauce, and peach syrup. So we have a kind of fruity forward beverage, but peach now. I think this is, we've seen some components of peach juice, but this is a very, the peaches are going to be a very forward flavor, I think, on this beverage.
So, naming-wise, I'm curious because the name sometimes is what kind of gets you. I was talking about marketing before, right?
Yeah.
Names is what kind of gets you triggered, gets you hooked, and you say, like, I want to try that. Now, latte is something we usually associate to something hot and milk and espresso.
Yeah.
The specific information. It's like affogato before, right?
Right.
You kind of expect that. Now, with peach, is that we asking the customers to kind of trust us entirely on the final flavor.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder how that's going to play for him. But again, like, it's all to the judges to find out. I'm really curious on how peach flavor syrup plays with espresso.
Definitely.
Which, check in, he's in Verona.
He's in Verona.
Yeah.
Pretty bold choice there.
Yeah.
So back with Natalia at Station 2. She's making an Italian Verona Freddo with pistachio cold foam. Verona Freddo with pistachio cold foam.
So pistachio comes back. So I can see there's a lot of blenders ready for her. So I'm imagining she would like to make a frappuccino per judge.
Right. Looks like each person gets to try it, which is nice. And this is going to be, as the name suggests, there's going to be a frappuccino but with cold foam on top. So it looks like we're probably skipping out on the whipped cream and letting the cold foam with a cookie crumble topping.
And I'm going to make 3.
Really kind of finish the
Cookie
beverage.
crumble topping.
The champ that Natalia's brought herself.
So, all right. I am triggered.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting the fact that how she used the Verona, how was the Verona brewed in order to put it inside the beverage.
Looks like shots of espresso. So she pulled shots of espresso.
All right.
Put that in with the blender and all the other ingredients to get the base of the frappuccino.
So even though I have to be honest, even though I tried, as I mentioned before, cold brew as espresso, house blend as espresso, and pipe as espresso, I never tried Verona as espresso.
This would be a new experience for you.
Yeah, I think that after I had to go press the button to try some.
A shots to round up our day of Verona. I love it. I'm into it.
Yeah. I mean, darker roast knowledgeably have less caffeine.
Yes.
So it won.
It's the perfect evening espresso.
Yes.
I'm definitely into that. So it is. Oh, the cold foam is just being blended now. So you have that nice kind of softer judge going from there.
So I have to say, looking at that, Natalia is making a frap and then a foam.
Frap and foam.
So we're talking about complexity before. Talking to Benita, she mentioned that the complexity of drink building gets taken into account, right? So the fact that there are two things that needs to be blended, I wonder how that plays when it comes to scoring.
Right.
Yeah.
It adds a complexity.
Yeah.
So the flavors really have to go together. So we're moving now to Station 3, where we have Leonard from Romania. And Leonard gave some hints about this drink. The name, the flavors. He's very proud of it. Would you like to say it? Would you like to kind of announce what his beverage is?
So let's remember his name, Leonard, or we can say Leonardo, right? So the name is Dragonardo, or in English, Dragonado, right? So it's
perfect.
It does have a ring to it, and I think the dragon bit is catchy. It is catchy.
And there's some interesting flavors in here. So we're having tonic water, we're having peppermint syrup, we're having brown sugar syrup, and we're having freeze-dried lime and dragon fruit. Not just one inclusion, we got 2 inclusions here.
So there is some shaking going on right now.
Oh, Yeah, and sorry, actually, he's using Kenya cold brew.
Kenya cold brew.
He's shaking Kenya cold brew.
Love Kenya cold brew.
The elements in this beverage are from all corners.
And there is some Schweppes as well. So the build
That's a
up.
tonic. Yeah.
There is
Yep.
a tonic, Schweppes, and then Leonard is adding the shake that he made with dragon fruit prep.
Yep. As you can probably imagine, if you've had any dragon fruit beverage at Starbucks, the bright magenta of that is well, it's mouth-watering. I want it.
I want it too.
Kenya is one of my favorite coffees. It was one of the first coffees I ever had at Starbucks.
Right.
And I think when champions use Kenya in different ways, and cold brew Kenya is one of the best core coffees you can cold brew, in my humble opinion.
So, and now he's pouring the Kenya cold brew directly on top.
Slow pour, so hopefully get that layer.
Oh, yes.
We're going to get that. See, the pink is still there. The magenta is at the bottom.
I love the look of it.
Good layers.
I love the look of it. It's great.
I do too. I do too.
Wouldn't you just try it straight away? Done that.
Yeah.
Boom.
Clearly there's room left. There might be more to it, but I would be happy with just that.
I have to say that I have to say though that there's no prop here going on. There could be a lot of prop that we could make with that drink. So powerful.
So we're going to quickly move back to Malta. Malta looks like Joshua is just wrapping up at least the beverage creation component. Once again, we are so excited that Joshua was able to compete virtually. He didn't have as much time to prepare virtually as some of the other champions, but he's done it, and he was just in Amsterdam. Like you were in the room. Were you in the room and announced that it was special.
And also, let's remember that Joshua was expected to compete here.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of a hiccup with passports and visas and stuff, so he had to compete virtually. But I think that everyone loved the spirit, and I think everyone will love the drink. It's interesting what he's made. I believe there is someone making the beverage also here as we speak.
There is, yes, correct. Yeah. So while there's judges with him personally giving score sheets, we also have someone filling in to do tasting here as well. So it's a full experience. Doing the best we can in a virtual setting. I think it's great. It's really wonderful.
As I said, peach and espresso are a stretch, as in my head, but I'll be really, really keen and interested to try it. So you never know.
This is we still some storytelling going on. Just like at this point now, I believe all three champions, they are on storytelling. The drinks are finished. The judges have tasted it. It is kind of the final verdict, if you will, at this point. Really.
Let's move back 1 second as they're trying the drink that Natalia made. The Frappuccino with the foam on top.
Right.
She's still explaining what's going on with that drink. It's a two-layer beverage that looks appetizing by the look of it.
It does.
Maybe a topping to make it a bit more colorful would have been. Yeah.
But I have to say the Frappuccino itself looks blended very nicely, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can see, even far away, you can see the ice chunks. You can see it. Right now, that looks so smooth. It does look inviting.
I also believe that it kind of reminds the velvety movement that we saw before on beverage before, like natural cold brew, but it stays, right? It's appealing to watch.
Really nice. So it looks like Leonard is done. We have other champions coming in to taste this drink. I think there was a lot of anticipation around that.
Let me go get one.
You should go get one. Joshua is done, and it looks like Natalia is just wrapping up. So this is a pretty smooth round here. No one's going over. Okay.
So
here it is.
1 minute remaining.
It's a deep color. It's a deep color. What are you getting?
Smell vanilla.
Very vanilla. Yep.
Very vanilla as well.
Yeah. My turn.
So vanilla really comes out. I think it could have been probably a bit more abundant with the tonic.
Okay.
It's not as sparkling as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
Really
I wouldn't have known there was tonic water in there. I don't think.
Really tasty.
30
the Kenya,
seconds remaining.
I think is nice. That Kenya cold brew has been done very well. it does work well with those flavors. Absolutely.
And there was a bit of almost like cherry note.
Yeah.
Coming from the dragon fruit, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Really, really lovely.
So we're done. I think the competitors are done. This was a very smooth round, which is nice. No one.
And just
no
a few seconds to go.
Oh,
8,
7,
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's
1.
it. Thank you, champions.
And we are done with a second last. We're done with the second last competition. So as we are back with Saba. Hi, hello again. So how did your second competition went?
I think it went pretty well. I'm very happy because I could make the 3 different versions of my drink, and that's really
3
interesting.
versions, okay.
Yes. So I did. My signature beverage was, as advertisement, iced pike place white mocha cinnamon shaken espresso with coconut foam, coconut cream. So
long name.
yeah, like a typical Starbucks name.
Okay.
So
we'll report this information to marketing.
yeah, we had listed a session actually with the head of marketing, and she mentioned also that we make a long name because we want to make it easy for our customers to understand straight away what the drink is. Because if we want to explain the drink, it takes a long time for every customer to explain. So we have to follow the trend until maybe there is a new trend that it has a funny name and people will know what is inside that drink. Otherwise, it's really self-representative. So yes, I made that, and I made a frappuccino out of it, and also a latte. And the cold foam, the cream, it's not a cold foam, it's a cream coconut. It was actually in a canister because you can make a nice smooth cream in a canister, and it had also white chocolate cinnamon syrup inside it.
White chocolate cinnamon syrup, you said?
Yes. Yes, please.
You asked what? Were you, based off the name with the X in it, were you inspired by the summer remix versions of beverages where you can mix and match cold foams on? I know it wasn't a cold foam, but on frappuccinos, on lattes, shaken espressos. Did that play into some of your thinking through it?
Exactly, because it was very popular in the market when the creme brulee and the cone foam came. And as we have new flavors, I thought of a vegan version of it because now the creme brulee and cold foam, unfortunately, is not vegan, and coconut cream is vegan, so you don't have like a milk element inside it. So it is a new version and a new flavor because coconut milk is very creamy and very nice also.
True, yeah.
So when you add it to a drink, it makes a good balance. And of course, with Pike Place, I was also inspired to do that because it matches with the German, with the cinnamon note and also the white mocha. So I think, yes, I was inspired by the new trend that we have.
What do you think the judges thought of it? Like, did you get any? Did you get any information back from them?
They were impressed by the combination of coconut with coffee and with the drink itself because up to the moment we did not have a coconut as a foam in the drink. So I think it was a new flavor, and they said it really matches well together. So that's the feedback I got. Yes.
Well done. What? Let me check 1 second. What coffee did you take with you?
Pike Place.
Pike Place.
Yes.
That was hard to remember. Yeah.
Yes.
How was it? How was Pike Place on espresso? What do you think? Why Pike Place?
So there are multiple reasons behind it, but the first thing is Pike Place matches very much the notes of white chocolate, the nutty taste, and cinnamon itself. So I chose it because it matches the notes, first of all. And then I had chocolate crisp also on top of the drink, so it's brown sugar with chocolate powder, and chocolatey crisp on top also matches the chocolate notes of Pike Place because it comes from Latin America, and the coffee has a chocolatey flavor.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then I chose it also because of my theme, which is sustainability in a sense to introduce it again to our customers, that we want to, that what we are doing and what we are doing in terms of producing coffee and receiving our coffee to the market, that we follow CAFE practices. So I think this is important that our customers start again realizing that we are really a coffee company and that we really highlight the values and how much we respect also the farmers and what we do in terms of sustainability. And this pushes customers to move forward with us and learn about what we do more in the industry.
Thank you so much, Saba. Thanks for these little sneak peek on your process of thinking into the beverage, and good luck for tomorrow, because tomorrow we start again.
Another day, 2 more rounds, so good luck.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Saba.
Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Thanks. So, as we are stepping into the
All right, everyone, it's the last round of the signature beverage round. Can I just ask anyone that's in the support center currently not watching or supporting anyone, please come. It's the last one of the day. We have 2 last champions, last but not least. We've been waiting patiently. On station 2, we have Sima representing France. And on station 3, we have Isabel representing Germany. Right, once again, if you're not watching and supporting, please come down. It's the last round of the day. Judges, are you ready? Yeah? So, champions, your time starts now.
And here we go again. We start on station on station number 2 with Sima, we have some stuff going on. So station number 2 with Sima that has a blonde roast in the hopper.
And she's making a raspberry cream iced white mocha oat shaken espresso.
Okay, another mouth-filling name, I'll say. Which to Saba's point, is also a way to be clear with customers straight away as soon as they see it on the menu.
Yeah.
But also it's hard to remember every time.
Hard to remember. Customers get to know exactly what they're ordering. It is a trade-off. Which way do you want to go? I will say, though not in this exact way, white mocha and raspberry, that was a very popular flavor in the United States. Back when I was in stores, it's a classic combination.
It still is.
Still is.
But I think in Europe, we are, especially I'm talking about UK, for example, we tend mostly to associate that with a cake. I think we have sometimes, even now probably on the market, a plum cake, like a cake with an ice on top made with white chocolate and raspberries. Okay. So definitely, it's something recurring, right? Did you see that?
I missed it. What?
No, just Sima seems really to connect and engage judges. They laughed with her. They're really engaged. So
it looks like Sima has also created her own version of Now Brewing, where she's on the cover.
We need to see that later when they
these
put it down.
champions, they're trying to make it happen. If they make their own version, one day they'll also be on the official Now Brewing as well. I gotta respect it. I have to respect it.
Yeah, if you believe enough in it, it will happen.
True,
100%.
So
I agree.
In this drink, we have oat milk. We have oat milk and whole milk. So we have
whole milk and oat milk.
It's being used maybe for and then we have whipped. Okay. We have whipping cream, white milk, and then the champion brought the raspberry syrup.
Okay. So I would assume that the oat is mostly for texture.
Correct. That would make sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. It's not because of making the beverage, let's say, dairy-free or similar. It's mostly we're talking about flavor and texture. Yeah. Okay.
So she's. We have just been given. Okay, we're gonna move on next. We'll come back. We've just been given a handout for the drink. I gotta say, the photo looks great, so I'm excited to see when it's made if it looks just like that.
So Sima, it's making this really, really appealing pinky and layered drink. We'll go back to that in a couple of minutes.
So on station 3, we got Isabel from Germany, and she's making an iced chocolatey coconut cold brew.
Easy to remember, probably easy to make. We'll check that into a second. But I can see already from a prop that from the screen that there is a clear inspiration of half of our region, which is Brazil.
Yeah.
That's true. And there are some surprises though in this. We have a vegan soy whipped cream. We have the other main classics, a coconut syrup, white mocha sauce, but she's also using Guatemala cold brew.
Guatemala cold brew. So she's making a cold brew beverage.
Cold brew beverage with that cream on, but she chose Guatemala, which is that bringing out some of those flavors. What would you expect to find in a Guatemala cold brew? Like flavor notes.
Chocolate comes out straight away.
Yep.
A bit of hazelnut, walnuts, a lot of walnuts. I would say Guatemala definitely could give you that roundness that comes also out from the spices that you feed it in a hot beverage.
Yep.
Yeah. So there is some spilling.
There's a little spillage, a little overflow on the cream.
I don't know. Yeah. It's something she desired. She wanted.
But it looks like she's making. Looks like she's making multiple, so I assume she's going to make at least 2, if not 3 for the beverages. But she's finishing that now. The second one, no spillage. That looks like maybe she did remake it, because that second one looks much better, right?
Yeah,
that looks how it should be presented. Good
So,
line on the fold foam there.
About choices in building the beverage up when you are on bar.
Yeah.
I'm interested by the fact that she has shaken the beverage, poured into the cup, then added the white mocha pumps, then ice, and then the foam on top. So I wonder, will the mocha pump melt with the rest enough, being there cold drink?
Or will it sink to the very bottom, and then
and then part of the experience is about drinking it with a straw and feeling that as a drink. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's about texture maybe.
It'd be definitely interesting to see. But I think she's now. So yeah, drink's done. She's presenting now. Understand that I just heard there's a hot version that could be a misto, which is pretty great.
And let's look at 1 second at the.
As Christian grabs it, we are moving back.
Another decorato.
And
so
we will
also Isabel have made a now brewing version for her drink for herself.
Drink. It seems to be a little bit of a trend with some of these champions who maybe have some more design skills up their sleeves. But I gotta say, I think it's great. So we're back at Station 2, back with Seema. Looks like she's just making, I don't know if it's her first, I can't see, but she is still making beverages. So they're different pacing notes. Isabel's done on the drinks. She's on to the kind of storytelling. Seema is right in the middle of crafting here. So
she's adding the ice to the beverage. Looks like it's a shaken beverage. Yes.
Yeah.
So we want to shake.
We're going to 10 shakes, 10 vigorous shakes.
Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was 10.
That was 10.
That was 10.
Little show off there. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. you want your drink blended nicely, or not shaken nicely.
Yes.
So.
And also, I think it shows skills to see that even in a really stressful moment like this, you still can apply your standards and shake 10 times, let's say.
It looks like we're doing the strawberry kind of cold foam right there.
A lot of strawberries today. A lot of peaches. A lot of tropical like notes and elements. Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like pouring out. Okay, so we are coming to an end here at this drink. Judges finally get to taste it. It's looking good. There's a nice kind of ombre effect from a medium to a darker bottom with that lovely red cream cold foam.
Again, I think layering is a great way to show up a beverage with the beverage, because it makes the customer and all the judges to perceive that there are multiple elements to your drink. So it kind of is just appealing because you want to fill them all, right? It's not as easy as a nice latte, let's say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think there's an advantage to you see a red cold foam, you kind of have you know what you're kind of expecting, right? There's as a judge, I'm expecting this flavor. There's no surprises, or is there still because red, could be raspberry, could be strawberry, but I feel it's fruit, right? Yeah. Whereas if it's like a normal latte, just plain, it's a similar color. It's hard to tell what flavors you're gonna get. Whereas that shows I'm expecting fruity. I won't be too surprised by that, which is nice.
So I believe she's now trying to. Yeah, I believe now she's trying to tell the judges to shake and to move to mix that beverage. They're sharing it. So
it's not a beverage that is supposed to be drunk in layers. So you get it in layers, but
true.
actually you then mix it. So yeah, I love a mocha.
Yeah,
so
tagline,
that's the copy, right? So
Un amor de mocha.
yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah, really beautiful. The Isabel drinks, it's a bit more to the eyes, a bit more easy to accept because you have just a seamlessly iced latte with a foam on top.
Yeah.
But really, then there is white mocha in it. There is coconut in it. So it's Kenya cold brew, you said?
Guatemala.
Guatemala cold brew.
cold brew.
So it's not the easiest of drinks.
No.
It's not something you would get normally in store, right?
No.
But appeal visually is not as probably exciting, or it doesn't make your mind go as wild as a Seema's drink.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I do think it's you get layers at Starbucks, but 3 vastly different colors. It is something that you're not seen as often. So I think it's how do you approach that? They both approach it slightly different. But yeah, gotta say this Now Brewing. There's of course it's not just a cover. They have created full stories. They've talked about the champion in there, given some story, the message behind the beverage. It just highlights this competition, right? Like they are given, you could say, 4, I won't say simple, but because they're not, but 4 tasks. But they go so much more beyond those tasks. They're not just making a single beverage. They are advertising their beverage.
Seconds.
They're considering how it fits. They're marketing it. It's impressive. And SEMA has just wrapped.
SEMA is not just done. I believe Isabel's trying to put in the last few words as a 30 seconds mark had been just announced. We've got a few seconds to go, and Isabel has the last few drops of time, and then today will be done.
We've come to the end. We're counting down.
7, 6, 5,
4,
4, 3, 2, 1, and
That's
we're
a
done
wrap.
with the signature round.
We are done for
Day
today. Day 1 is done. And
Thanks so much,
Day 1 is
everyone.
super done.
We will have a judges review for a while, and there will be an announcement made at 4:40.
We are
so
going
if
to
I
talk
can have
here with
everyone
some of our
back here
champions.
at
Both
4:40,
Christian and I
please.
are
There will be
split
an
up,
announcement.
and we're going to
Thank
be
you.
interviewing some of the people of the community today. So first, I have the pleasure of interviewing Clodagh, representing Ireland. So let's just do first. Generally, how are you?
I'm great. I'm really, really great. I'm having such a good day. I didn't expect today to be this fun, but I'm having such a good day. Yeah.
I'm very glad to hear that because I know there's a lot of stress built around this. We kept telling you you're gonna have fun, but when it comes to the day, it sometimes changes. So I'm glad to hear that it still was good. Reaction to the day, like what did you find challenging? What did you find challenging today?
What I find challenging today, honestly, I actually felt like today was a very chill day. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like the whole process of the judges standing there, I thought I was going to be really overwhelmed by it, but I was really, really calm by it. The thing that I found the most challenging was, honestly, it's just my internal monologue. Honestly, it's just kind of self-doubt. I struggle with that a bit, but today, I actually didn't struggle with it as much. It was still there, but not as much. I felt our nationals were a little bit more stressed in this, which is you guys really made it nice and relaxing for us today. So yeah, it's probably just my self-doubt, but I'm fine.
Well, I love to hear that we haven't made it too hard on you. I'm shaking in my boots thinking about what you all been doing today. So I just want to say congratulations. Okay, so I asked, what was the highlight? From a signature beverage to coffee tasting, what was one thing that you were so happy with today?
One thing I was so happy with was my signature beverage. I really didn't think that I was going to do that well in that round. It's kind of, for me, it was just like a freelance round where I just kind of spoke. And I was I feel like I'm going to run out of things to say about it. But I didn't. I just kind of kept going with it. And I was so surprised at how I did. I really didn't expect to do that well. But another highlight I would say was probably just talking to all the other champions. We all kind of are on the same page with things. We would run around and be like, oh, I did so well on this, or oh, I'm so happy about this. And then some people are upset about things. It's nice to all have each other. We really are a little family. I know it probably sounds cliche, but it's true. So
I firsthand got to witness this crew get to know each other the last couple of days, and it's not, as you say, maybe cliche, but it's true. You guys have become so close. Now that the first day is over, are there any champion signature beverages that you want to try that you know of?
I already tried Jillian's one and I thought it was amazing. I really want to try Leonard's one actually. I think I had a little sip of it yesterday, but I didn't get the full experience. Yeah.
I got to try Leonard's. It was great, but thank you.
Hello, Veronica. How did it go?
It went great. I'm very satisfied with like everything today. I'm like happy with my experience with the storytelling. I'm super happy with my signature beverage because not only did I like the drink, but I felt very heard about the concept and I felt very seen about what I was trying to achieve. So I love that.
I'm great to hear that. I have to be honest. I have been a bit cheeky, and yours is one of the few drinks I've stolen, and we tried. And I have to say it was really, really, really tasty. Tell us, for who's watching or maybe they haven't seen it, what was your drink?
So my drink was the strawberry sunrise espresso. Basically, it's an ice drink with lemonade, a hint of strawberry puree at the bottom, and then we combine it with the Kenya espresso, which is really a bold choice because it is already acidic, and you can kind of overdo it. But I was like, let's go for it, let's be bold, let's be courageous, and the end result was really worth it, so you confirm that.
I do confirm that. It was a great tasting drink, really coffee forward. I think the notes from the Kenya were really coming out and showing up right. Question, did you start thinking of the drink starting from the Kenya coffee or starting from the strawberry and lemonade? What was the thought process to create the drink?
It was actually neither. It was kind of more in concepts of I didn't want to do anything milky because I think like milk drinks are our strong point, and I also didn't want to do like putting a refresher and just espresso on top of it. So I was like kind of thinking outside the box, and also what I was explaining to the judges was I really want to like highlight our coffees because sometimes they are kind of forgotten, you know, and we can like offer customers maybe a similar experience they would get in an independent specialty shop, but we are still staying true to ourselves by making the drink refreshing, fun, and personalized, and really like having the coffee as a cherry on top and like the heart of the drink.
I love the explanation, and honestly I agree. It was a great, really coffee forward. So I think it did a great job in kind of being the bridge between what we are truly and maybe what other like younger generation of customer expect from competitors. Try to also drag them in as possible customers. I think I love your process of thinking. What about your coffee tasting? Your storytelling? Happy about that? What coffee did you bring?
So I was actually brewing the Colombia Nariño over Chemex. And I'm happy about it, but I kind of forgot to import an important detail, which is the 4 fundamentals of brewing coffee. So like, yeah, kind of a mishap, but I'm happy overall. So, you know, mistakes happen.
It's absolutely okay. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
I love to hear that. So today we had our coffee tasting and we had our signature beverage. Briefly, how did the coffee tasting go?
I think it went well. A lot of things to say, so the 10-minute timeline is a little bit stressful. But I think overall everything went really great, and I had my favorite coffee, so it was lovely to speak more about that.
And what was your favorite coffee again?
Verona.
Verona, very good. So, signature beverage. You know, I heard a little bit from you early before you presented. You know, you wanted to focus, correct me if I'm wrong, you wanted to focus on simple, right? You wanted a drink that was easy to make, you wanted a drink that was easy to order, and the customers would like understand what they were getting. So how did, like, knowing that, were you successful, and how did it come across to the judges?
I think I was successful with it. I think that like the beverage itself is very simple, but it has the flavor. And like Finnish market, we don't drink that many complicated coffees, so I think that was great. Actually, the judges didn't tell me if they liked it or not. Yeah, I was too afraid to ask, but I didn't see any. So I think it was good. Yeah, I think it was great.
So no grimaces. That's good. Can you remind the viewers maybe what was the name of your beverage?
My beverage was Blonde Cinnamon Cloud.
Love that name. Christian and I were talking about there are some names that just give off a marketing vibe that you just need to have, and a cloud descriptor was one of them. So I have to say you nailed it there. What was the most challenging thing about today?
I think the most challenging thing today was because you've been waiting this for so long, so the nerves build up just to calm down and like present everything calmly. And I'm very energetic person, so I think that was the most hardest thing for me, to just keep calm, talk, like not like run through it. I think I would succeed well.
Okay, hey, you're doing the best you can. So what, were there any other signature beverages out there from your fellow competitors that you are itching at trying later today, maybe?
I really wanted to try them all. Everything looked well, but what I found funny, that few slots after me, that was a cinnamon cappuccino. So I found that very funny. I would have loved to try it. I think it's very similar, but still I really wanted to try it.
I believe that was Zoritza had that. So, yeah, I think maybe you guys may have a little after-hours cinnamon throwdown to see which one is, doing that. But I'm sure they're both excellent. But I gotta say, it was so nice seeing everyone out there kind of showing their best. And like I said, I wasn't able to hear everything, but I think you did a great job. So congratulations and good luck the rest of the competition. Okay.
Hello again, I'm here with Chelsea and Vinusha. They just finished, as everyone else, the second part of the signature beverages and as well the championship for today. So we'll start back tomorrow. But let me ask you, how does it feel that you're done with the first day?
It's honestly very relieving, and I kind of mixed feelings like excitement as well. And I just felt I'm really happy about everything that I'm feeling like I got everything I had in my mind through to everyone, like the audience and the judges as well.
Thanks. What about you, Chelsea?
As she said, it's definitely a relief, because you can feel as a unity all our pressure just went down together, and you can feel it in the room, because it was really beautiful to share our stories, because we all have unique stories, and to be able to share it was an amazing experience, and especially that we get to do it together. We've been learning a lot about each other through the week, but just today was even more special because.
Thanks. As you're speaking, I'm trying to recollect what was the drinks that you brought. I think you brought a Sumatra-based espresso, based drink, and you got an espresso-based drink, right? Can you tell us a bit more about the process of thinking of these drinks? Why them? Why that coffee? Why those ingredients? What was the kind of the train process, the train thinking of those drinks?
Okay. To start with, it was not easy at all. I think I just used 2 weeks or something to get a final drink. But my thought process was to get out, create a great balance between every ingredient, and to provide the coffee as a hero. That's all I just thought from the beginning. And the espresso roast is very typical for its dark, deep, smoky, caramel sweetness. So I thought it was a good match for my whole drink.
Thanks.
So my drink was actually fully based on the values, so all of the different components played a role. And it was actually my drink for the nationals, and the way the guest face just lit up with the judges that I had, their faces lit up with joy when they tasted the drink. And I really wanted to carry that through to the end, so I brought it to the EMEA champs as well. And the Sumatra wasn't just based on the flavor, it was also showcasing courage, because not many would think about using Sumatra as espresso. People were shocked. So it really took courage to explore that limitless possibilities of Sumatra and trying it in the drink. It worked really well. Sumatra is really good. Out there, you should really try it. I suggest it. Yeah.
Your drink, what was the name of your drink?
So it was a malva pudding shaken espresso. So it's a traditional South African dessert. So it was more about a belonging and home kind of feeling, warm and comfort. Yeah.
Okay, because I was about to ask you what's malva, but now you kind of answered. It's a traditional South African pudding. Okay, and yours was salted caramel, conceptually, it was salted caramel inspired, right?
Yeah, right. It was combining all the autumn flavors, sweet, salty, and spice, and along with the dark espresso, it's was meant to be a balance, everything, and just salted caramel is a very demanding thing back in Norway. So I just wanted to provide it to my customers at my country. Yeah.
Thanks you both. I loved
your recollection of something traditional and that sticks to values for us, and into something that it works really, pairing really well with the espresso of your choice as salted caramel. Thanks. So as we are about to send the line to my colleague Curtis and his guest, I want to thank you again and to wish you the best of luck for the next competition tomorrow. You ready?
Yes.
You ready?
I am, of course.
Going for the title then. Okay. Thanks, and back to Curtis.
And welcome back. We have two more champions today. We have Raj from Kuwait and we have Sumaya from Jordan. Thank you for being with me here today. So I'll be going to both of you to answer some questions. But first, just general impressions. How did today go? How about start with you, Raj?
So it was really amazing. When I did the first storytelling, so I was a little bit nervous because this is my first time that I'm doing all like in big platform competition. So I was a little bit nervous, but then after that I was rocket. Kill it, you know, on my signature.
So once you got started, you got in a groove, you felt good. It was just getting that first hurdle out of the way. Okay, loved that. And how about you? How did today go? First feelings?
So honestly, I was expecting it to be really nerve-wracking, and then I realized that it's really not, and the environment is really comfortable, and so it's exciting and not as nerve-wracking as I thought it would be, honestly.
I'm glad to hear that. You're not the first person to say it wasn't as bad as I expected it. So you never want to be so nervous that you can't perform, and I'm glad that wasn't the case for either of you. So let's go move on to the signature beverage. I think that was a really exciting one. Can you please state your drink again, and then talk a little bit about what you were, just generally, what you were trying to do with the beverage?
So my drink actually was however you want cappuccino. So it depends on the customer how they want their cappuccino, because we know that in our market we have only cappuccino. So I want to uplift that cappuccino. So that's why I come with this idea. Why we not can make with another different ingredients, because we have a lot of ingredients in a Starbucks as a core, like chocolate, because we are using only for signature chocolate or iced chocolate. So I want to highlight that chocolate powder as well. And white mocha in our market, like in Gulf country, white mocha it's moving a lot. Yeah, and the blonde roast, it has the high caffeine. So that's why I come with this idea. I will just mix it up and I will just try something new. And it was really amazing because, and nowadays the people, they are very in health conscious. They want something less calories. So that's why it has only 140 grams of calories. It is very less calories and you will get something sweetness taste with the caffeine and everything. So it comes in my mind. So I done with my partners, I tell them, so how you like your cappuccino? They are like, I like in my cappuccino 2 pump of dulce de leche with the cinnamon on the top. So I was like, okay, that's good. Let's make a video and post it into the Instagram, like #however cappuccino. So whenever I'm trying to present my drink, so I can tell them, okay, judges, let's go to the Instagram, just search #however cappuccino. So you can see a lot of partners how they want their cappuccino. So this is my drink.
I love that. I love that you considered so much more than just the flavor, but also how it's going to impact customers. So I think that's great. All right. So same question for you, Sumaya. Talk about your signature beverage, the name of it, and kind of what you were trying to go for.
So the name of the beverage is actually the Habibi Shaken. Habibi is an Arabic word that means kind of like my beloved or baby or something like that, right? So basically the drink is inspired by the spice cardamom. And it's really famous in the Middle East. There's actually a song that literally goes like, pour me some coffee and add me extra cardamom. And it's one of the most famous songs. So I was trying to target the Middle Eastern audience, obviously, with my drink. And it has cardamom, honey, orange zest, cinnamon as well. And it's just an ice shaken espresso, kind of like the brown sugar in a sense, and just with cardamom foam on top. It's pretty good. Yeah.
It sounded good. I noticed there was some common threads throughout people's drinks, very different, right? But we had a lot of strawberry. We had a lot of acid of brown sugar, bringing some of those things in. Even like cappuccino was a name that was, whether it was iced or hot, all this stuff. But I do love that every drink had its own, like the cardamon's your own touch. You know, you did that. It was great.
I actually wrote a poem for the drink.
You wrote a really?
Yeah.
Are you going to share that at some point on this competition? Maybe not right now, but
I'll show it to you.
Okay. So I would love to hear like what any challenges or surprises of today that you weren't expecting.
Maybe they can announce as a winner, signature beverage winner name. No, actually, I don't think so. Let's see. Maybe if I'm top 10, I guess so. Let's see.
Okay, simply, how about anything that caught you off guard today? Anything that kind of made it a more challenging day at that point?
To be honest, like, this is gonna sound really cliche, but it's the truth, right? There was nothing that was challenging today, and it's really like an environment that's like literally living each and every value today. It's like literally you see it live. Everything that's talking about and in the values and the partners as well as the support team, everyone's working together to ensure that everyone performs their best and leaves happy. And so it's really, really an interesting day.
I love that we have confident champions. I honestly, like, I'm not. You should be confident. You guys have made such a great experience, and this is just another day, another thing. You've done this so many times. Looks like we're going to be soon have a big announcement. I don't know exactly what's going to be said. I might, but we want that to be a bit of a surprise for you all. I just want to say, like, congratulations to both of you. You did excellent work. I'm very impressed by both of you. So good luck for tomorrow as well. We still have 2 more big rounds, and then we're on to that. So congratulations, and thank you both. Thank you. So right now we have some big cheers going on. We have, looks like D leading. Cheers, D from the United Kingdom. We're going to go over and see what's happening because all the champions have assembled. And Christian is back, my fellow co-host. So you have to say, D has led a lot of cheers today, a lot of cheers in Amsterdam. She's kind of rallying the troops, and we love to see it.
So it's a great motivator to give everyone their best. So we heard some great stories, I think, yours said as well.
Yes, absolutely.
From our champions. I think everyone is pumped for, I mean, it's grateful for today, how today went, everyone. No one was really kind of sad or like disappointed on how they did. So everyone is really happy, which is great, but also really excited for tomorrow, which is even better.
We had I interviewed a lot of confident champions. They were not cocky, but they were just like, yeah, today went great. I feel really good about today. And I love to hear that, like, no one was heartbroken. No one had something go so wrong they couldn't recover.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of it. And it's exciting to see as we move into day 2. Maybe somewhat a fire will be lit underneath them of like they feel like they went fine, but like I got to prove more. And something about today that they're going to announce something here in a bit that also might encourage these champions to take every round seriously.
Yeah, even more seriously.
Even more so because it all counts, but every round also counts.
Again. Every single point. Even 1 point will make the difference at some point. So it's important that they give their best every single time. And also, back to what you said, like, no one is really disappointed. It also means that some of them are also like, yeah, I had some hiccups, but I recovered. I did well. I kind of recovered it if I had to. So it's great.
Okay. It looks like we're seeing some people on stage happen. Some action is about to go. Maybe not exactly this moment, but soon, we're all very excited for this. I was going to say, something I learned is, we were talking about these drinks and these champions. Somaya wrote a poem about her beverage. Like, we didn't even see...
Did she recite the poem?
I feel like we didn't have enough time, unfortunately, but I do want to hear it because it's like, they didn't just create collateral. They didn't just talk about it. They also are like, it's connected to them and connected to values. They bring it all around, and it's so exciting to see, and I can't wait to see more for this.
I think some of these champions really, like, as I said, they went above and beyond, like not brewings, collaterals, poems.
I never would have guessed poem.
Again, imagine like you spending 2 months, 3 months thinking about a beverage, and then finally you got it. And you think this is the best beverage to win a EMEA competition. Again, out of all this at this point 2 days, we'll know who's the new 2024 EMEA Barista champion. So
2 more days.
2 more days.
2 more. We are not done yet, but I can say that the champions are so ready for something to be announced. There's a big crowd around. It's been a long day.
Aren't you expecting something big to be announced?
It better be. We're gonna bring everyone here. I hope it's not just see you tomorrow. That feels like that's in the wrong message. And I don't think that's what they're doing. So we're looking forward to it. But it's for the first section of this competition, we're halfway through. That's exciting.
I got a question for you.
Great.
Because apparently we need to stall a bit more, tiny bit more. And we tell us we're doing a great job at it. So if you told me that you never competed,
yes,
right? After today, would you compete? Like after you've seen what they did, would you try it?
Okay, I think I would, but that's a story for another time because we're moving on to this organization.
Let's go there.
not sure I've ever had that much love. Okay, so the time has come to do the first. This is the first time we've ever done this in EMEA. So we've never had round winners before, and the idea is, because sometimes you're amazing at something and you might not be quite as good at something else. So let's recognise more partners for the skills they've got. Can I just, we have got Dubai and Malta, I understand, joining us. So just wanted to say hello to Joshua, Morad, Kavita. It's been completely phenomenal having them join us remotely, and I'm a bit blown away. I'm determined not to cry this week, by the way. Just put it down there. Okay, so we've done 2 rounds today. How are you all feeling? Is it better now that you're actually in it? Doing it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so. Oh, Alvaro, thank you. Come and join us, Alvaro.
Hi. Did I behave today?
Yeah, he was a little tired and emotional last night, wasn't he? But we're okay today. Yes. Okay, so. Joy. It's been joyful today. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask some partners to join me on stage. I'm not just going to announce the winner, because I like a plot twist. Okay, so can the following champions join us on stage, please? Seema. Zaritza. Gillian. Ali. Patrick. And last but by no means least, for this moment in time, remember, it's just a moment in time, D. Is that everybody? 6. Wow. So, storytelling and coffee tasting. 6 partners on stage. 6 perfect scores. So, you didn't drop a single point. Not a single point. 126 out of 126. They're confused. Are you confused? Yeah. Why are you confused?
Seema says no.
It's a bit crackers. But do you understand? You're the top 6 on not on signature, sorry, storytelling and coffee tasting. So, the challenge we've got, right, is that we have 1 award. These are our beautiful new awards. Wouldn't this look good on your shelf in the store? So, the question is what to do. we're going to cut it into 6. What do you think? So we were going to debate and we were going to choose one. But actually, we're going to order 5 more. So we will get them made and we will get them shipped to wherever we need to get them shipped to. So you're all round winners in storytelling. I would just like to say, one other thing though, is that the scores are really close. Some of you out there might have only dropped 1 point. So the scores are really, really close. But it's just amazing to be able to celebrate. So we're going can't imagine. We're going to order 5 more, but what we'd like to do is Connie is going to present this to one of you. And the reason we've chosen to give it to this one partner today is because of what he's going through in his country at the moment. So we want Ali to take it home. So amazing job, guys. You will all get one to proudly display in your store. Sorry we can't give them to you today. But I'm loving the fact that all 6 of you are going to get them.
Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Who's ready for the next one? Okay, so second round this afternoon, signature beverage. Wow. I hope we've got. Has somebody given Esther all the recipe cards? Yes. Excellent. Good. Some free research and development happening today. Thank you. Well, it's not free. So we're going to call some people up on stage. So can the following partners join, please? Julia. Gillian. Leonard. Veronica. And because we're going to do the top 5 this time, last but by no means least, Patrick. Okay, so we don't have a draw this time, so I haven't got a plot twist. We are actually going to announce a winner. So the winner of the signature beverage, but top 5, amazing. Again, scores are really, really close. I think we might struggle in the final judging. But the winner of the signature beverage round is Veronica. So, Veronica, are you able to talk? Are you okay? Maybe if I... No, if I pass the microphone to you, can you tell everybody what your signature beverage was?
Okay, so my signature beverage was the strawberry sunrise espresso. It was basically espresso from Kenya poured over lemonade with ice, and also we had a pump of strawberry puree at the bottom and freeze-dried strawberries on top for like decoration. But it wasn't really even about need to get my bread. It wasn't even really about the taste. I'm really happy that everyone loved it, but for me, I really felt hurt about like achieving results and moving forward, having courage, and just really trying to deliver it with this drink. And thank you guys. Thanks to the judges, to everyone that understood my vision, and yeah, that's it basically. Thank you so much.
So, top 5 signature beverages. I'm hoping to see different people on the stage tomorrow for the other 2 rounds. So remember, latte art tomorrow. How exciting. What else is tomorrow? We can. There you go.
Hi, everyone. So, for those of you in the room and those of you watching us online, the live stream will begin at 9:30 UK time tomorrow. Those who are coming to the Starbucks EMEA Support Center, please arrive between 8:30 and 9:15. We've got tomorrow latte art and, for the first time ever in 11 years, what is it? Store Rush! Store Rush. And we will once again announce the mission winners. All right? I think that's all for today.
Just remember, these scores accumulate over 2 days. But we just wanted to take a moment to celebrate.
Congratulations, everyone. See you tomorrow.